As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rawlison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to RollisonPerformanceGroup.com. Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule has support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TK&A Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Line has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Kart Chassis, Tillotson Karts and Engines, Miami, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the Mid and Coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Driver Line is set to finish this year strong.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform.
See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th Annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovk.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality. Offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
wait. Before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org. Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT driver development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com.
Down here with Eli Warren. Eli, you qualified in the 50th the other day, but this morning you were at the top of the charts. What changed overnight?
Well, this is my first ever parking lot race in SuperNats, so we struggled for a long time. The motor was not there, so we swapped to our other motor, and we've been really fast. Huge thanks to my dad, Jimmy Simpson, for all he does. Unfortunately, we're going to be in the back for this heat, but we're really fast, so we're going to work to the front.
Now, with that change and this being the final heat of the weekend, what are you expecting during this race?
We're going to be moving forward the whole race. My goal is to be really fast, make the LCQ, or not, get out of the LCQ and make the feature, and we'll see what happens from there.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck, Eli.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
So with that, you hear from Eli Warren as we get set here for the morning. Mike Smith and myself, Xander Clements, in the booth to call heat racing action here from a windy morning here in Las Vegas, and the final warm-up here getting a little bit gnarly out of that final corner. A couple drivers have stuffed it into the outside retaining wall here, Mike. One will not be able to continue, it looks like.
I'll tell you what, the 84 and the 71 are the two drivers that got in there. The 71 went for a bit of a ride on top of the barriers a little bit, landed back down and kept going.
Yeah, it was a bit wild. They've definitely been pushed in already. You can see even prior to the impact that they have taken a bit of wear and tear throughout this morning's session. So warm-ups coming to a close here as we are live on YouTube and Facebook. Make sure to continue to like and share. We already passed our total viewership from Super Sunday, from SuperNats 24, just off of Friday's total viewership, which is awesome. And we are trying our hardest here to give you guys the best view of the best show in the world, the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, this year's live stream powered by Porsche. Let's give them a little bit of a recap, shall we here, Mike? We go through yesterday, Heat 1, Heat number 2. For the micro slip class has been on the racetrack. Rocco Simone, super strong throughout that, no doubt. But realistically, probably 6 to 8 kids that, if the cards fall right, could end up with a heat win here later on this morning.
No, exactly. We saw a bit of that pack racing you've been talking about, especially with the cadet drivers being able to draft a bunch and be in a group and actually, train down the straightaway where two drivers will link up and you can actually get two at once. And even go 3 wide into the first corner at the end of the straightaway, using that draft to their advantage. Won't be surprised to see a lot more of that today.
Yeah, well, the wind is slowly working its way down, right? You were taking a look at the forecast. We expect the wind to kind of be died down by the time the afternoon goes, with it kind of blowing in every different direction. That can also manipulate the racetrack a little bit, right? If you end up with more of a wind kind of in your face on the long back straightaway, that's going to make that draft all the more prevalent. If you get kind of what they call a tailwind, right? If it's behind the go-kart pushing you forward, that draft means a little bit less. Now, it's always going to mean a lot of the micros, but it'll matter that much more. Probably a tenth, maybe 2/10 of a second if it's a heavy headwind.
Well, what's interesting about it right now, it's actually going, it's heading towards the east. So you're not getting much of a headwind, if you will, or tailwind for the main straightaway. Instead, it's actually going crossways, which is not going to affect drivers a bunch, except for maybe a little bit of a tailwind as you start going onto the straightaway, a little bit of a headwind into the final corner, which is already a little bit slower.
Yeah, so again, that's the way we've got it right now, which it could change, but like Mike said here, we'll see if it makes a difference. I don't imagine, right, you would think in this short shoot here as they come across the timing loop that it'll make too much of a difference, but time will tell. So Micro Swift warm-up concludes the running order. Remember, this morning here changes the overall outlook on, or the overall running order and lineup that we're used to from the rest of this week, because KA100 Junior, KA100 Senior, they will round off the morning groups with their last chance qualifiers. Super excited to get those underway. Do or die situations there. You heard from Eli Warren down on the grid. They're hoping for a solid heat race to get him above the cut line. It's the top 34 that automatically transfer through to tomorrow's main events in the majority of the classes, including the one down on the grid, KA100 Junior. So today, still again, this is the last of the round robin heats for those bigger groups that will have some drivers going home on before Super Sunday. They will have not raced each other. They will not. Some of them may not even practice with each other all week long. So there's a chance that some of these young drivers here on the grid for KA Junior have a little bit of unknown when it comes to the other kids they're lining up alongside. But Heat 3 coming your way. A versus B groups getting set to go green for KA Junior. We'll be right back with SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 25 and Kart Chasers coverage brought to you by Porsche.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TK&A Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back here to SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 25, and it is time, or just about that time, to begin to fire the engines up for Think60.org KA100 Junior Groups A and B for the third and final heat race on the weekend. Stephen Miller and Max Garcia were 1 and 2 in overall qualifying. They line up on the front row here for this one. As you can see, that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic is lined up on the outside of row number 1. Then behind them there on the outside of row 2, that's Ivana Richards on the HRI Mexico Tony Kart team. She starts P4. To her inside, Ernesto Rivera on the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. You go on back down the grid here to P5. Well, it is none other than Keegan Kaminsky in the GFC Karting GFC. He's had kind of an up and down week overall, but again, he'll roll off P5 as he has with overall qualifying inside the top 20. To his outside to complete the third row here on the grid, it is your series champion in the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, Jesus Vasquez Jr., repping the number 1 plate on that Nash Motorsports EOS kart, starts P6. P7 with the 827 Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart of Elio Meza. He's had some good drives through the heat races so far, and the Iron Rock Tony Kart driver again rolls off to the inside of row 4. Joining him on that row, it'll be the 871 CRG for Speed Concepts Racing of Carson Weinberg, and only, I believe, his first ever junior start. At the very minimum, his first start in junior on the national stage. I thought coming into this weekend here, Mike, he was going to be coming as one of the favorites in the mini class. He rolls off here inside the top 10 once again, so top 20 overall in qualifying for Carson Weinberg on that SCR CRG. And there's the field as the engines have fired all the way to the back. You can see Eli Warren, the driver we spoke to here, a rough running qualifying. They're doing everything they can to get him through at least above the cut line. We've talked through the week, obviously, with it being split up. It's not up to 34th on the racetrack, going to be up to 17th on the average. And then from that point up, you should be safe to make it through and not have to burn a new set of tires in that last chance qualifier.
Well, that's what we talk about here on Situation Saturday. It's all about getting into the show straight up and not having to go through that dreaded LCQ. We know that the LCQ is going to be elbows up the entire time because the transfer spot, the bubble spot, is what we will be watching to try to get in the show. If you haven't had a good day already, or a good week, I should say, it is all about finishing strong here in the third heat and making sure you get the straight-on transfer.
That's what'll be key here, to make sure that, again, you make it through to the main in any way possible. Hopefully that you're not having to run in about an hour's time here. 11:15 a.m. local time. That puts you 2:15 p.m. Eastern. Will be the first of the 2 last chance qualifiers for the morning groups. KA100 Junior will go out first. KA Senior will go out second. There will be a little bit of a delay after the final heat race here for the micro class because we want to make sure that that we get the calculations right. So the SuperKarts USA officials have to give time, of course, Mike, for protests, for penalties, for that kind of 30-minute clock, and then, of course, just the final points tally up to see who is going to go in through, and then give those drivers notice as well. Get that posted so that way if you're going to the LCQ, you know, and if you're not, you know, you can pack your stuff up.
Exactly that. Try to make sure you have everything ready to go, and just want to point out how aggressive the drivers are trying to get heat in the tires. It looks, just by the sun is out, you can look like it's going to be pretty warm, but actually ambient temperature still in the 40s. If you haven't gotten to the 50s, and the breeze out here has brought it down even further. So these drivers are going to be on some pretty cold Vinco blue tires going down at turn number 1 for the very first time.
Yeah, very, very cold. We have, again, as we saw at the end of that micro warm-up, and for those of you that tuned in for warm-up sessions, you know how tricky it has been for many drivers to navigate the opening couple practices with cold tires, especially with relatively new tires. So here they are
headed down the long front straightaway into those tram lines. Stephen Miller on the Chad Dawkin Racing Alonso kart. Max Garcia on that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. Your front row on the power. Looking good. We're green down at turn number 1, and here we go. 2 by 2. Ivana Richards trying to stuff Garcia 3 wide. Garcia's all the way on the outside lane, and Richards will get into third, and a great start because of that, I believe, for Ernesto Rivera. He's up into second and already challenging on Stephen Miller as they head for turn 6. Nearly gets the lead away, but Miller shuts the door.
3 wide at the start there, but they all funnel down to single file as they go through the S's. Clean start for these junior KA drivers. Let's see how they can finish up the end of the first lap.
Yeah, here they go here, working towards the end. 9 laps to go at the start-finish line. Where does everybody line up? Where do they all end out? We're about to find out here as the leaderboard comes up alongside the screen. 1 down, 9 to go. Stephen Miller, your leader, down the back straightaway here. Ernesto Rivera into second. Max Garcia, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Ivana Richards, your top 5 down at turn number 1. And Ernesto Rivera going to show a little bit of patience as Jesus Vasquez Jr. pulls the trigger. He goes to third on Garcia, and Carson Weinberg gets into the top 5 as well in a simultaneous move. He takes over that 5th spot away from Ivana Richards. So couple of passes there, couple of duos up front, first and second, hooked up together. There is third and fourth with Vasquez Jr. and Garcia, and then a big pack led by young Carson Weinberg, one of the smallest drivers on the racetrack, one of the youngest drivers on the racetrack, into the top 5 here. Great heat race going here for little Carson Weinberg.
Indeed, Carson Weinberg is making things happen. You talked about him moving up from many to juniors and seeing how he does in his debut here. Driver on the move right now, 4 spots up. You talked about him already. Jesus Vasquez Jr. already purple. He made that pass to get to third and is already making the gap widen over Max Garcia. Stephen Miller, your leader, Ernesto Rivera, but Vasquez Jr. is going to start bridging the gap, only about a second back from the lead.
Yeah, Jesus Vasquez Jr. looking pretty good early on. Ernesto Rivera also went through to the lead on Stephen Miller here this time by. So we've got a new leader in the 824 Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic. Ernesto Rivera has kind of been in the shadow a little bit of his teammate Caleb Gaffaro, who has been so strong all week long here. He's been phenomenal in KA100 Junior. He's been right at the front in X30 Junior as well with a great qualifying result. But this heat race right now in the hands of Ernesto Rivera. But like you said, Mike, Jesus Vasquez Jr. continues to march forward. He lopped off another 3/10 that time by. He's now going to be into the tow. Big lap coming for the National Motorsports EOS kart driver as they fight behind him there for 4th. You can see it's now that Speed Concept CRG. Carson Weinberg up to 4th. And again, for many, you would think Las Vegas, the SuperNats, 600 drivers, the biggest kart race in the world, the last place you would want to move up a class. You'd want to do it at the local level, the regional, maybe a regular national, not the SuperNationals. Carson Weinberg, he's jumped in. He is turning, I feel like, a lot of heads. Very, very cool stuff to see from the youngster.
Sometimes the best place to go learn is when you jump in the deep end of the pool, and he's definitely getting things done there and making it look a little bit easier than you'd think for a first-time driver in the category. But back to the front, the fight is on for second place. Jesus Vasquez right on the back bumper. Miller's going to go as well. 3 wide down to turn number 1. Vasquez going to get 2 for 1.
What a move there for Jesus Vasquez Jr. 3 wide, 2 for 1 deal down the inside. New leader, and here we are here at the halfway mark this time by. They do another move like that, and all of a sudden, Elio Meza, who's gone by Carson Weinberg for 4th, is going to have a shot to play in this deal because he is only about 6 to 7 car lengths back. There's the top 3. There's that second pack. Meza on that Iron Rock Tony kart has gone around Weinberg. Then it goes to Ivana Richards, then Max Garcia. Then it's the RPM Tony kart, I believe, of Anthony Martella, along with Hudson Schwartz in that Speed Concept Racing Red Speed. 5 down, 5 to go. Jesus Vasquez Jr. leads the way here for the very first time.
We talked about Jesus Vasquez Jr. getting 2 for 1. Well, actually, Meza got 2 spots in that same lap and went purple. 47.0, fastest driver on the track, Helio Meza. He is going to start making the charge to the top 3.
Took him a little bit here to get rolling after not so ideal of a start for Elio Meza, but great run through that lap here, has put himself in a good position, and luckily thanks to that pass for the lead, Elio Meza is in it, and we've got yellow flags waving back over behind the leaders here. Looks like we've got a crash somewhere over at turn number 4 and 5. I think it's at the exit at turn number 3, actually, before they get to turn 4. Hopefully that'll be cleared by the time the leaders get to it. So Jesus Vasquez Jr. this time by, still green in the section they're in, coming out of the final corner. 6 down, 4 laps to go. 3 drivers, it's about to be 4 up front, and you could almost count Carson Weinberg and Ivana Richards back into it. Weinberg's coming along for the ride here, Mike.
Just going to say, you can actually call it 6 drivers going to be nose to tail. And one of the things about that, too, it's not like the front 3 were fighting. The drivers behind are doing it on pace. Personal best out of all drivers in the top 8. Fastest driver on the track. Again, Meza making it happen on his own to bridge the gap up there, and he's bringing with him Carson Weinberg and Ivana Richards.
The one thing about the SuperNationals, right, being a temporary racetrack and being a place that we don't run at all year long and no other testing, it's kind of like a rain race in a way because the track develops so rapidly throughout the week, right? The leader is almost at a bit of a disadvantage at some of these races where everyone gets the gauge off him. Again, we talked about this morning, the wind is up a little higher, the temperatures are a little bit colder. So for all of them, not knowing where the limit is, it packs them up. And here we go. Pack racing at its finest. Double pass in there. First and third. Rivera gets through. Meza through to third. Ernesto Rivera to the point. But in the case of Jesus Vasquez Jr., so quick coming forward, gets to the lead, shows his cards a little bit. Everyone else finds some speed. Now they go back by him.
We talk about a little bit like rain racing where you can gauge off the people in front of you. The person that we should be watching right now is the third place driver of Meza. He closes so much under brakes. You can just watch it, close it right up. He is very, very comfortable. Got that kart working on these colder temps, and he's going to probably make one happen right here. Indeed, deep dive to the inside of Vasquez. Gets it done.
Man, that was gnarly right there. 2 to go. Elio Meza has slowly cut his way forward. We talk about forward momentum, backwards momentum. He's got a lot of forward momentum on his side, and now he's going to send it deep there to defend that position. He just got away from Vasquez Jr. He's going to almost trigger a battle for third, but behind him, though, again, the drivers back at the end of that group are going to go purple because they'll start that lap a little further back, get a big toe down the straightaways, give the fast lap honors now to Ivana Richards, P5 in the pack, and P5 on the racetrack, and it is Rivera over Meza now, Vasquez Jr., Miller right there, and then Carson Weinberg, and then and Ivana Richards.
They got one more lap to do it. Look at Meza just close right up on the back bumper. Not going to be close enough, I think, for the final corner, but look for the move to happen here. White flag out, 1 lap to go. It's going to be happening down there in turn number 1.
It definitely will. Ernesto Rivera is probably going to take a look over his shoulder. There it is. Checks the gap. He knows Meza's there. He's already creeping over to the low side. He'll go to the bottom side. Meza follows, trying to keep it. Meza crossover. Gets to the inside of turn number 2. They'll go side by side. Elio Meza to the lead there.
Meza to the lead, and it was actually Rivera backing out smartly there instead of going 2 by 2. Contact a little bit further back. I believe that might have been Richards trying to make things happen. I'm not sure exactly. As they go down to turn number 7, big defense out of Vasquez. He's trying to hold on to this P2.
Jesus Vasquez hanging on by a thread right now of Ernesto Rivera. It is all broken loose behind him for 4th. Great news for Elio Meza, but not so great for the bumper. That bumper is caved in, hopefully not pushed in, at least for now. Elio Meza, unofficial winner. Heat number 3, groups A and B. He wins it across the line, picks up 6 spots in the process. And Vasquez Jr. second, hangs on over Rivera. Carson Weinberg gets around Stephen Miller on that final lap. Miller falls down to 5th. Ivana Richards 6th. And we'll take you to the rest of the order as the pack continue to fight here across the line. This is a little bit further back, right near that cut line there, around 17th. You talk about drivers making their way forward. How about Ian Kim from the tail end of the field? 17 spots gained from 34th on the grid. Gets himself up to 17th. That's a heck of a points haul for him. Santiago Duran also picked up 13 spots to get into the top 20. So let's go ahead and take you through your top 10 results here of how they racked up in KA Junior Groups A and B, presented by Think60.org. Again, Meza wins it over Vasquez Jr., Rivera, Weinberg, Miller, Richards, Hudson Schwartz 7th. Max Garcia from the front row falls to 8th. And then rounding the top 10, Alexander Gonzalez in 9th. And then down, Cooper Shipman. For the 3rd straight heat, an exact identical result. Every single heat race, Cooper Shipman, Elio Meza's teammates, picked up 5 spots from 15th to 10th. That's going to put him pretty good when you factor in the attrition for guys like Garcia that had a bad opening heat. Some of the other drivers that kind of went up and down. He's been Mr. Consistency, Cooper Shipman, 10th, 10th, 10th. 30 points total.
We talk about Situation Saturday and what you need to do to try to make sure you get into the main show and not have to go through the LCQs. How about Augustus Tamilio? 19 spots up in one race there, getting 13th across the line.
So, great run for Augustus Toniolo now here. As you can see the Vegas skyline, the sun is up slowly but surely, getting those temperatures up, but it's still a chilly and windy morning here in Las Vegas, Nevada for Situation Saturday. Stick with us, folks. Engines are fired. Group C and D for KA100 Junior, presented by Think60. Coming your way after this.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Welcome back here to Situation Saturday, live from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. It is SKUSA SuperNationals 25. You're watching Kart Chaser's live coverage presented by Porsche, and we are set for the second of the two heat races here in the morning. The final heats for KA100 Junior presented by Think60.org. Remember the organization that reminds the next generation of the world to think 60 seconds before you act and consider the consequences. Think60.org, the title sponsor for the division. For the young guns that definitely need to think about this one, Situation Saturday getting underway. Group C and D, Christian Cameron on the pole, leads them down into turn number one, and he'll bring the field, and he gets run wide, knocked wide. Everybody's going to stack him up. We're about 3 or 4 deep there at the outside of turn number one. It's a yard sale here in the first corner, Mike.
Yeah, it's going to be Christian Cameron. Probably not totally stoked about how that happened. He definitely got rooted out of the way. However, you're still continuing where we had some other drivers still piled up behind. So even though you didn't lead through the first corner, you at least made it through the first corner.
Yeah, he definitely got away decently. Alex Mercado from third on the grid leads them over to turn number 8 into turn number 9. It is then Christian Cameron in the second spot. It looks like to be Cameron Brinkman there in third. Remember, another driver just like Max Garcia with a bad heat race early in the weekend. The BJR MDR Lando Norris kart P3 right now as they head down the backstretch with a little bit of separation back to Oliver Weldon in the other Lando Norris kart for the JC Karting Team entry. P4 for Weldon, P5 Enzo Vidmontien on that Motorsport Kart Republic. And there's Caleb Gaffera, P6. Remember, Gaffera already has 2 heat race wins on the weekend. He just needs a decent result here, and he should be looking pretty for tomorrow.
Yeah, we know he's going to be coming to the front, right? He's already got 2 wins. He's actually got 4 wins on the week already, making things happen in the X30 Junior ranks as well. But the driver who made the most on that first lap, Cameron Brinkman, up 6 spots into third. But the fight is still on. The other driver who I'm really watching right now just made another move. That is Enzo Vidmontien, making the move on Sebastian Weldon there.
Oliver Weldon there, little brother.
Oliver Weldon, exactly.
Yeah, so Weldon now lost 3 spots. Max Taylor gets by him. Max Taylor, another driver, got absolutely pile-drived into the wall yesterday morning in the, I believe, second heat race. So he's trying to make up some ground to get himself above the danger zone to go to that last chance qualifier this morning. Later on here again, coming at 2:15 p.m. Eastern time for KA Junior. But Alex Mercado continuing to show the way there in that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed 3-driver breakaway. Mercado, Christian Cameron, Cameron Brinkman there, the top 3. Little gap back to Vidmontien again, who got around Oliver Weldon. He brought Caleb Gaffera with him. Talking about Caleb Gaffera as they exit turn number 9 and head into turn number 10 single file. He has had one of the best years I have seen in quite some time. Jeremy Fletcher, of course, super standout back in 2021, sweeping the junior classes. Never been done before to win 2 classes at the Super Nationals in the same year as Christian Cameron goes to the lead on Cameron Brinkman coming through with Mercado back to third. Caleb Gaffera versus his father Chuck. He's beat him in the total number of wins already on the year. I think he's somewhere around 25 main event wins here in 2022. And he's like, yeah, Dad, I'm going to keep breaking that record and go a little bit further. I'd like to get a couple Super Nationals wins. It would be his first career one if he could pull it off tomorrow. He's, again, like you said, swept the heats in X30 Junior, already 2 wins in KA Junior as well. The RPG Cosmic driver in what will be his final junior start here this weekend before he moves up to go challenge his teammate Ryan Norberg in the X30 Senior ranks next year. Caleb Gaffera, great season, and capping it off so far with a great run through to Situation Saturday. Here they go up front again. Give it to Cameron Brinkman to the lead now as they head to turn number 1.
And Mercado goes right with him. Again, we've seen that so many times where one driver goes, the other driver pushes him on through and gets a freebie. You don't have to do the work yourself, but what all of this racing up front has done is obviously brought in Gaffera as well as Vidmontien, but there's more after that. Max Taylor, Oliver Weldon still right in the conversation, and there's more after that. We're going to see maybe Jackson Glendenning going to be in the conversation here before you know it.
Yeah, Jackson Glendenning could definitely get there here. Max Taylor, Oliver Weldon coming out on in along with Glendenning to make it a lot more here as Cameron tries to hang on. Vidmontien goes back on Caleb Gaffera, retakes the 4th spot. Gaffera looks back, checks the gap, sees a sea of purple as Max Taylor, his teammate, has caught up to him, and here they go. He's looking for help. He's going to get it. And Vidmontien, looking for help, gets it from Gaffera. They'll freight train Christian Cameron. Cameron loses 3 spots this time in turn 1 as Taylor gets by as well. So 1 spot gain, then 3 spots back. It's just so tough again. That final corner has produced so many fantastic finishes already this week. Mike, we're talking about it every single heat race, how amped we are for Super Sunday to see those final lap, final corner moves come down to it. But the problem on the heat races here when they're packed up, you make one move there, you make 1 spot forward, and if you lose a little bit of time to the karts in front, you don't get a great tow down that straightaway. It makes you basically a sitting duck down by turn number 1 at the end of the backstretch with this long run in the tow. So now here we are, 6 down, 4 laps to go as they head towards turn number 1. While we do that here, let's send it down trackside to one of our other drivers here, down with Kendall. Kendall, who you got?
Down here with Ryan Vincent. Ryan, you've been up front all weekend, and now it's Situation Saturday. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty good. We're in a decent spot, so hopefully we can make up some more spots in the heat races and find ourselves in a decent position for the final.
What's been the main thing you and your team have been focusing on this weekend?
Really just being consistent, making moves, just keep digging to get up front.
How are you expecting this final heat race of the weekend to go?
My expectation is for it to be pretty good. I don't really have a certain expectation that it's going to go bad. I just hope for the best.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Ryan Vincent, one of those many drivers doing double duty, X30 Pro as well as KA100 Senior. As we go back up front here, 3 to go. Down the inside, Enzo Vidmontien retakes the lead. Cameron Brinkman with him. Mercado's going to lose 4 spots in turn number 1 as Gaffera goes by as well. And now Gaffera's already looking on Cameron Brinkman there for second. Caleb Gaffera, just so smart and collected, right? He just kind of finds a way to get there when it counts. Here he goes into second. Great moves all the way through. Has kept himself in contention all the way through this heat race. And now we're coming to the double sticks, 2 to go. And Caleb Gaffera, I think, probably in a prime spot once again to get himself a heat win. It would be unprecedented, again, to see a driver. It's already been done now once to sweep main events. I don't know of any driver that has swept heat races in 2 divisions. Caleb Gaffera on the verge of history here as Vidmontien takes him low side to turn 1.
Indeed. Gaffera obviously having a good week, and you had talked about how he's been smart the entire time. The smart continues here. He's not pushing the issue. He knows he's got a good starting position already. He doesn't have to have a win. So when people have made the move on him, he's looked over his shoulder and said, nah, forget it. As you see the defense now, he's going to try to go around the long way. No, tucks in behind. He's got another good shot at it here through turn number 8. He's going to be around the back bumper, not in 9. Expect to see it here as they come out of 9, have the run for the final corner. Will he go for it? No, it's going to be Brinkman takes a look. Not going to happen here. White flag in the air.
Caleb Gaffera has been able to do what I don't think anyone's done. That's roll the outside with a driver right behind him and keep the momentum up enough that he doesn't lose his spot. Now down the backstretch here. He doesn't have enough of a run on Vidmontien to send it on the inside. He's finally going to have to block from behind. He does that, and somehow he got a run, almost got a nose down low on Vidmontien. Still right there as they head for 4 and 5, final time through.
Did you see how sideways Vidmontien was? That was awesome under the brakes. That's getting all of it, knowing you need to go in deep to keep the drivers behind you. He's still got the defense on. Keeps it tight as they come off of the corner. Caleb Gaffera is right there, but now he's being attacked. He's going to have to try to hold on to the spot. Vidmontien, a little bit of breathing room. 2 corners remaining. They come out of 9. Vidmontien over the shoulder. He's got enough room. Opens it up. Still a little bit of defense, but it's going to be Vidmontien with the heat race win.
Nicely done for Enzo Vidmontien. He plays the pack nicely, keeps Gaffera behind, and Caleb Gaffera, again, a very smart and controlled drive, ends the heat races with a single amount of 2 points. And again, I don't think anyone else anywhere close. I think that'll lock Caleb Gaffera in to the pole award for tomorrow's main event. So Caleb Gaffera is safely in to Sunday. Enzo Vidmontien should be safe. Cameron Brinkman with a third-place result and a decent result in his other heat race should be enough on the points-wise to be above that top 34 cut line. But a lot of other drivers here on Situation Saturday will have to worry about it. Max Taylor, we're going to rebound there to fourth. You look down through the top 10. Leonardo Escorpioni picked up 24 spots that time to get to ninth. What a drive forward, Mike.
Oh, my gosh. Leonardo Escorpioni has done just about everything you can do. Crash in a warm-up, be right at the sharp end, and now bounce back 24 spots in a heat race with fast lap.
Well, we heard from Ryan Vincent. He said not too much expectations. Definitely not expecting Heat 3 to go bad. He's hoping for the best here. KA100 Junior has now completed their heat races. We'll see them back on the racetrack for their last chance qualifier in just about an hour's time. In the meantime, KA100 Senior coming your way next. Live on Kart Chaser presented by Porsche. It's SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 25.
Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT driver development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
Welcome back to Las Vegas, and you can see there a close look at Thomas Stolzermanis' Nash Motorsports Energy Kart. The international pilot rolls off on the outside of row 2, and the Vegas kits, one of the coolest parts about this race, Mike, everybody gets into it. Everyone loves getting to come to Sin City. You know, you see everyone around the Rio, kind of like a cruise ship vibe almost, with everyone packed into the same hotel here through the week. But beyond that, everyone loves being in this city. You get the cool one-off sticker kits, the special edition helmets. You know, it just, everyone kind of gets excited when it comes to Vegas. You know, this time of year is just special.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's not just what happens on course, it's what happens off course. You know, it's the community coming together for one big event, and that little bit of extra special stuff. I mean, Rob Howden calls Sunday Super Sunday Christmas, right? It is kind of this coming together of the community, getting a chance to go racing, but yeah, getting a chance to also hang out with people maybe you haven't seen for a little while. People from overseas,
around the world.
Exactly, coming out here and going and doing everything that we love all together.
Friends you haven't seen in a year, and of course with the COVID-19 pandemic, you know, for the case of like Australia, friends we haven't seen in 3 years, you finally get to see. I've seen some people from around the world I haven't seen in quite some time. You get to catch up with them. It's just, you know, such an awesome community event on that front, and you know, this event's so well put together, right? You got grandstands that fill up. You have club racers, karters, fans from around the country. One of the only karting events beyond the FIA World Championships that really draws a crowd of spectators, which is so cool. Again, that SuperKarts USA not only puts the grandstands up, but as of last year and continue to this year, got the Jumbotron for them. We've got the VIP suites. I mean, this really is the beginning of a pro show, and well, we got a lot of pros in this KA100 Senior field. Let's take you to the starting lineup. As you can see there on the inside, Alex Stanfield there in that Team GWR Tony Kart. Pole award in qualifying, already has a heat race win. He's been consistent through his heat races so far, sitting pretty right now, just trying to get himself onto that front row for Super Sunday. To his outside there in that black and blue Kart Republic, that's the Team Ferris Racing entry of Connor Ferris to complete row number 2. We saw the close look there on Gavin Bailiff and that Trinity Karting Group Vegas Special Edition Kart Republic starting 3rd. Thomas Stolzermanis again will roll off in the 4th spot here for KA100 Senior Groups A versus B in AMR Medic West KA100 Senior. You go back down further on, as you can see down on the inside, we've got the Sodi Kart, another one of the many chassis that we haven't seen all year long, and there's a good look at your reigning series SKUSA Pro Tour champion. We talked about the history Caleb Gaffar chasing. That kid right there is the one that said it. Jeremy Fletcher in that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. Last year, sweeps the junior classes. This year, got trapped in some traffic in qualifying. Had to do some work, but he's making his way forward. We got a spin coming out of the pit lane. Christian Miles has gone around. We know, and we've talked about it here, it's a 10-second penalty if you do not get back to your position by the time that the carts hit the commitment line, right? So there's 2 cones around the racetrack, one headed into turn number 8, and then one back at turn number 6. So turn number 6, that is the commitment cone. For Christian Miles now, he's on the back foot. He was set to start on the inside I believe, or the outside of row number 3 alongside Dustin Salavaria and the karting collective Sodi Kart. Christian Miles has to get up there quickly here to get himself in position. So hopefully he can get himself back into that spot by the commitment commitment cone with that spin coming out of the pit lane. But not a good start to the morning here for Christian Miles in that BJR MDR Lando Norris car. Nothing freaks you out more than all of a sudden have to frantically get back to your spot.
Yeah, and he's not the only one. Ariel Elkin having another same kind of program coming through the first turn 9, the first corner they come to after the pit lane. He spins around as well, and now trying to get rolling again. And as you say, you have to get back to your spot. But in that 10-second penalty, we've seen several drivers come back from that, though, because even though you get the 10-second penalty, if you were to do it after that cone, it's still going to be better than if you were to hang out in the back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you think about how much times it takes, right? 0.2 of a second to 0.3 of a second per pass, and that's if you make a pass, right? You could always go backwards as well. We've seen so much of that down at turn number 1. So, Christian Miles was able to get back to his spot. I think he made it back in before the commitment cone. Did not get a good look at Ariel Elkin to see where he was going to be able to make it, but he wasn't starting as high up, so he didn't have as many karts to get back on by. But at least now, everyone's lined up. Everybody's ready. KA100 Senior presented by AMR Medic West. Groups A and B. Down to turn 1. Green flag in the air. Alex Stanfield leads them into the first corner. Stoll Sermanis trying the low side. They'll go side by side for the lead. Over to turn number 2. Everybody makes it through the first turn. Stanfield holds the lead.
It's unbelievable to see everybody go through. They're about 4 or 5 wide, funneling down to one single foul train as they come out of turn number 6 and head toward turn number 7 the first time. Pretty good control here right out of the gate for Alex Stanfield.
Connor Ferris able to hold the inside there. He stays in 3rd. Gavin Bailiff is 4th. Oliver Hodgson on that comp kart for J3 competition. The factory pilot, what a great week he's had, an X30 Pro Senior. He's actually looking to do the same here in KA100 Senior as they go side by side behind him, giving a little back gap here for the top 5. Aiden Levy trying to fend off a charge. He holds on to 6 on that MPG Motorsports Alonso kart, but it's a big gap to the front runners. So it's Levy just ahead of fast Frankie Mossman and that Team Benek CRG headed in 7th. And a little bit of contact in turn 1. Bailiff and Ferris go wide, and there goes the wily veteran Oliver Hodgson, the driver from the United Kingdom here, living stateside, working for the J3 competition camp, into 3rd. And we've seen so many moves by him, right? That guy has made more moves on other drivers' mistakes than I think most have here this week. Oliver Hodgson seems to just find a way where the seas can part, and he takes advantage every single time as they go side by side for P5. Connor Ferris on Aiden Levy. Levy around the outside gets through. Mossman gets through as well. Back for P5, P6. Ferris going to try and fight it back on Mossman. Can't do it. There's Christian Miles blocking for 8th. He's going to lose his spot. We got a crash back behind. 2 drivers together. I think it might be Josh Campbell as one of them. We also have an issue for another one off on the side. So lots of contact back there. Connor Zilish way wide into the wall. Big time impact there for the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic driver. He'll lose about 10 or 15 positions in turn number 1. Big time moment for Connor Zilish.
Yeah, I didn't see how it started, but as they were heading into turn number 1, he was facing the opposite direction, so he was going to have a hard time. He somehow was able to keep it from hitting the wall super hard, and I don't think he bent the axle, but Zilic, unfortunately, now going the wrong direction. A lot of work to do.
Yeah, Connor Zilish got buried in the qualifying session just like Jeremy Fletcher did. Now he's got a long way to go to get himself back up towards that top 10. He's around 17th right now. Big gaggle of go-karts headed out of the final corner. Let's give you the update of where everybody sits right now. Again, Alex Stanfield continues to lead. Stoll Sermanis, Oliver Hodgson, Gavin Bailiff, Aiden Levy, your top 5. Then it's Mossman, Connor Ferris, Dustin Salavaria, Christian Miles, and ZCD, Zach Clandamello up into the top 10, but it may have just shuffled around there. As you can see, a lot of drivers 2 and 3 abreast. Aiden Rudolph got shuffled to the wayside there in turn 1.
Yeah, the fight is on, and it is on in a big way. There's Vincent just losing a spot there. I think it's Cedric Lupian making things happen, I believe, in that RPG ride. As they start coming out of turn number 7 is a gaggle. As you can see, they're going down to turn number 9 already side by side. They're going to single file up and then going down into turn number 9. A little bit of bumper action there. Guys are starting to try to make things happen. 3 wide into the final corner. You think better of it? That is Fletcher trying to make things happen with that SKUSA plate number 1.
Yeah, Jeremy Fletcher in that pack. Connor Zilish is in there. Ariel Elkin was the driver that got rooted out of the way. Here's Austin Jurers, another rookie standout, making a pass down in turn 1. There's Jake French all the way buried back behind, and there is Zilish. So Connor Zilish right now way down after that big moment a couple laps ago. Zilish is P20. So long way to go forward here for Connor Zilish. As up front, Alex Stanfield continues to lead. Stoll Sermanis in second, Oliver Hodgson in third. They've started to build a pretty healthy gap back to Aiden Levy in the 4th spot.
Indeed they have. It's Stanfield over Stoll Sermanis, as you said. Stoll Sermanis this time by a little bit slower, but you know who was quicker? Oliver Hodgson. Oliver Hodgson quicker than the top 2. He is coming, but Aiden Levy and Frankie Mossman all hitting the 46.1s about 0.2 quicker than the leaders.
Alex Stanfield has had some really safe heat races, Mike. He's been able to kind of get away in both of the heats yesterday with just kind of one driver close. That first heat race, Chase Jones was close to him. The second one other driver close. Stanfield didn't really have a whole lot of action coming his way. He's probably had one of the safest weeks when it comes to the pole man in qualifying. Almost every class, the front row from qualifying has been shuffled around in at least one, if not both of their heat races. Alex Stanfield in that Team GWR Tony Kart has had a pretty consistent weekend so far, and right now it's continuing. 4 laps to go, 4 laps to go, I believe, if not 5. As they come across. They got the halfway last time by, so this should be 6 down, 4 to go. Here comes a challenge to Stanfield, though. Stoll Sermanis down the inside. Thomas Stoll Sermanis on that National Motorsports Energy Kart to the lead.
New leader Stoll Sermanis. Stanfield didn't let him go, but didn't really fight too hard here. Knew he had some time to do so. It is Stoll Sermanis, then Stanfield, and here comes Hodgson. Hodgson now within about 3 kart lengths, but if these guys fight too much, you're going to have a very fast Aiden Levy, Frankie Mossman, and more coming just behind.
Yeah, Gavin Bailiff is there. Connor Ferris is there. A little gap back to Christian Miles in the 8th position. Let's go side by side here. We've got Elliot Cox in the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. Down trackside with Kendall.
Down here with Elliot Cox. Elliot, this is your first SuperNats in the senior division. How's your weekend going so far?
It's been all right. There's definitely been speed there. We've had some setbacks in the heat races, but not very bad finishes. I think if we can have another decent finish here, we'll have a pretty good starting spot for Super Sunday.
How are you expecting the racing to go throughout the whole entire field today?
I think the racing is going to be interesting. It's been a mixed bag between how racy it's been. Some people will be smart, some people not so much, but that's how it is.
Well, good luck today, Elliot, and have a good rest of your weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Well, that's going on. We were watching the battle up front. Stoll Sermanis, Stanfield, and now Hodgson right on the back bumper. We've got 2 laps to go. I expect Hodgson to make the move. He's closing down the back straightaway. There it is to the inside. Hodgson, he's going to try to pick up 1. Stanfield lets him go, trying to slot back in. He wants to make sure it stays a 3-horse race.
Yeah, Alex Stanfield playing this one pretty smart so far. He has not been overzealous, has not been over-aggressive, just playing what comes to him. I think they may have just gone a little bit high on the tire pressures, right? Everybody expected that they were going to probably have to raise a little bit with the chillier temperatures this morning, but for Alex Stanfield, might have just been a little bit too much because he's fading in these last couple laps. On the opposite end, Oliver Hodgson has continued to get quicker. Same for Frankie Mossman. He's gone around Aiden Levy for that 4th spot, digging forward on that Team Bennett CRG. White flag in the air. Thomas Stoll Sermanis, your leader here on the final lap.
Stoll Sermanis has the lead, but the lead is half a second. It should be enough as long as he can hit his marks. Hodgson, it might just be too little, too late to try to make the lead happen.
And on top of that, there were yellow flags flying the previous lap over in turn 5. I think they may still be waving as they clear a card out of turn number 6, so no pass opportunity there. Hodgson digging forward. It'd be a great result to at least get away a second. That's still only 2 points on the heat race total for Oliver Hodgson, so that's up a couple from his starting spot. Again, he's picked up 6, rolled off 8th here in this heat race. Oliver Hodgson on that J3 competition factory comp kart, trying to get closer. Unfortunately, it will not be enough. Thomas Stoll Sermanis on the National Motorsports Energy Kart will get himself another heat race win here as he comes across the line. He's already got 1 already with that win around the outside on Christian Miles in that first heat race of the weekend. He picks up his 2nd heat race win, so great heat race result here for Thomas Stoll Sermanis. He gets the win over Hodgson and Alex Stanfield. He's going to be called. Frankie Mossman, he picks up 8 spots to get himself into that 4th position. Moves himself into the top 5. Aiden Levy picks up 5. Levy had an issue, I believe, in one of the heat races, so kind of making up for that bad result by picking up 5 spots here to 5th. Gavin Bailiff, again, a decent result for him. He gets into that 6th position. Connor Ferris gets up into 7th. ZCD, Zach Clamanamel, has been coming from buried in the pack. All 3 heat races has picked up anywhere from about 8 to 12 spots. He picks up 11 in that one to get himself into 9th. Connor Zillish, you can see, after getting marred back with that big-time move, you got to believe maybe there was a little bit of damage to him, because from 20th, he only made it back up to 18th there, as you can see on the screen for Connor Zillish. We called Josh Campbell as one of the many drivers that got kind of tagged around. There were a few other that had issues there, but your top 10 beyond ZCD goes back to Cedric Lupien to round it off. Dustin Salaveria falls back a few spots to 11th. Dalton Haynes 12th. Oscar Priest, the Australian, in 13th. Jeremy Fletcher picks up 10. Only gets himself to 14th, though. That's still decent in the results. But at best right now, Jeremy Fletcher might be looking at only a top 20 starting spot for the series champion here come Super Sunday. He'll have a lot of work to do for the main event tomorrow, Mike.
Yeah, well, he's at least in the main event, right? That's the thing, too. A lot of these KA senior drivers were worried about that LCQ program. They were talking about these drivers making big moves. Zachary, Clement DeMello, Cedric Lupien getting the 11 and 12 spots respectively. Jeremy Fletcher with 10. It gets you up near the best you possibly can and out of the LCQ.
Well, with all that in mind here, the flags are waving in the wind. The beautiful Rio Hotel, all-suite hotel and casino there, right on the sunny and blue skies in Las Vegas. Not a cloud in the sky here this morning, and we're ready as the track cleanup continues. When we come back, it's the other half of the KA100 Senior class presented by AMR Medic West, coming your way for SKUSA SuperNationals 25 live on Kart Chaser, presented by Porsche.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching, to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
welcome back here to the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino. Here's a look at your starting lineup for KA100 Senior Group C and D. Rolston Performance Group's Chase Hand will roll off on the inside for the very first time this week after having to start on the outside for the 2 heat races yesterday. He gets the pole award here for the final heat race on the weekend. To his outside, it'll be the AMK Race Products EOS kart of Alexander Kardashian, who has had kind of up and down runs through the heats, but at least finished inside the top 10 for both so far, I believe. We go back to row number 2 here on the grid. To the inside there, you will find the number 9, 10. It is the Super Tune USA Tony Kart of Peyton Phillips. Phillips yesterday got absolutely railroaded into the pit lane on a middle of one of the heat races. A lot of work to do for him to make sure he stays safe, but he's got a great safe starting spot on the inside of row 2 there in third. Hopefully he can make his way on up the grid and potentially to a heat race win. To his outside there from the number 9-10, you go back to the outside of row 2. He's got his teammate, the 994, John Burke, and that Super 2 Tony Kart been running with them all season long, and it builds here to Las Vegas, the biggest race of the year. You go back to row number 3, to the inside starting P5. It'll be the number 920 Charles Leclerc kart, one of the many international entries joining us here this weekend. Starting to the inside there on the AMR Medic West KA100 Senior class as we pull our starting grid on forward, and then we'll work our way on back the grid as well here from there. You can see that we've just got a moment before they'll fire the engines up. To the outside of there, we'll find Caleb Schrader and the Rolston Performance Group Cosmic rolling off in P6. Chase Jones will be to the outside of him, and that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic there in 8th. We saw him earlier through the weekend have a really crazy start in that first heat race, get himself a P2 result behind Alex Stanfield. So MPG Motorsports' own with already a P2 result should be pretty safe when it comes to this one here, as long as he stays inside that top 10. Down to his inside, though, to complete the other half of row number 4, starting P7. I'll see if I can ID him. It looks to be Blake Nash aboard that Nash Motorsports EOS kart as the engines come to life here. Blake Nash, good qualifying results in both of the senior classes, X30 Pro and KA100 Senior. Really good start to the weekend on the times, and then kind of up and down through the heat races for him, getting thrown in with all the Wolves in X30 Pro, his rookie season there this year. And K100 Senior last year, looking to kind of make up for that result. It's Jai Brown, my apologies there, in the number 920 Charles Leclerc kart for PSL Karting. Rounding your top 10, Finnegan Bailiff. Again, Gavin Bailiff had a little better qualifying run than his older brother Finn. We'll see if he can make his way forward and beat Gavin's result for heat number 3. Both of the brothers split up for most of their heat races here this weekend. Finnegan Bailiff on the inside of row number 5. To his outside, the Team GWR Red Speed of Noah Rosser. You go back to Aiden Ingrata on that Speed Concepts Racing CRG in 11th. We talked to Elliot Cox, rolls off P12. Been a decent week for him in his SuperNationals debut, and one of his first ever KA100 Senior starts as well. Been running a lot of local races up at the Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. He rolls off P12. Again, P13, Gia Cicero, and that Rolston Performance Group Cosmic's been working all year to continue to work on her program to get herself good. To her outside, Oliver Calvo in the Speed Concept Racing Red Speed. Oliver Calvo, P14, right? That normally, if it was a 14th average, he'd be safe, Mike. But he had that DNF with a big crash in the final corner in one of the opening heat races yesterday. Oliver Calvo is going to need to do some work, make some hay to make sure he stays above that cut line to not have to go to that last chance qualifier.
Well, and that's just it. These drivers who are hanging out in the teen area of the starting grid, if they did not actually have a good finish, we actually already have somebody through the barriers and going into turn number 6. This is not, you can almost look at, if you can see the marbles, I'm not sure we get on the screen, but there's a lot of marbles have developed on the outside. And so if you start trying to warm your tires up, you need to get the heat into them. But if you end up going too wide, and you can see the tracks through the marbles already, going too wide could end up being the barriers instead.
And a lot of that came just from warm-up because Superkarts USA has the TrackWorks team working overnight and early in the morning to clean it up. They've got some street sweepers here to try and clean it off as best they can. But again, some drivers put on new tires and just naturally, again, the tire wear with the marbles track to the outside of the groove, and it just gets so treacherous, again, for everybody here. So as the field will work its way out of turn number 11, that's the tricky part of the outside lane. You got a cold racetrack, cold tires, and really, really dirty parts of the track off the groove on that second and third lane around the outside. So it'll be tricky for Alexander Kardashian to make it work. He's tried a couple different strategies. Some have worked out better than others in the first 2 heats. He's going to have to find a way around it here again. into the lanes, on the power, green flag in the air, great jump for Chase Hand down on the inside. He'll bring Peyton Phillips with him. Jai Brown will go as well, and Phillips gets to the inside to turn 2. Does he get the lead? He does. Peyton Phillips gets through.
And Blake Nash, actually, you saw he was even clear of Kardashian by the time they made it through turn number 1. The driver starting all the way back in row number 4 was able to get all the way up into, looks like 5th, as they start heading down in turn number 7.
So Blake Nash, great start here. He blocks the inside on what looked to be maybe Jai Brown there, as there's yellow flags back in turn 5 with a crash further back. We'll get you IDs on who's fallen to the tail of the field. It was outside the top 15, I believe, that it happened in. Up front, Peyton Phillips blocking the bottom side. Chase Hand, everybody has to go low. Kardashian finds a hole on the inside of Blake Nash, catches him sleeping there. Then it's the 978 of, I believe, Hunter Kelly. Hunter Kelly in that Speed Sense Motorsports X-Free up 7 spots on the opening lap. And Chase Hand, having gotten around Peyton Phillips, who left the door open. Phillips is going to lose 1, 2, 3, 4, nearly 5 spots in turn number 1. Terrible move for Peyton Phillips there. Just left the door open on the backstretch, and he'll lose, actually, I think, another 6 spots in one straightaway for Peyton Phillips from P1 back to P7 or P8.
With these first few laps, it is one part aggression, another part patience, as the tires are not quite there yet. You want to try to make up spots. It's a great time to do it at the very beginning, but that move that takes you in the wrong spot or that wrong choice, you can go backwards in a big hurry.
You can pay the price heavily. Peyton Phillips did now. One more driver wide. Hunter Kelly gets knocked wide there behind. Here's up front. Jai Brown inside on Aiden Ingrata. Jai Brown back to 3rd. Ingrata was up 8 spots. He's still up 7. Great move forward for the Speed Concepts Racing CRG as up towards the lead. Finnegan Bailiff. What a great start for the TKG Kart Republic. Up to 2nd. Ingrata's going to go back on Jai Brown here again. That's what we're talking about. Those moves in turn number 10 on the final corner with a big pack just makes you a sitting duck on the front straightaway. Problems for Hunter Kelly. The bad luck continues here for him on that lap. He already lost 1 spot, got shuffled wide. He got turned around sideways in turn number 1. And Hunter Kelly, the Californian for Speed Sense Motorsports, all the way to the rear of the field as Chase Hand leads them into turn number 8.
Chase Hand is the leader, but actually the driver that I think has got the best start to this thing. How about Finnegan Bailiff? Up 7 spots in P2. Just behind him, you see the move. That is Kardashian making his way back up to 4th. Remember, Kardashian started on the outside pole and was 6th by the time they came through the first corner. Horrible start, but now starting to make inroads to the front as they go down into turn number 1 once again.
Down into turn number 1. Kardashian blocks the low side. Blake Nash right behind him there. So Kardashian, good move. Makes that move in 10 and protects enough in turn 1 that he doesn't become that sitting duck deal of being a couple cars back after the pass down the long drafting straightaway. So Alexander Kardashian looking, I think, probably more put together than those first 2 heat races combined. He looks like he's got a pretty racy EOS kart there underneath him. Aiden Ingrata also applying some pressure on Finnegan Bailiff. Bailiff has kind of not been able to really keep a close touch to Chase Hand. Hand is about a 3-car length cushion, but it's Hand by that over Bailiff, Ingrata, Kardashian, and Blake Nash still hanging on to 5th. John Birch got himself back up to 6th after losing a couple spots from P4 on the grid, and Peyton Phillips P7 as here comes Ingrata on Bailiff. You knew that was coming, but he overshot it. Big time slide from Aiden Ingrata. Nash gets around him as well. Aiden Ingrata nearly 2nd, had it for about maybe 50 feet, and then now he's back to 5th.
I was just going to say that lap 4 here is when you start getting the heat in the tires where you want, where you can start doing some attacks, but not quite enough. Actually, down to the inside is Kardashian. That's for P2 on Bailiff. Again, Bailiff starting to fall off the back of Chase Hand just a little bit. Kardashian going the other direction. He wants to go try to get to the lead.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think Alexander Kardashian looks like he might be one of the strongest drivers here early on in this heat race. He has just moved forward every single lap, managed that start decently from the outside lane, didn't lose too much. Now he's going to have a prime opportunity. End of this long straightaway to the bumper at Chase Hand. He'll push him into 1, not going to pass this time by as Blake Nash goes down the inside for 3rd on Bailiff.
Bailiff starting to head the wrong direction. You talked about maybe a tire pressure change or tire pressure being too high in the previous race that we just watched with KA Senior. Maybe that's the case with Bailiff. He had a great start, got up to 2nd, up 7 spots out of the gate, but now starting to slip backwards. Back to 4th right now, as you say. Blake Nash just got by. Blake Nash needs to start making some hay to try to close the gap up to Kardashian.
Finnegan Bailiff there got into Blake Nash a little bit, kind of tripped him up. Now he's going to have a driver looking on the inside of him. John Burke down the inside. He'll bring Peyton Phillips with him as well. Aiden Ingrata's looking to go. It's going to put Finnegan Bailiff in a terrible spot here. And we got contact back there. Brent Cruz and Elliott Cox got together back at the back. Cox was not happy about it. Here into turn 1. Burke inside. Phillips inside. Bailiff Going to lose maybe one more. Jai Brown was looking on him there as we look back to the front. Chase Hand, Alexander Kardashian. Big time gap back to Blake Nash. They're starting to pull away.
Well, that's all about Kardashian right now. He's had multiple opportunities to make something happen. Is actually an issue a little bit further back there in turn number 6. Drivers trying to get things together.
That was Chase Jones and Finnegan Bailiff coming together in turn number 6. Jones slow to get back going. Terrible work here for Chase Jones. What a good couple heat races. He's got a burner one now. That's going to just about put him out of contention, and it could potentially put him again in that danger zone to have to go to the last chance qualifier. Down the backstretch here, 3 laps to go. Kardashian continues to work with Chase Hand and build that gap.
Indeed, and fastest lap coming out of Kardashian right there, 46.0, fastest driver on the course. Kardashian showing the patience, showing the poise. He wants to make sure he can have 2 good finishes. Best way to do that, make sure there's only 2 drivers who have a shot at it.
So now Alexander Kardashian putting in the work there to keep it just to him and Chase Hand, not have the same fate as Finnegan Bailiff or Chase Jones with a bad heat result. He can run second here. He'll be safe inside the top 10 with a result like that after his 2 top 10 results in the heat races and then a P2 here. Back behind him, the battle rages on, but these 2 are safe. Double sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. Chase Hand leads over Alexander Kardashian down the backstretch for the penultimate time.
I think Chase Hand's just able to get out of the final corner a little bit better than Kardashian. As they go down in the back straightaway, you can see he's able to pull just a little bit. And so some of it is patience out of Kardashian, who seems to be a little bit quicker in the twisty bits. But as you start coming off the final corner and some of the more higher sustained speed corners, that's where Chase Hand has the advantage. Fastest lap, Chase Hand, he's doing that without any help.
Yeah, we called it Alexander Kardashian looked super strong in those first couple laps. I think just like in the same case for Alex Stanfield, might have come in a little bit too early. Chase Hand has some more speed in the tank. Like you said, went purple last time, has doubled that gap from the previous time around. White flag in the air. Chase Hand in control as he heads out of turn number 11 and down the backstretch for the final time. It's a 3 to 4 car length gap back to Kardashian. Big time gap from Kardashian back to Blake Nash, John Burke, and Jai Brown, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
The fight right there to the inside is going to be Ingrata, I think, going on Jai Brown.
Yeah, nice move by Ingrata there, trying to make back up ground. Couple mistakes from here in this one. Ultimately still up 6 spots into the top 5 for Aiden Ingrata. That'll be the closest thing to a battle I think we'll see on this final lap. Chase Hand has them under control as they exit turn number 7. They'll head for turn number 8. On through, final time, Chase Hand and that Rollison Performance Group Cosmic in his rookie KA100 Senior season. Looking good, feeling good. He'll win heat number 3, Group C and D.
Chase Hand with a W there. Kardashian, Blake Nash, that's a big one for him, up 4 spots. Kept it smart. John Burt in 4th, and then Aiden Ingrata up 6 spots to get 5th. Finishing out the top 10 here, you got Jai Brown, Peyton Phillips, nice little rebound there. Down 4 spots from the start, but still a solid finish after being in the pit lane and stationary earlier. Gia Cicero 8th, Oliver Calvo up 5 spots for 9th, that's solid. But Brent Cruz, big mover into the top 10, 15 spots.
And we'll see. I know Brent Cruz had a bumper penalty in one of his other heats yesterday, but 15 spots gained should put him safely into the show here with a top 10 result in the final heat race. You go back beyond him. Caleb Schrader, 11th. Eduardo Villa picks up 11 spots to get into 12th. 26 spots gained for the HRT Driver Development Cosmic of Ethan Lampe. That's a heck of a run for a kid that had to come from dead last on the grid in all 3 of his heat races.
And remember, he had the issue in the, I think it was the outlap there. They were trying to make things happen, and there was a difference of opinion about the warming of tires or whatever, and he was out. And he's had to work out of that thing the entire time. Ethan Lampe, 26 spots. Huge upgrade for him.
And then you see Chase Jones down there in 35th. He's got a long way to go back. Hopefully, that'll still put him into the show, but a 35-point result. Not what the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic driver would have liked out of that one. He was facing nose deep into the barriers. Heads up driving from Chase Jones, managed that 35th instead of a 45th because he got out of the cart as quick as he could, fired it back up, got back on the racetrack and into the race. And that right there, that move of keeping your head in it, not throwing your hands up, not giving up when your nose into the wall, saving yourself 10, 11 spots. I mean, it could come down, and it always does, to 1 or 2 points. 1 or 2 positions is the difference of being safely into the show and having to go to that last chance qualifier where anything can happen, Mike.
Exactly. If you are, you could be pulled for the last chance qualifier. Nothing is secure. I mean, that's just if you're on pole, you feel like, okay, I got a good shot at this, but you've got everybody breathing down your neck to try to make their way into the final event.
Yeah, you got 40 drivers here trying to get 6 spots in KA Junior and KA Senior. Their last chance qualifiers kick off at 2:15 p.m. Eastern, but heat racing is still coming your way here. Next up, we've got the young guns on the grid here. The Micro Swifts, or no, sorry, I'm mistaken. KA100 Master. Mike corrected me. It's been, I guess a slow and chilly morning. We're chattering our teeth up here, shivering. I'm going to make excuses all I can, but I made the mistake. We'll call it out. KA Masters with E-Cans on Rob Houghton trying to dig through the field. Your way next year, live from the Rio.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Kart Chassis, Tillotson Karts and Engines, Miami, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the Mid and Coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Driver Line is set to finish this year strong.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at mikedotyracing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Welcome back to SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 25 with Kart Chasers live coverage presented by Porsche. My name's Xander Clemens in the booth here with Mike Smith for the KA100 Master class. Mike, it's cool to see this class, but I know for your perspective, it's a little bit of kind of bittersweet or a little burning feeling. You want to be out there.
Oh, these are my guys. I love it. This is my class. I love going with all the Masters drivers, and it's awesome to see this class, its very first year of racing here at the SuperNats. Just a huge field. Again, kudos to Rob Houghton for kind of spearheading, getting everybody in there. And at first it was just, we need to have, 25 to even have a class. Well, they killed that number. We got 41 right here going out here for KA Masters Heat 3.
And for as stacked as it is in KA Master with all kinds of legends getting back behind the wheel from all years of the 25-year history of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals race, Renato Yater-David has been phenomenal. Really, he's been able to pull away in almost every single session. Danilo Romolo rolls off to the outside of him. Then you go back on through. I believe that is going to be the 424 of Bobby Kelly. Rolling off again third as the grid is static, of course. We've seen them together. Kyle Walter, Eric Molinari, Laurent Mardan, Martin Stone, Kyle Uchinsky, Roman Vadans, Johnny Blair. Few drivers outside the top couple have had some bad heat races, but for the most part, it's been pretty consistent through the top 10, so we'll wait and see.
You talk about tough heat races. These guys haven't been able to figure out how to get the starts right.
That's true.
Let's just cross our fingers. Let's get to turn 1 with everybody pointing the right direction.
Yeah, getting to turn 1 is a bit of an issue. That second heat race, the back of the field wadded it up. They look a little better this time. Turn 1 in the first heat race. Big yard sale there. Let's see. Green flag in the air. We're racing down to 1. Renato Yater-David on the inside. Around the outside. And there goes Eric Molinari. And we're going to stack them up here on the outside. It turns 1 and over to 2. About 5 or 6 carts together. But that was off the third row. Eric Molinari in the Ron Wright Racing CRG gets turned sideways in front of the field.
It's amazing we actually were able to do a little bit better. I mean, they did. They killed it. If you want to talk about how it was before, these guys all did a really good job to get through here. Almost all drivers, yes, all drivers rolling here to complete lap number 1 out front. It is Renato Jotter and Bobby Kelly. Bobby Kelly, I think, has been extremely, extremely impressive. Getting back in the seat this year, he's not just close to the front. He might even make a move for the lead, this time by into turn number 1.
He's got an option at it. Oh, no, e-karting news is Rob Howden got collected in the first corner madness. So Rob Howden all the way to the tail of the field there, as you can see. No pass that time from the 424 Bobby Kelly, but hate to see it for Rob Howden, unfortunately. Not a good start to heat number 3. He gets collected and is the worst of it. Tail end of the field for Rob Howden there. He's about half a straightaway back from the next closest car.
Hopefully Rob Howden can just cut fast laps and try to get back up to the front. Maybe a little bit of attrition goes his way. He needs to have a good, solid run, try to move a few spots in the starting lineup. Again, right in the mid-20s, his finishes up to this point. But up front, the leader is Renato Jotter with Bobby Kelly right there. Kelly not able to make anything happen at the end of the straightaway. Already on the needles is Jotter. And those two guys are gone. The fight behind him, however, is getting a little bit stiffer. That is Roman Paddens, Martin Stone, Mario Barrios right in the line.
Yeah, Roman Paddens up 6 spots here. He's moved himself a little bit further up the grid. We're going to do side-by-side action here. Chase Hand we'll get to talk to for the second time this week. He's already had himself a couple good heat race results, and he picked up another heat race win just a moment ago. He's down with Kendall.
Down here at Chase Hand, winner of KA Senior Heat number 3. Seemed to be a pretty easy race for you. Walk us through that event.
Yeah, I started on the pole, and on the start, I just got moved out of the way. I broke early, got moved out of the way, fell to second, took the lead on the second lap, and then led basically halfway through the race, and then got punted again in turn 1, fell back to second, passed for a lead, and just stayed out in front for the rest of the race.
You seem to be on it all the way through. I think you went purple also. Are there any changes going into tomorrow?
The kart's pretty good right now. I don't know if we're going to change much, maybe just a couple small adjustments.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck tomorrow, Chase.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Kendall here. Chase Hand, like he said, kart's pretty good. More contact in the back of the field here, Mike. Who you got?
It is the 458, I believe. I have to double-check where that driver is. 458, Keithan Hutchins.
So Keithan Hutchins on that Magic Kart out of Texas gets tagged into the wall, and he's going to unfortunately get a black flag as he is going to come out just ahead of the leaders. There's the middle of the field. Here's your leaders coming out of the final turn. 4 down, 6 laps to go. Renato Yater-David along with Bobby Kelly, who, like you said, impressive stuff for Bobby Kelly. He's had a couple opportunities to make that move for the lead. Hasn't quite done it. Renato Yater-David's been tuning on the needles almost every single lap. And to give it a little description, when we say tuning on the needles, right, these carburetors on the engines right on the front side of the motor, so you can reach over and you can actually adjust both the high end and the low end to give it a little more fuel or a little less fuel. It's typically known in racing as rich when you got a little bit too much fuel, and lean when the engine doesn't have enough. And the difference is, of course, you want that thing lean will give you a little more quick to power, but you get it too lean, it's going to start to top out, and you're not going to have as much power at the end of the straightaway. Not enough fuel when you get to that high power zone. Renato Yater-David, he's putting his arm over in front of that engine, tuning on it, trying to find a little more pace as we look back now to the fight for P3. Mario Barrios, 8 spots gained. I called him yesterday. I said that, of course, our SKUSA Pro Tour X30 Masters champion. Would not be surprised to see him find more pace as the week continues with that strong powerhouse team, Rawlison Performance Group, and he sure has. Got himself up to 3rd, leads this group over teammate Miguel Mir in that, Martin Stone in that Lando Norris kart, the number 441, then Johnny Blair, then Christian Vomier, then Miguel Mir there, the RPG Cosmic in 8th, then Roman Badans, and then Billy Musgrave, who has had to come from the back of the or midway through the grid. He has picked up spots every single heat race. The factory kart driver up into the top 10, 6 spots gained.
Looked like Johnny Blair just trying to make a move right there, and then a quick over-under by Martin Stone. Stone was looking to try to make a move on Barrios, but Barrios very, very deep under the brakes, all kinds of hands on the wheel to try to keep things going. And now it looks like Von Meer trying to make moves, and his teammate is going to go to the inside. That is Lorenzo Mardan. Mardan to the inside of his teammate Von Meer. Up one more spot for Mardan. Big loser right there. I believe that was actually Stone going backwards.
Yeah, now Miguel Mir taking a look on Christian Vomier. Doesn't pull the trigger. Roman Badans looking back behind him. Then Musgrave and Kyle Yuchinski here. Contact in the back of the field. More crashing going on. This attrition helping out EKN's Rob Howden. He'll pick up another couple spots as he's cut up to the back of the field. You can see one driver. This is the exit of the final turn. One of those high-five performance Tony karts, unfortunately, going around at the exit of turn number 10. And here come the leaders again, all the way to the back half of the field. Renato Yatter David and Bobby Kelly. And Bobby Kelly losing a little bit of touch to the Ursuline Racing Tony kart as we've got a pass, almost pass there from Laurentius Mardan, working the rear bumper of Johnny Blair in that RPG Cosmic. This is the fight for P5 down the backstretch here. Mardan trying to find a way around him.
I said I thought it was Stone going backwards. It was actually Miguel Mir that was in that group. They're wearing the same Lando Norris equipment. Actually, right there, that looked like it was a move up for Mir right there as they come through the S's.
Yeah, Miguel Mir, hard to tell, right? That Lando Norris kart suit. He's typically on the Cruise Racing Development OTK entry, the small team out of Texas, joined up with Rollison Performance Group here for the big show. And Miguel Mir getting, of course, the date off Mario Barrios and company. And here we go, headed on through. The leaders having to work through lap traffic. And they will get through, and it holds up Renato Yatter David. 2 laps to go. The lead is now a big-time battle headed to turn number 1. Back to here's third coming across the line. That's Barrios and company. But down in turn 1 here, we're trying to find the angle, trying to look for the leaders. This is still back for third, unfortunately. Barrios over Stone. There's your leaders. And Renato Yatter was able to hang on for the moment. But Bobby Kelly, that gap that he had to the lead thanks to the lap traffic that did not get out of the way, is now back open. And we got yellow flags in turn 7. Big crash in the wall. Here come the leaders. They're going to come out of the final, or out of that hairpin. Have to go around him. And again, Renato Yatter David, he's like trying to get around a minefield, it seems, to get through to this heat race, Mike.
Yeah, and actually Bobby Kelly did get the job done, but it was an over-under for Jotter to make the spot back. David now has got one more lap. Now, to the same token, so does Kelly. Kelly right on the back bumper. This is a fight for the win. Lots of fighting going on further back, but the one we're going to be watching right here is Bobby Kelly to the inside of turn number 1. Can he hold on to it this time? Holds the inside, crossover. David's got it again.
Great move for the second lap in a row. Renato Yatter David gets the lead back away. Now here, Bobby Kelly. Does he get another shot at him? The yellow flags are still waving, unfortunately, in turn 7, so no passing can happen over here as they finally clear the racetrack of the carnage. The leaders are through. 2 corners to go. Headed to turn number 8. Renato Yatter David looking strong. Bobby Kelly right behind. Outside, inside, final turn, more contact in the last turn. Yellow flag's not waving, they'll let him race. Can a crossover move happen? Kelly hit the curb. It'll be Renato Yatter David across the line.
I'll tell you what, David's happy that one's over. I mean, it looked like he kind of had her under control. And then with lap traffic not really being on the same page there, that little bit of a gap evaporated. Kelly had a couple of shots at him. The over-under at least 3 times for Jotter to hold on to that thing.
So there we go as the last bit of the field comes across here for KA100 Master. We talk about situation Saturday of who's going to the big dance here, at least all 44, including Rob Howden, who's going to come across the line, pick up a couple more spots there by the end in the 437 EKN RPG Cosmic. With all the attrition that happened there at the end, Rob Howden gets just about back to where he started in 36. That's going to feel kind of, again, a little bit bittersweet, right? Because he knows had he been where he started and just stayed with all the guys around him on the starting grid, he probably would have picked up just 10 spots off all the crashing. Luckily, though, this was the heat with the most of it, so he ends up still back to neutral, it seems like. And I think with the way his points shake out, he should start probably inside the top 30, maybe pushing towards about 25th and that was the goal for him. Finish every single heat race. He unfortunately gets into an incident, but he finishes that one here, and so do the top 10. Renato Yater-David over Bobby Kelly. Martin Stone, you look down the order here, and a few other drivers. Something happened to Mario Barrios there late in that one. He falls all the way down to 16th, was in third. We looked to that battle for the lead, and Barrios must have kind of got sideways or something. Kyle Uchinsky, unfortunately, Kyle Walther, two drivers that started inside the top 10. They get down in the 40s. We saw Keithan Hutchins in the wall, David Fedler, Scott Blind, 46th, 47th, 48th here. Big swing in this final heat race on Situation Saturday for KA100 Master. Renato Yater-David, though, perfect. All three heat races, 0 points. He'll start on the pole for Super Sunday tomorrow. And just like that, the KA classes are cleared out. Junior, Senior, Master. Now, I can officially say it here, the micros are coming your way. The young guns, 7 to 10 years old, racing in the streets here in Las Vegas. You're watching Super Kart USA SuperNationals 25 with Kart Chasers live coverage presented by Porsche. We'll be right back.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovk.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back to the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino, and you can see all the country flags there flapping in the wind. The breeze still going here. It's probably 5 to 10 mile an hour winds we've got here this morning. Going across the racetrack right now, actually hitting us a little bit in our face, so a little bit of a headwind. But hey, the Micro Swifts getting set to go. Antonio Pizzognanito getting set to lead them off, and then Orsolone Racing Parolin. He'll be set to take the young guns out onto it. The grandstand's starting to fill up here just a little bit more. Everyone with jackets on and everything to weather the cold here, Mike, but they're out here in Vegas to watch all the youngsters get set to go green here. So there's a shot as we slowly get more and more drivers and families and everyone watching the track conditions continue to fill on up here live from the Super Kart USA SuperNationals from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino, and everyone getting into it. The energy starting to get up here, Mike, and it's going to be full grandstands with everybody watching to see who makes it into the show with those LCQs coming at 2:15 p.m. Eastern, 11:15 p.m. or 11:15 a.m. local time.
Yeah, exactly. You get KA Junior and KA Senior. Going to be putting on a show here. We're going to do a little bit of a break after this heat race so the SKUSA officials can get all the calculations exactly like you had said earlier, find out who's in the show, who's out of the show, and then we will have the show right after that. And then before we get into the afternoon, of course, the lunch break, with lots of action with the next thing coming up, heat race for micros.
Heat race for micros. Let's go back to the starting grid here. We'll take you on through. Antonio Pizzogno on the inside. To the outside, it'll be the number 60 SLC team, Paralyn of Alexander Procuna. You go back to the inside of row number 2. It'll be Rocco Simone, and that national number 1, your current 2022 champion on the Paralyn USA factory kart down on the inside of row number 2. To his outside of Rocco Simone as they get the engines coming to life. It'll be the 4th place starter as our camera guy has to make sure he's clear of the way there because they're about to roll onto the racetrack. But for your microswift class presented by Paralyn USA, there's the command to send them on out, and it'll be Jackson Gibson, of course, and that number 11, Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic, getting set to go. So the final heat race for the morning groups, heat number 3 for the micros. We talked about it at their warm-up session as well. It's been a pack race almost every single session. For a little bit at heat number 1, Rocco Simone was able to get away and looked like he had an edge, but it wasn't exactly the same in heat number 2. And we got a spinner in the back. The number 81 of Mateus Romulo has gone around on the outlap. Talking about, again, drivers unfortunately having issues. Romulo is going to get himself back going, but in this massive field of 40-plus drivers here, he's got a long way to catch back up before the commitment line. Mateus Romulo, unfortunately, in this final heat race might suffer a 10-second penalty getting back into position.
Yeah, his position's all the way up in 8th, it looks like. So at 8th position is where he wants to be, and he's actually rolling out there about 30th. And with the outlaps being as quick as they are, you're almost guaranteed a 10-second penalty. But we talked about it. You need to take the 10-second penalty. Like, get as high up there as you possibly can. Get slotted in. Even if you have that penalty, it's still going to be better than if you were to hang out there and start in 30.
Yeah, because best case scenario, you're burning more than 10 seconds passing. Worst case scenario, you get wrecked in that hornet's nest of the middle of the field and back of the field. So better to try and make that spot up no matter what. We'll see what Mateus Romulo does as he slowly catches up to the back of the field there in the number 81. And he's going to try and dive his way forward back behind the field to get himself up to position. He's kind of in the midst of it all. Needs to let them hopefully get himself back into the spot. He slots himself up a little bit further. Here comes the field on out of the final turn. You'll see Romulo trying to get himself back up to P8 as the field exits turn number 11. Here's Romulo on the inside there. They're 3 wide. He's trying to find a place into line. We'll see if they let him get into his spot. And it looks like he's been able to find a place in line. So Mateus Romulo able to get himself back in the top 10. After the commitment cone, we'll have that violation, but he will be able to start near the top 10. And here we are, under power, looking good. Green flag in the air. We're racing down to turn number 1. Pizzogno to the bottom side. To the outside, Alexander Procuna. Side by side at the exit of the first corner. Everybody makes it through cleanly.
Everybody makes it through cleanly, and it's tough to do when you got that many little cadets going through there, and these guys actually have no qualms about going too wide through the S's. Where we see the adult rides, they all go, nah, I'd rather not. These guys, oh, heck yeah, pack racing all the way through. Let's go.
Well, it's a little bit easier when the cars are a little bit smaller,
exactly.
For sure. But, yeah, these kids, no fear whatsoever. And a great start for Antonio Pizzogno to the lead. Rocco Simone into second, right behind him. Then it's Procuna. Then Jackson Porter on the High V factory card in 4th. Jackson Gibson is 5th. Romulo is 6th. Troy Ferguson 7th. Cameron Marcia 8th on the Nitro kart. 1 down, 9 to go. Side by side for the lead already. Here comes Rocco Simone to the point down to turn number 1.
Jackson Porter, another big mover there. You see him down to the inside too. He's looking for another spot on Procuna. Boom. There you go. You got Jackson Porter up. That is actually 5 spots up in about 1 lap.
Great pass there in turn number 1 for Jackson Porter, and he didn't lose too much time at all in the maneuver. So he now closes up to Antonio Pizzogno. But everybody in that main group, they've got to get together because Rocco Simone's pulled away once before. He might be able to do it again as we see Procuna go back on Porter, retakes the 3rd spot. And Rocco Simone already on that Paralyn USA factory team number 1 with a 4-car length lead exiting turn number 9.
Jackson Gibson now trying to enter the conversation. Going to make the move to the inside on Porter. Gibson up 1 more spot. The crossover from Porter's not enough, but how about Troy Ferguson right in there too? Porter's like, nah, don't pass me. Work with me. I don't know that Bennett Kart driver, Troy Ferguson's going to do it. No, he's not. To the inside. Here comes Porter. Porter's going to go. He's going to have Ferguson with him. Up 2 spots. Gibson down 2.
So Jackson Gibson picks up 1 in turn 10, loses 2 down in turn number 1. Back up front here, Antonio Pizzogno has company for second. He's got the pressure coming from Alexander Procuna, and then again Jackson Porter in that high V factory cart headed back to turn number 7. They'll head out of the corner here. Big time lead for your race leader, Rocco Simone. You can see him all the way about nearly a second up the road now from Antonio Pizzogno. Let's see if Procuna can find a way around the Ursuline Racing Parolin. Out of turn number 9 into turn number 10. Doesn't go there. I think that's honestly a smart move by Procuna. Wait. Don't do it now because he's got a whole pack behind. He'll get freight trained in 1. He's going to do it, I think, right here, though, Mike. Big run down the backstretch here. Pizzogno looks back and come in with a big head of steam. Does Procuna capitalize? He'll push him. I'm surprised by that, seeing the leader get away. But, you know, in this case, maybe he believes that Pizzogno is decent enough to lead them back forward. But I would not say so. I wouldn't bet my chips on that if we're talking gambling in Vegas.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, fastest driver on track right now, Jackson Porter. He is in the 4th spot. I don't think patience is going to be in the conversation. If he has another opportunity to make the move, he's going to take it. There's a move actually just behind him. I believe that was Ferguson, or Gibson, I think, trying to make the move there. Now we got the lead just continues to grow here for Simone. And actually contact there in turn number 9. That was Procuna and Pizzogno there. No move in the final corner. Contact again. They're not working together. Like that's not how, if you're going to not make the move, then you need to push and work together to get to the front. But all we're doing is we're seeing the lead for Simone now grow to almost 2 seconds.
So now Procuna finally pulls the trigger, goes by Pizzogno, then Jackson Porter, and then back behind him. Big time move by Mateus Romalo. It is going to throw Jackson Gibson all the way back about 4 spots back for the Pacific Northwest driver on the RPG Cosmic. He'll drop to about 8th or 9th as they shuffle through turn number 6. So not a great turn number 1 that time, unfortunately, for Jackson Gibson. Out of turn number 7 here this time, coming to see the halfway marker, 5 in, 5 to go. And that margin, Mike, it's almost 2 seconds. Probably will be 2 seconds by the time they hit the timing loop this time by from your race leader of Rocco Simone back to Alexander Procuna. Pass for 4th. Oh, we got big contact here. Big contact, unfortunately. Turn number 7. One of the Parolin drivers has gotten together with, I believe, it might be another Parolin. We'll check on those drivers here. That could be huge. That driver, they're going to check him out, see if they can get the track clear. If they can't, we could go full course yellow here at the halfway marker. And that'd be borderline of whether or not they finish the heat. If they do, they're trying to clear all the carnage. I think they will. Both drivers are up. No, red flag. Oh, no. Rocco Simone did not want to see that. They will stop them. Red flags in the air as we go to check out the driver in the incident at the exit of turn number 7. You saw him there for a moment on the ground. That's the last thing you want to see here, Mike. Obviously, tough sight to see there.
No, exactly. And obviously they thought that there might have been an issue there, so they're going straight to red flag. They can have that driver checked out so they can get the EMTs on board. We'll hopefully see he's going to be a little bit in good shape. But while that's going on, I think we'll take a little bit of a break here, wait for this red flag to clear. We'll hear about how our driver's doing. But for now, take a break before we come back here for the second part of Micro.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16 week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed.
Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
All right, so we've got the drivers, as you can see, pushing behind the wall. They've opened the gap over at turn number 7, and that will do it. We were right at the halfway mark, just past it. They'll go back to the completion of lap number 5 per the rules, but it's right at the point where they can call the heats early. It becomes complete once they hit the halfway marker, so that will make Rocco Simone the heat race winner in the final heat race of the weekend. 2 heat wins for Rocco. It should put him in a really good spot for tomorrow, if not for sure on the pole. Alexander Procunha will end second. Antonio Pizzogno-Nito ends third. Mateus Hermalo fourth. Jackson Porter on the Hy-Vee factory cart will end in fifth. Then Karen Marcia sixth. Troy Ferguson seventh. Royce Vega eighth. Jackson Gibson in ninth. And then Nicholas Orbezo in 10th. The driver involved that they were checking on, we'll get an update when we can, was Jaime Garcia on the Parallel USA entry, so we'll see if we can get an update on him, on Jaime here in a moment.
Yeah, and actually, DC here, David Cole just lets me know his leg was sore a little bit, but he's all right.
Good to know. So the driver is okay, but that red flag does put, unfortunately, a bit of a damper end to the heat racing action here from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. There's a little bit of break for 2 reasons here before the last chance qualifiers get underway. First and foremost, to make sure the calculations are right. Do them once, do them twice, do them thrice, because you got to make sure that you get it right and you send the right guys into that deal and the right guys for sure in the top 34. But also, per standard SuperCarts USA protocol, there is a protest window at the end of each session. So for any extra review, if anyone wants to try and get a penalty reversed or penalty added, there has to be a little window for that. There's, of course, tech as well. It goes through at the end of these heat races. So to give time for all that to process, then make the results official, and then give the drivers that do have to go race that last chance qualifier time to prepare for that session, because you have 2 sets of tires on the week, Mike. Typically, the goal is save that second new set for Super Sunday. But if you're on a do-or-die situation, you're going to mount up your brand new set of Avinco tires for this last chance qualifier to give yourself the best opportunity to get there.
Yeah, and the last chance qualifier is only 10 laps. So it's going to have to happen very, very quickly. The last chance qualifier, again, as you say, only so many drivers are going to make it into the show. And when you've got just 10 laps to do it, and you've got, well, what could be as many as 40 or so drivers there, you want to have the best shot. You want to make sure you go back to the truck and make sure everything's perfect on your go-kart. Try something. If you're further back and you're like, well, take a swing. We have nothing to lose here. We try to get in the show.
Yeah, take a stab at it, right? I mean, you got nothing to lose. We've seen it a few times here in Las Vegas where drivers have maybe, if they felt they had really, really good pace, that they would stick on their used tires. But at this point in the weekend, you've not only got that 6 to 7 minute qualifying session, so that's probably around 6 or 7 total laps, maybe 8 with the outlap already on the tires. But then on top of that, you have 3 10-lap heat races. That's 4 total heat cycles, nearly 40 laps on those Avinco tires. That's a big, big disadvantage if you end up opting to not go for new. So you will see pretty much the entire LCQ fields putting on sticker new tires here. And again, all that prep time that they need before we go green at 15 past the top of the hour, that's just what's going on right now.
Yeah, you end up putting them on in the final if you're in the final, right? But to get there is more important if you're on the cusp. So as you say, I would be extremely surprised if there was anybody in the LCQ that did not have the brand new Avinco skins on there.
There's nothing worse, right? It bites already. We have a number of national events that do have those last chance qualifier races, but they're typically in the format of a qualifying pre-final final, or at least on the major race day on Sunday morning. In this case here for the Las Vegas SuperNationals, your weekend could be done here at 11:15 on Saturday, and you've got your flight out Sunday night or Monday morning, and nothing hurts worse than watching your class race on the racetrack and you're not in it.
Yeah, no, exactly. Especially if you're someone who was going to be in the conversation, right? If you go into this event, it's not just an experience. I mean, everybody wants to make the final, but getting a chance to come out here and do your first Super Nats, even if you don't make the Super Final, like, man, I still learned a bunch and all this other kinds of stuff. If you're someone who comes in here and you're expecting to be in the conversation for the win and you don't make the show, that's a double sting.
That hurts, right? And there's always a couple names like that. We're going to see that today here in KA Senior and Junior with some guys that have had some bad heats. We've called it a lot. There's a lot of big-name guys that had one blemish, if not two, that could be really quick, having to work their way forward, and you just never know, right? The wrecks can happen anywhere. 40 drivers go in, 6 get to come out by the end of it all, and it's just mayhem from start to finish.
Yeah, and you would think that 6th is going to be where the fight is, but so often in these LCQs, we find that drivers don't remember that, and they end up fighting for the LCQ win, which, okay, fair. I think it does place you 2 or 3 spots higher at the back of the final, but why?
Why?
If you can't just push and get to the end. Having seen so many of these LCQs, guys, if you're in the top couple and you don't have to fight, push, 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 and just get a free ride.
Get yourself into the show. That's all this is about. Just stay in the top 6. If you're safe there, 3rd, 4th, 2nd, 1st, doesn't matter. It's literally a 1-spot difference that could go either way depending how you start, because you know you're going to start in the upper 30s for that final on Super Sunday. So just make it into the show. Again, that stuff is coming up here in just a little moment. We'll go on the live stream, of course, keep that thing up, show you guys the picturesque views here around Las Vegas. We'll be back at 2:15 p.m. Eastern Time with the first of the 2 last chance qualifiers. KA100 Junior presented by Think60.org, KA100 Senior presented by AOR Medic West. Both of those classes at 15 past the hour for Junior, 30 past the hour for KA Senior. The last chance to be a part of Super Sunday comes right at those times here. So we'll be right back. Super Karts USA SuperNationals 25. Kart Chasers live coverage here, going out to everyone all around the world. For thousands of you tuning in here, thanks to Porsche for making it possible to be able to stream this deal, of course, alongside Super Karts USA. We'll be back at 11:15 a.m. local time, 2:15 p.m. Eastern Time.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back here to SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 25, and you can see it's a hot commodity to get those spots at the top side of the grandstands here. It's slowly filling up. And joining me in the booth for the first time here in the morning sessions this week is Rob Howden here, Mr. eKartingNews.com, Mr. SuperNationals voice. And we're ready to call the last chance qualifier situation Saturday, Rob. And it's Christmas Eve, right before Super Sunday.
Indeed, it is Christmas Eve. Tomorrow, of course, obviously the best day of the year if you're a karting fanatic like myself. And these races are the ones I think we really like. Obviously, there's a lot of fun watching the heat races. There's some, a little bit of anxiety. People get aggressive. But it's the LCQs, which we know are super exciting. We'll find out which drivers are able to transfer through. 6 drivers going to be part of Super Sunday. The rest of those drivers will be grabbing a grandstand seat when we go racing tomorrow.
Yeah, it's again, we were talking to Mike just before we went on the little break here before the LCQs, and most of the races that we've seen in North America that have had last chance qualifiers through this year and even in previous years beyond the SuperNats, right, those LCQs are a couple hours away from the main event. So, at least you made it through the majority of the show. For the morning guys, it bites the most, right? These guys are going to be 36 hours of, no track time to look forward to because you book your flights planning on making the main, of course, on Sunday night or Monday morning. And it could all end here at 11:30 a.m. for some of and it will for these KA Juniors.
What I like about that for KA Junior, for KA Senior, and of course this afternoon as well for X30 Senior and Pro Shifter is it gives you that, hey, you know what, I made the main at the SuperNationals, right? Yeah, if you're in a class like myself, KA100 Masters, we're all going to be in that race. We're all going to have a lot of fun. But when you come here, if you're not one of the guys in the top 20, for some of these drivers, just making the main is a big deal. I still have the bumper sticker for making the main at the WKA Dirt Track World Championships at Daytona because there was 100 guys in the field to make, just that 20 guys that went to the 30 guys that went to the show. So for some of these drivers, making the main is going to be that exclamation point they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. It means so much to be able to make the main, to be a part of that starting group of 40 out of an 88 driver or more class when you look at some of the entries and just the talent to get here, right? All that make it, even getting into the LCQ, the bottom 10 get cut, right? To get to the 40 drivers or so in the LCQ for the X30 Seniors and Pro Shifters, there will be some guys, unfortunately, that won't even get a chance to make up for the bad heat races and fight their way in. I mean, you look back at last year, again, I've been calling out some of the big name guys. Poor Joseph Newgarden was on that short list. Didn't even get to fight for a way in last year. So it's so tough just to make it through. It's tricky. It's sketchy, and then the chaos and mayhem is about to get underway with KA Junior. You just got to imagine what's going through these kids' heads. We're talking 11 to 15 years old here on this grid with the biggest stage, with everybody watching, with the grandstands full, the live stream going, cameras on, and just the stress of trying to make it a Super Sunday. This is the peak moment for them.
And there's a real set line for them, right? The mindset is not just like it was at the heat races. I'm going to try to move up a couple of spots. If I gain 5 or 6, that's a win. I've moved forward. 3 heat race finishes. No, now it's all about it's either now or never. I got to be top 6. If you're 8th, man, you're digging. You're trying to get forward. We'll be watching the bubble spot, obviously. 6 is the final transfer position. That's where things will get exciting. 5, 6, 7, 8. If it's a big pack, hold your breath because this is going to be a hell of a finish.
Well, let's look at it here as the engines come to life. You look at the front row. Austin Olds, first driver out, 35th on the point standings. That is your Route 66 Sprint Series vice champion in KA100 Junior. He's slowly become more and more of a national contender in the junior ranks, but just on the points, first guy out means he's got to put on those sticker of Inco blues and try to get after it here in the LCQ. Preston Lambert on that Track Magic GFC karting entry to his outside.
Yeah, I like Preston a lot. Had a chance to go to the Track Magic Owners Group rally up at Prairie City a little while ago, and he got a chance to jump behind my ICC shifter, and it was smiles there. Big time. A lot of guys from the Track Magic Owners Group are here as well, so good for him. That'll be the front row. We'll have Oscar Ilov starting in the 3rd spot out inside of row number 2, and Anthony Martella will start on the outside P4.
Fernando Luque in that 825 Supertune USA Tony Kart will start to the inside of row number 3 alongside the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart of Valentino Garbarino in 6th.
Row number 4 sees Ryan Janetta in the number 891 and Kobe McKerney in the 873. 7 and 8, Xander. That's right on the bubble. That's where you can, that starting spot, you jump up a couple positions, you're in the show.
Yeah, and so then you go back from there to the final drivers inside the top 10. 3 spots out. Starting P9 is Alexander Chartier in the 872 OTK. To his outside, rounding off the top 10, Diego Guillo in the 848 Super Tune Tony Kart.
A young lady out of California, Peyton Westcott in the 898, going to start 11th. Santiago Duran will start 12th. That is row number 6.
Canadian Jordan DeLeo will start 13th with a little ways to go to make it into the big dance. Isaac McNeil to the outside in 14th to complete row number 7.
Patrick Ronveau in the 885 starting 15th. Braden Domingue on the outside in the number 858.
The Iron Rock Tony Kart driver rounds out the 8th row there, and then you go back Samuel March in 17th, Kane Martin in 18th here with a long ways to go to the top 6.
Yeah, a little further back here, you got lots of work to do. You got to hope for something to happen. Row 10 sees Colin Aiken start on the inside, Lotus Tveen on the outside.
Ruben Dan 21st, Ian Kim 22nd, Nathan DePoy, Emma Kate Scarborough, Jan Philip Krull, Lillian Scarborough, Christian Garduno, Skun Seguchi, Max Franceschelli, Walter Jenkins, Cohen Nauman, Peyton Fayen, all trying to make it through.
For 6 drivers, their Super Nationals will continue on Super Sunday. For the rest, they'll look forward to 2023. Field set into the tram lines. KA100 Junior LCQ is green, green, green.
Who makes it through the first corner here? You'd hope they all make it through. Preston Lambert's going to get run a little bit wide. So far, just about everybody's through. Couple bit of carnage in the back. Big contact there in turn 3. That has a number of cars around right at the front of the field. That is a log jam right there headed into the chicane. And we've seen all weekend long how important it is to give and take there. There was all take, no give, and you didn't expect anything less in the LCQ, Mike.
And 8 drivers were able to break free. They happened right behind the front 8. So right now, if you are 7th and 8th, you can look behind you, go, all right, not a ton of pressure right now, but I need to get to the front.
One of the drivers involved, though, in 9th right now on the racetrack was indeed the track magic driver, Preston Lambert, hung out to dry on the outside. He had to work his way, try to get back in to get to turn number 3, wasn't able to get the job done. You wonder how many guys could have pushback bumpers from that, but opening lap is shaking all out, Xander. Top 8 drivers with a bit of a gap. Those are the guys that are going to fight for the 6 positions to transfer through.
And they're fighting for the lead here, so that's going to bring 6 on up to it. Again, we talk about it. Once you're in 1st to 4th, you'd think the goal would be to run forward, but I think at this point here, nobody feels safe. They're going to continue to fight for the lead. Oscar Islev had it, lost, loses the lead there. Side-by-side teammates there. RPM Tony Kart's back and forth. Austin Olds to the inside for 2nd, and again, that bubble spot is somewhere in that pack of 8 up front. This is exactly what Preston Lambert needs.
Exactly.
This is exactly not what those guys up front need, as Austin Olds is trying to hang on to 3rd. Your pole man on the inside to block to the final corner.
We'll give you the top 6 this time by. Let you know who's on the bubble. They come across the line. A ton of argy-bargy out onto the racetrack here as the drivers work their way through turn number 11. Again, the opening couple of laps in the books here right now. Valentino Garbarino leads. Peyton Westcott up to 2nd. Austin Olds 3rd. Anthony Martella 4th. 5th is Iliff. 6th is Alexander Chartier. And just behind them, Samuel March and Diego Guillot.
And did you see Austin Olds as he comes across the line? He's like, what are we doing? Let's go that way. We don't need to fight right now.
Well, unfortunately, they didn't listen to him. They freight trained him. He's now down to 5th, just barely inside the cushion zone as we got a big crash. The barriers have been absolutely blown out going into turn 6, Rob.
Driver came out of turn number 5, not able to get it. Turn was way out wide, hammered into the barriers. A couple drivers had to check up behind them. Didn't affect our top running 10 drivers. That was further in the field, but that's how hard and push that these guys are pushing here right now.
Austin Olds has not been aggressive enough. His conservative outlook here has put him back to 6th. He's on the bubble spot now, trying to hang on as they battle up for the lead. The top 2 seem to be safe. Olds right behind what looks to be Alexander Chartier in the 872, and now he is potentially on the outside looking in if he loses one more spot.
2-driver breakaway right now up front. We'll see if those 2 can work together. We actually walked up here. David Cole and I were talking to a number of the people on the way up here and said, hey, all you got to do is stay out of trouble. But remember, over the years, Mike, even last year, we saw drivers battling for P1 when you're trying to transfer. If you're 2nd and you got open track behind you, just run 2nd. Don't worry about trying to make that pass for P1. All you want to do is get into that final transfer.
Yeah, and I actually just saw Peyton Westcott make the move for the lead, and I was a little bit surprised, but now I'm looking. She just pulled out about 4 kart lengths, so she knew she had something. Instead of hanging out and pushing, she's trying to pull away.
Westcott, Garbarino, Iliff, Martella, Chartier, and Guillot. That was your top 6 last time by, but Austin Olds, Preston Lambert, and Samuel March all right there. We got a good battle for that final transfer. We got 3 laps down, 7 to go.
Well, that's just it right now. If you look, the front 5 have broken away now. Now is a all-out battle for the final transfer spot.
So that is Diego Guillo holding it over Preston Lambert, Austin Olds there, and they're going to get bottlenecked up. That's not what they need here. Unfortunately, Austin Olds, he's going to be nice there, lets Preston Lambert go, but he's got a hard-charging group nailing him from the rear bumper, trying to get around the 858, and we got contact in the wall here coming on the front stretch, so one of the drivers up front.
Guillo's loving this, though.
Guillo's the driver in P6 right now. Lots of room in front of him. We'll be watching right now the gap and the split and the lap times between Diego Guillo in the number 848 and Preston Lambert in the 823 last time by. Guillo put a good lap down, 0.7 of a second ahead of Lambert, but Lambert was in that scrap. He's finally got himself clear racetrack. He's nobody behind Lambert, so really we got to think a two-driver battle here, guys. We're past the halfway. 4 to go this time by. The front-running 3 drivers are running together. There's a move to the inside. Oscar Iliff diving to the bottom of Garbarino, so it's Peyton Westcott leading. Iliff now into second. Garbarino third. Martella fourth. Chartier fifth. Guillo now runs in the 6th spot. That's your last transfer, but he has Preston Lambert rolling up.
That being said, I'm looking at that front bumper of Lambert. Remember, he was hung out to dry, and he hit the barriers in turn number 3.
Yeah.
That bumper seems to be moving around an awful lot.
So what does SKUSA say about that? If you got into the barriers, that shouldn't be a pushback, right? If you got into a barrier on an incident?
Remember, a lot of times they just go, if it's loose when you're in the scale line, it's loose in the scale line.
Well, I've heard a couple people taking their actual videos up to have a look at that. Let's see if that plays out.
Got it.
They'll definitely want the video for Lambert if he didn't get into anybody else at the end. But really the bottom line is last time by Guillo, Xander was 0.2 quicker than Lambert. He may have just a bit of an issue. And yeah, we're watching right now. Oscar Iliff wants to lead. He goes by Peyton Westcott. That could bring 3rd or 4th and 5th back into the fight.
Yeah, well, then if the top 5 start fighting, here comes everybody else.
Yep.
And there are so many SuperNationals LCQ moments, Rob and Mike, where, they are way safe. The bubble spot seconds back, and then a crash happens battling inside the top 5, and all of a sudden, that bubble spot now becomes safely, and then a new bubble spot forms back in 6. We've seen it time and time again in these LCQs. You're never safe no matter where you are. The wrecks, the chaos can break out at any time.
And you always tell your driver, even if you're 7th, 8th, and 9th, you keep digging. You keep finding those spots. Yeah, you're outside the transfer, but like Xander said, we've had big wrecks taking 2-3 drivers out of the top 5. It can happen. You never give up. You always keep digging.
I know one of Peyton Westcott's coaches is Blake Nash, Matt Johnson. I wonder if they're on the sidelines going, stop fighting. Just push. Go away. Don't even go for the lead right now. Just go, go, go.
And this would be great for Peyton Westcott, young lady who just got into the sport here recently. She's been racing at Cal Speed, getting a lot of seat time. She wants to be a race car driver, man. This is a great opportunity for her to be able to run in the biggest show in American karting, Super Sunday, in this KA100 Junior category. 2 to go, folks. 2 laps to go. They'll see the white flag next time by.
Final time around here when they get back to us, and you can see the gap continuing to shrink from 4th and 5th up to the top 3. Now, I think at this point here, hopefully they'll ride for their sake. For everyone else, again, Austin Olds, who was the pole man, is on the outside looking in, down in 8th. Got shuffled backwards in the first 5 laps. Finally has gotten rolling and put good speed together, but he's P8. If you count Preston Lambert's pushback bumper, depending whether or not that penalty stands or not, if it does, he'd be the first one out of the show. And now they're going to block up front. Oscar Iliff to the bottom to low line it. Following him will be Westcott. Garbarino opens up. Let's see if it kind of opens any kind of battle here on this final lap.
Oh, this is it. Final lap of an LCQ. You're running in the top 3. Do not risk anything. Simply bring it home. Everybody right there, if you're 4th or 5th, you're already in the show. Be smart. Iliff's going to block to the bottom. That's going to bring 4th and 5th back in. All you got to do is finish this thing off. Don't make any mistakes. Don't do anything too low risk, or high risk rather.
Oh.
You don't want to get a pushback either. They're sliced and diced, and they're going to come to the checker flag. Another dive bomb move to the inside. They'll come to the line. Checker flag's going to fly. Oscar Iliff will get the win. Peyton Westcott 2nd. Alexander Chartier 3rd. Anthony Martella 4th. Valentino Garbarino 6th. And Diego Guillo is going to round out the top 6, the transfer spots. Lambert with his fast lap on his final circuit, 1.1 back as they run. Lambert, the first driver out of the show.
And you guys brought it up, though, at the very, very beginning about video and things like that. How did that happen at the very beginning? With Lambert going, those are the front-running drivers that ended up out. Are there any penalties, things like that could, again, shake it up? And you said you're running 7th or 8th. you keep digging because penalties could get you in the show.
So that throws Lambert, Austin Olds, Emma Kate Scarborough, and Lotus Bean. That is the 7 back to 10 that could be coming in. Indeed, if another driver potentially pushed a driver off the track, you don't know how many pushbacks we could have up front. Very unofficial, but there it is again. Iliff, Westcott, Chartier, Martella, Garbarino, and Guillot. Unofficially, the 6 drivers they will transfer into Super Sunday in KA100 Junior.
Well, we'll let the results go through. Once they get through the scale line, we'll see if we can try and get a word with our KA100 Junior drivers that have transferred out. It was so wild there in the beginning. We declined to do interviews for KA100 Senior because we wanted to stay on all the action, but they're next. And here's a look at one of the many big-name drivers that's had some bad luck through the heats. Dalton Haynes qualified inside the top 20 overall, inside the top 15. He starts in the LCQ with work to do for KA Senior. There's a number of other drivers working forward. Oliver Calvo's rough week puts him about, I think, just outside the top, or edge of the top 10. He starts 8th here for the LCQ. So the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed on the outside of row 4. Outside looking in with room to go to try and get forward. Again, you're talking about a SKUSA Pro Tour race winner. The last time SuperKarts USA was in action, Oliver Calvo swept the weekend. And now here in Vegas, Oliver Calvo, a driver who's nearly won this event going back to many days, has top 5, has podiumed here. He has had a rough week, and he's going to have to fight his way into the show, Rob.
Yeah, and Oliver's always a guy that you've seen be good on these temporary street circuits. Every time he went to the streets of Lancaster, you know he was going to be the guy that was potentially going for a race win. He's good on these kind of circuits, but has had a rough week, as you said. This is the kind of the open opportunity for him to step it up, and maybe one of the veterans are the ones that are going to step things up here in the KA100 Senior LCQ.
So we'll see as we pull the starting lineup up here for the KA100 Senior LCQ presented by AMR Medic West. Again, you can see you got one of the Kart class, Kart Republic MPG Motorsports machines on the inside. That is Luke Sawyer from Australia coming over here with Dave Sarah's camp to his outside. Dalton Haynes again in that Speed Sense Motorsports X-Free. For Dalton Haynes here again, he's got a second shot later today to make himself good for that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. That's what he was originally in town for. That Speed Sense ride, that was a last minute, all of a sudden, driver vacated the spot due to a family emergency, opened the door. Dalton here had his helmet, was already driving, talked to team owner Austin Elliott, got himself in the seat. Now he's got to make sure he proves that it's worth it because he's on the outside looking in right now on the outside of the front row. You go back to row number 2 on the inside. Ethan Lampy has had to come from dead last on the grid nearly every single heat race. He did a hell of a job in that 3rd heat race to come through, nearly 25 positions gained more or less, if I remember right, Mike, and had to come from 40th again in every single heat. He's in the safe zone, but there's really not a safe zone. He's 3rd technically in there, and we don't see the driver in 4th. Yeah. Jake French not going out for the LCQ.
So I guess Jake French deciding he's not going to run this LCQ in the KA100 category. Had a rough run of it throughout this week. Going to focus on that Pro Shifter. So that opens things up for a couple of drivers here. Ariel Elkin in the number 915 will obviously be on the inside of row number 3. Oscar Priest out of Australia, my stablemate in the RPG 10. Oscar Priest on the RPG Cosmic number 956, starting that 6th position. Needs a good launch off the line.
And because the spot will be vacated, at least for Oscar Priest, he'll get to move up to that 4th spot. So slated originally for 6th. Then it's Nicholas Terlecki and Oliver Calvo on the 1st row, currently outside looking in, P7, P8 in the rankings.
Cap off your top 10, Josh Campbell, the 926, starting 9th. Gia Cicero on the outside of the 943.
Jackson Menchu, again, outside the top 10 and 11th, will roll off there alongside senior rookie Henry Wheeler. Unfortunately, Wheeler's MPG Motorsports teammate, he just watched him be on the outside looking in at the end of the race in Austin Olds after starting up front. Wheeler starts P12, back to row number 7.
Row 7, Anthony Freese will start 13th, and on the outside, Christopher Martin.
Kieran Rogers and Hunter Kelly, who had a big crash in that last heat race, will roll off on row number 8.
Cap off your top 20 with Dane Idelson and Aaron Farhadi on row number 9. Brett Rivretta and Zach Meyer on row number 10.
Carlos Andres Hernandez, 21st. Matias Fernandez, 22nd. Adrian Cruz. Peyton Phillips, big name there, starting P24. A lot of work to be done. Cameron Laws rounds at top 5, and it is 45 total drivers that they've got on the racetrack here. Well, 44 without Jake French for the LCQ, Rob.
This is it. Time to dial things in. Luke Sawyer, Dalton Haynes on the front row. Ethan Lampy, and it'll be Oscar Priest slotting up into that position, P4. 6 drivers to go in KA100 Senior LCQ. Lining up and green, green, green. 4 wide coming into turn number 1.
Look at Ethan Lampy, sent it 3 wide down the inside, nearly lost the back end as he was getting shoved by Oliver Calvo. Calvo, great start from the outside lane, moves himself up into third. He's in the safe zone, gets ahead of Dalton Haynes, who falls back to the bubble spot in 6th, I believe, as they head for turn 7. It's the HRT Driver Development Cosmic. Ethan Lampy leads.
And Lampy's been doing work, right? Lampy has been getting after it this entire time, passing people 20 spots at a time. Now that he's out front, we get to see his true speed without having to pass anybody. Let's see what he can actually do.
Strong run as well for Oliver Calvo from the outside front row. He gets hammered in the back coming through turn number 10. That was a shot from Elkin as they went into turn number 10. That's an issue. Could be a pushback. That was a pretty hard contact at the apex of turn number 10.
And Elkin is one of those drivers that could probably just do this on merit. He's been fast. He doesn't need to do those kinds of things to get impatient early on in the race.
He's Xander really going at it right now. He's worked his way up, I believe, maybe into the 2nd or 3rd spot. These guys are really getting aggressive early. I don't think anybody wants to be 4th or 5th or 6th. They all want to kind of get into one of those more comfortable spots, P1, 2, or 3.
And I think Austin Old's mistake, right, is he was just thinking, okay, only 1 spot lost, only 1 spot lost. I'm still safe, I'm still safe, I'm still safe until it's too late.
Yeah.
These first 3 laps, as much as you want to think you're in the safe zone, push, get away, you've got to kind of fight because everyone else is going to fight. And that's what's happening right now. The top 3 have started to get a little separation. That's a change right there in the 5th spot. Oscar Priest on Nick Terlecki. Dalton Haynes, first man on the outside, looking in 7th, right on the bumper of Terlecki here with 8 down, 2 to go.
Really strong run for Ethan Lampy up front, 1.5 seconds to lead. He's loving this right now. Luke Sawyer into 2nd. Ariel Elkin runs 3rd. Oliver Calvo, Oscar Priest, and Nicholas Terlecki. Dalton Haynes right there as well, just on the outside looking in. But again, watching what we're seeing here with Lampy pulling away, then a 2-driver battle for Sawyer and Elkin. Bit of a gap back then to, I believe, Oscar Priest. He may have got around Oliver Calvo's potential fight here for 2nd. Elkin looking to the inside again.
He got through. Elkin up to 2nd.
Yeah,
so Luke Sawyer back to 3rd. Oscar Priest under heavy fire from Nick Terlecki. He's blocking for that 4th spot. That'll bring Oliver Calvo into the mix here. Terlecki signaled to Priest to work forward. He said, go forward, I'll follow you. Is he going to listen to it, or is that a bit of a fake out?
Yeah, big run down the straightaway for Oscar Priest. Got a lot of speed.
Ooh. Nearly gets into him. Late move there on Luke Sawyer. He got by him. Sawyer's down to 5th.
Wow, we got some serious aggression there right now. Again, Priest was back there in P5. That's not where you want to be. He's able to move late to get to the bottom. And again, as we said, it looks like Sawyer moving back a bit. Did Terlecki slide through? There's some good side-by-side racing as well. More drivers moving. You get hung up to dry on the outside here. Everybody's ready to pounce.
Oh, and a swerve there from Luke Sawyer. I didn't like that. That was a little unsportsmanlike from the Kart Republic driver at Dalton Haynes. But, hey, he's hanging on. He's on the outside now, though. Haynes is in. Little shot from behind there by Sawyer as they exit the final turn. Big over-under. Who's that?
Hunter Kelly.
Wow!
Hunter Kelly, you guys. Hunter Kelly's been on the move, already up 8+ spots to be in the 9 spots there. Now 10 with that move right there. Kelly on the move.
And he's going to get punted by the field and put into the wall. Oh, man, Hunter Kelly gets into it, then gets out of it. Now Luke Sawyer gets thrown into the Wolves. He pounds the wall as well in the chicane. And who's that just got through? I think that's Gia Cicero, who has now evaded the madness. And Cicero might be either 7th or 6th. Dalton Haynes has gotten away, but Hunter Kelly, oh, he's going to give it right back to Luke Sawyer there in turn 7. They're going at it here, headed 8.
Oh, wow, this is getting aggressive here just outside the top 4 or 5. Again, we got a front-running driver pulling away. Ethan Lampy, 2.4 seconds up. Ariel Elkin leads the next group, but I think actually Oscar Priest has got by. He went purple last time by. Oscar Priest has worked his way up into 4th. Nicholas Terlecki now 3rd. Elkin 4th. Calvo 5th. Dalton Haynes into the show. 2.5 seconds back to Peyton Phillips, up 17 spots.
Well, and that's just it. We've actually seen Haynes at the sharp end in an earlier heat race. He was there, but then started to drift back as the race went on. He's right now well clear and hanging out in 6th. Yep. It's an island of Haynes right now in 6th spot. The question is, can the ever-charging Peyton Phillips catch him?
But the problem is you can see that there on the camera in turn 7. Peyton Phillips for sure has that pushback bumper penalty coming on the Super Tune Tony kart.
Indeed, the nose totally ducked down. He'll have to push as hard as he can. Again, Gia Cicero right behind him. She's now running in the 8th spot. Luke Sawyer, who fought as hard as he could up front, now back down into 9th over Jackson Menchu. So really the top 6 looking pretty good right now. Lampy's lead now 2.2 seconds with 4 to go. He's got things handled. Oscar Priest, one of the more aggressive drivers, really fought to get himself where he needed to be, up 4 spots, started 6 to P2. Priest in a pretty good position with Terlecki trying to breathe him down too.
Not only that, you're talking about if there's a penalty or something like that, we see there's already a bumper issue with Phillips. Gia Cicero looks like it's intact, 1 spot back. Cicero could be in that bubble if anything happens in the top 6.
So let's see him out of the final turn here. This 4-car pack could have some carnage here. Depends how smart they are. They should all know if they count the cars when they look back. They're safe. No need to pass. It's literally 1 spot out of 35th to 40th right now. But there it is. Ariel Elkin going to stuff Nick Terlecki, and it opens up with 3 laps to go.
Yeah, Ariel Elkin's doesn't seem worried about the fact he's right in already. He's got the transfer done. He's been racing unbelievably hard, tossing it in left and right, hard on the brakes, kind of floating it into turn number 1. Calvo tried to be smart here and let things play out. Again, well up the road is Ethan Lampe and Dalton Haynes. That gap now up to 2.5 seconds back to Peyton Phillips. He is still strong. Dalton Haynes looking to grab that final transfer into the Super Sunday main event. 2 to go this time by.
The battle's been all for second here. Up the road, that small little white and purple speck is the HRT driver development of entry of Ethan Lampe, who has just pulled away. Got that great 3-wide dive bomb on the inside for the lead on the first lap and has never looked back. He's got over 2 seconds, well safe, well clear, has driven to the field in every single heat race. Lampe looks good. This pack right here, this is what makes you nervous, this 4-car grouping, especially with the way Elkin's been driving.
You got that one driver who's kind of the unknown right now. He's been throwing the cart in here and there, a couple of haymakers lap after lap. You got to just settle in right now. There's your lead right now for Lampe. Very comfortable. There is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They'll see the white flag this time by, 1 to go. Really, they just need to settle in. You guys are where you need to be. You're going to be starting together anyways. No need to beat on each other. Don't get a pushback, whatever you do. Just run, settle. Just get in there and hold your spot.
Speaking of holding the spot, Gia Cicero there. Good call there, Mike. Out of the last turn, just got by Peyton Phillips. Here they are. They're all going to block. Oscar Priest just trying to hang on there. And Ariel Elkin nearly tags the wall at the exit of turn number 1. Half a lap to go, and it could come unglued. But at the moment, Dalton Haynes and 6 is in. These 4 are in. Cicero is out.
That's a huge move by Cicero, though, to get to P7. Because, again, if something were to happen to the top 6, she'd be the next driver to come in. So, again, Cicero getting by Peyton Phillips. She's got into the 6th position, but here comes Ethan Lampe. This went every way he wanted. Got out early, not challenged at all, and he will take a victory here. We'll start 35th on Super Sunday. Lampe with the win. Here comes the rest of the battle here right now. Coming across the line, Priest, Elkin, Terlecki, Calvo, Dalton Haynes, and the final run in for the line to see who's going to get 7th actually ends up being Jackson Menchue.
Yeah, Gia lost. You can see she's pounding on the wheel right now. Something did not go her way on the final lap. She went from hanging out in 7th to all the way back and missed her.
Wow, yeah, Gia Cicero, there's yellow flags waving with a driver in the wall over at the exit of turn number 3. So you have to think that's Peyton Phillips. Oh, man, Peyton Phillips in the Super Tune. So you got to believe Phillips and Cicero are right around each other. Probably got together over there, exiting turn number 3, trying to go side by side, coming in and through that chicane. That was, of course, the big wreck on the opening lap. It's a big wreck here on the final lap, and it happens outside the transfer zone, but it takes Gia Cicero way outside the show. I mean, she'd need a plethora of penalties to get in.
No, she actually went all the way down. She didn't finish. Down to 37th, it looks like. Yeah. Gia Cicero, Peyton Phillips, both drivers out of the race, Sander, 37th and 38th in the final classification.
So, hey, man, Jake French might have just saved himself a little bit of money staying out of that one because that was a lot of carnage and would have been right where he started if he would have rolled off 4th. With the way that wreck happened in turn number 2 on that opening lap, that was that outside groove a couple rows back, and you know you're going to lose 1 or 2 spots in one, so he would have been literally smack dab in the danger zone.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that Gia Cicero Peyton Phillips deal is we were looking at them going 7th and 8th. We knew Phillips had that penalty with the bumper, or potential penalty with the bumper. Gia did not, so I'm curious what may have happened in that last lap.
Indeed, but again, as we said, for Ethan Lampe, that went extremely well. Able to get out front early, pull away, so no drama for him whatsoever. Oscar Priest as well started P6. That was obviously a tough place to start, but he's able to work his way forward. Had a lot of speed in that RPG Cosmic. He worked his way up into the second spot. Ariel Elkin on the Villeneuve kart for Race Lab ends up 3. Ariel Xander was pretty aggressive throughout that session, although locked into essentially the top 6 for the entire run. Did not want to sit P4, did not want to be P5, was always on the attack.
That was the pucker factor in that pack. That was Ariel Elkin for sure. I mean, it was just wild for him, to make those moves again all the way through. But again, like we were saying at the beginning, you have that situation, and luckily it pays off. He was kind of maybe a little bit too much on one end of the spectrum of aggression, and then I think on the other end, for Austin Olds and for Preston Lambert, not enough aggression in the opening couple laps. They lose so much ground because everyone else is fighting to go forward, and they go from, again, very safe on the front row to decently safe third and fourth, and then all of a sudden bubble spot, and then it's too late and you're out and you're 4 seconds back. And that's what happened to them because they were just as fast, if not faster, than the lead pack.
And I think you said it correctly, Xander. You said, hey, I've lost 1 spot, I'm good. I've lost 1 spot, I'm good. You're always thinking you're still okay until you start working yourself back to the place where, man, people are going to start getting aggressive. If I get freight trained, all of a sudden I'm 7th and 8th and I can't fight back. And I think that's what happened to both Olds and Preston Lambert as well.
Yeah, unfortunate for them here. But on the other end, a little bit more safe in terms of the bubble zone here in this one. Like we said, Dalton Haynes got away from the carnage behind him. It continued to battle, and it got him safe on in. We've sent our Kendall Hedge on down to the scale area. She'll try and have a word with as many of those top drivers that have made it in to get a word with them. Obviously, Ethan Lampy didn't get a whole lot of airtime, but he absolutely earned it. He got away with a great 3-wide move from third to first in turn number 1 of the start. Did not even hesitate from then on. Just pounded laps, built a big gap, raced his way into the show.
Well, that goes back to what Rob Howden keeps talking about, a body of work, isn't it, right there? That guy has been digging out of a hole 20-some-odd spots every single heat race, culminating into a spot in the final.
And when you have an issue in qualifying like that, and you have to start deep in the field, in your mind, really, you're already thinking, hey, how high can I start in the LCQ? Because that's probably where I'm going to end up being. Even if I do a great job and get all these spots, I'm going to be in the LCQ. I got to get it done there. And for him to be able to get out front like he did, put the laps down, that's a solid done. He's running on Super Sunday. That's big.
Yeah, that's huge. And again, he only would even be having that shot to run and start up front in the LCQ for Lampy had he, not performed in those heat races. Yeah. I mean, he drove from dead last 20 spots up nearly every single heat to get himself in a halfway decent spot to make it into the big show, and he's made it. He doesn't have to be like, unfortunately, everyone beyond Dalton Haynes unofficially right now, where you got to sit around the rest of today, watch the racing. That was to be expected, and then watch everything tomorrow. Yeah, it bites.
Well, it's also going to motivate these guys for next year. If you're a young driver who wants to come back and fight more, whether it's KA100 Junior or some of the younger drivers in Senior, this is going to give you the motivation. I need a little more. I've been here before. Some of them, it's their first time here, like myself. It's a daunting experience. You're taking in what the whole week is about, because it's not about a normal 2-day race weekend or a 3-day race weekend. This is 5 days of getting used to the way the track's coming in. It's an experience that I think once you've been here the first time, the next time you come here, you're more prepared both mentally and physically.
No, exactly. You start thinking about immediately, like on the car ride home or the flight home, like, what could I have done differently? You're already starting to do it. And once that settles in, you start going, all right, start to make plans.
Yep, start to make plans for next year, right? It's once a year, the biggest race in the world, and it's so, special to be a part of it on Super Sunday, especially in this class where they have to race their way in. So big weight lifted off the shoulders again, what we imagine for the top 6 drivers. Then everyone's got to go through that again with Pro Shifter and X30 Senior, even tougher fields. The competition gets bigger, and the bigger fields too, right? KA Senior, I think, is right around that cusp on the sellout point, right near X30 Senior and Pro Shifter as well. KA Junior, they only had 65-ish, 70. So again, X30 Senior, Pro Shifter, both of them, there's not only guys that don't make it out of the LCQ, but like we said, there's some that'll even get cut off the bottom 10 or 12.
That's it. And that's the other level of competition. We just saw KA100 Senior and KA100 Junior, more of a club, kind of a regional program. Now we're coming into the big dogs in X30 Senior. That's what we'll cap off the day with that class and Pro Shifter. Everything's going to heighten up to another level, and that's especially when you're talking about guys who have maybe come from around the world, Australia, you're from Europe, whatever it may be. You came all the way to Las Vegas. You're not going to leave it on the line. You're going to roll the dice when it comes to the final couple of laps. The transfer in both those categories is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, well, especially for those guys from around the world, because it's a rental. So they're not taking the frame home after this
weekend. Give it back into Stephen Keep.
It's either steering wheel back, or we made it into the show for a lot of those guys. Yeah, that's why you kind of expect it maybe from like guys like Ariel Elkin, right? International guy. Luke Sawyer was aggressive, international guy. But, hey, let's go down trackside to the kid, the California kid who has worked his way through to the show. Ethan Lampy dominates the KA Senior LCQ. He's down with Candle.
And put it into the show. What happened out there on the first couple of laps? Because it was complete chaos for a while.
First couple laps, I'm not really sure. I just tried to get to the lead as soon as I could and checked out, so it worked out for me.
What are you expecting tomorrow in the show?
Well, we've had top 5 pace all week, and I've been able to get to the front in almost every heat, so I think we can get to the front if I have a good start, and we'll go from there.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you.
Xander, 35th. What's it going to take in the first couple of corners to see Lampy maybe somewhere in the top 15 that he can attack from? Because, man, that's tough starting that far back. The winning the LCQ is awesome. Yeah, got it done. But, man, you're the bottom of a mountain to try to work your way to the top 5.
Well, see, the thing is with that, Rob, like, I would agree. Had we not watched KA Senior last year, right? As you know, as you called it, Mike, Connor Zilish goes from the front, gets spun, goes back outside the top 30. Now, granted, he only was going to probably end up around 14th to maybe 10th. And then that full course yellow hits. But that's something, again, part of the spectacle in Las Vegas with this temporary racetrack is you have a higher chance of red flags and you have full course yellow, something that's really exclusive to this race. And that just changes the game. You know, I was talking with some parents throughout the week of like, look, you know, qualifying's whatever, even starting Super Sunday, you can fight from there if the pace is good. A decent start, and then if the packs break up, that full course yellow could bring the packs back together, especially in some of those smaller classes, like with the micro swifts or the mini swifts, where, you know, usually in a normal race, no yellow, no red flag, packs break apart in the first couple laps and never really come back together. That's not the case here. You have really good odds, funny to say that in Vegas, of course, of those packs getting grouped back up by something else out of your control.
And you have to have that understanding as a driver that could happen, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, if you're back in 25th and you're scrapping up to 20th and you're like, wow, man, it's over. I'm just going to settle into where I am right now. You don't do that. You keep digging because a yellow could come out at any time. Full course yellow, as you said, has changed the results of so many guys. A guy like Marian Kremers had Pro Shifter of the KZ category locked until full course yellow ends up losing it. You can never give up. You just got to keep digging.
And you get 20 laps.
It's
20 laps.
25 for Pro Shifter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you are starting to make inroads and you're starting to make things happen, and then you're like, oh, man, there's really nothing else going on. Boom, yellow flag, like, holy shnikes,
It just started
back
everything
in
else.
the game.
Yeah, all of a sudden you get new life, right? And then on the flip side, if you're out front, like in the case of Rocco Simone, he got lucky today in that micro swift final heat. When they redded it, it was just after he got through the halfway marker, because otherwise he had a 2-second lead, broke away, something very rare in cadet racing, and he would have had the whole pack right back on him again with some faster guys that had finally worked around Antonio Pizzonia-Nito. So, yeah, it changes things a lot. It just adds that extra factor. There's so many extra factors here to the Supernationals. Full course yellows, the higher chance of red flags. That's another one of them that gives guys like Ethan Lampy the hope that, yeah, I'm 35th, Rob. I know I'm in the back. I barely made the show, but I know I really do have a shot.
He's got top 5 pace, as he said. And the one thing that is the factor that you never talk about, it because it never happens any other time throughout the season. I don't care what national race you're at. It's not the Super Sunday race, right? It's not the big show on Super Sunday. Everybody's got another level of anxiety. The pressure's there. The nerves are there. Mistakes can happen in that race. That's the one thing that we don't see in every other race. This is the one that, man, just a little mistake here. We've seen it happen over the last 24 years.
And not only that, there's no points. It's just about where you finish. So if you're 17th, well, I'd rather be 16th at the end. If I'm 18th, I'd rather be 17th. So everyone's fighting tooth and nail for every single position.
Every single lap, every single position, and you guys get to watch it all live right here on Kart Chasers live stream powered by Porsche of SuperKarts USA Supernationals 25. The lunch break's underway now. Afternoon groups like we've been talking about, Pro Shifter, X30 Senior, Master Shifter, X30 Masters, X30 Junior, and then the mini Swifts all coming your way here after the break at the top of the hour. It'll be at 1 p.m. Pacific local time here for warm-ups, 2 p.m. Pacific local time
for the final round of heat races. Again, you can transfer that over to Eastern time. We'll also have Patrick Long from Porsche coming to join us at the end of afternoon warm-ups at right around 2:15 p.m. So check it out. We'll have Patrick Long up here in the booth, chat with him a little bit. Should be super, super cool. Rob Howden's back with us. He's got the race suit on. Can't fully see it, but he's still got it on, so he's got to change, get a little comfortable. You know, it's it might not work out time-wise to get over in and out here for lunch today.
That's not happening today. I'm still racing. I'm still on the race diet right now.
But yeah, you're on to Super Sunday. So Mike Smith, Rob Howden, myself, Xander Clements, we'll all be back here in the afternoon. Stick with us or tune right back in at top of the hour, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern time for warm-ups.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org. Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT driver development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com.
So again, you're watching warm-ups here this afternoon. We're underway with our first group of the afternoon session here on Situation Saturday. Mini Swift making the way out on track. My name is Caleb Smock here, filling in shortly for Xander Klivitz. Still can make his way back up to the booth. And I am now alongside Mike Smith, who's been calling the shots all the afternoon. Mike, Situation Saturday, halfway through so far. Still got the second half still got to come. Thoughts on the day?
Well, we already got finished up like we talked about with the morning sessions.
Oh.
Two drivers big time in the barriers, the 184 and the 106. We talked about this yesterday in the, both you and I when we were up here doing the warm-ups. This is the exact opposite of what you're trying to be doing these warm-ups. And at this point, you know, the track's got some time on it now, right? So the grip should be at least decent enough that we shouldn't be skating quite as bad as we were. You absolutely have to keep it out of the barriers. All you're supposed to be doing right now with the warm-up program, then there it is, full course yellow. Full course yellow here in warm-up.
Yeah, they're doing the full course yellow so they can get the barriers put back together here on the exit of turn 10. And as you were saying exactly, it's been the same thing almost all weekend long where, looks like that top of the barrier is going for a ride here. He's getting hit by a couple of carts. Track marshal's trying to get the driver slowed back down. But like we were saying, it seems to be the afternoon session has just a little bit more trouble. You hit the nail right on the head. The track has ran in very well so to the point that there's grip all the way through. Not a whole lot changed between yesterday and today. It's similar track conditions, similar grip levels, maybe just a little bit more from what was put down all day yesterday at the heat races as a checkered flag, the first warm-up group right now for your Mini Swifts. But I think everyone's just trying to figure out this turn 10 about. They're trying to get on the gas a little bit quicker. Again, that's a crucial corner to get that run all the way down to the turn 2 hairpin. But maybe just a little too antsy here for warm-up.
Yeah, they went full course yellow and now checkered out in the session. It looks like that was probably early as well by a good amount. And it's probably because these kids were not slowing down. Again, when you see full course yellow, it should be pace speed. And you see how fast they're still going as they go by us. Full course yellow actually means go slow. These kids right here, the 194 on back, they're doing it correctly. But drivers back in the pits, and just like that, a warm-up session cut short.
Yeah, the good thing is for the ones that were involved in the incident here on the exit of turn 10 is that they are not going to have an LCQ for the Mini Swift. It is only for the X30 Senior and the Pro Shifter. If you're in any of those two groups and you end up biting it by accident, it's going to be into crunch time quickly. You have to get everything back together before heat race 3 because that could be a make or break for you to figure out if you're going to go into the LCQs or not. Still a little bit more track cleanup has to do. We're going to have to take a couple carts back to the pits. We're going to send it down to a commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to have more of the warm-ups still yet to come. Up next is going to be the Master Shifter, the first shifter group to go out here of Situation Saturday on Saturday afternoon.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
So welcome back here for the afternoon session. About to go away for warm-up. We just had a little bit of a shortened warm-up for our Mini Swift after some track repairs had to be done here on the exit of turn 10. There's a good shot of the grid of the Master Shifters who are just going to get themselves fired up and about to make their way out on track again. 7-minute session is all they're going to get for like a warm-up is exactly what that means. It's a little bit of a last minute, make sure everything's working right. If you have any gremlins or problems that pop up last second, gives you time to work it out before you get going with your heats. So they are now getting themselves started up and fired and underway. They're going to make their way out on track. And like we said, similar conditions to yesterday as far as temperature goes. More grip has been laid down as the weekend goes on. If you look out on the track visually, you can see the grip line versus the normal racing line. It's a little bit, it almost has a little bit of a reflective texture to it where the grip is as opposed to normal racing line. And Mike, from where we're sitting right now, the sun is not quite starting to set, but it's getting over there, but a beautiful shot here right now.
Exactly. It is a very nice day. We talked about how the sun is absolutely shining, but we have a little bit of a breeze going on, keeping these temperatures down. These drivers getting ready to go here in Master Shifter. Again, this warm-up program. All they want to do is try to get a handle on things before their final heat race. Again, here in the afternoon sessions, we just had the minis out on course. Now we got Master Shifter. We're going to have a pair of X30 Senior sessions to get through. Then we'll do X30 Junior, X30 Masters, and finish things up with a pair of Pro Shifter warm-ups. And then we'll get into the final heat race of the day. And, of course, the LCQs under the lights.
Yeah, and for some of those, when it comes to the LCQ for the Shifter and the X30, from what we've seen so far here at the heat races, a little bit of excitement there in the first KA Junior, if I'm not mistaken. That transfer bubble, man, there's about 4 or 5 different guys who had the option to make it into the show. And, I mean, when it comes down to LCQ and you're in that 6th position, or maybe the guys who is running in the 8th spot, you still have that small possibility of making something happen. So it's only going to continue on, as there's a good shot here of all the Master Shifters making the way out on track. Again, this is a 6-speed gearbox class, water-cooled engine as well. And it creates a different tone than what you're used to if you only are hanging around guys who are on single speed. obviously that beautiful sound of a two-stroke winding itself around here in Las Vegas, kind of iconic here at this time of year.
Talk about the LCQs obviously being the capper to situation Saturday. These guys aren't going to have to worry about that. Master Shifter's not having the LCQ. They're all one group. Instead, it's just about finding that last little bit that they need for that final heat race. Just going by us now is Jordan Musser, a driver who's been trying to bounce back from a flat tire during qualifying, starting, I believe, his 29th in all 3 of his heat races, making big inroads every single time. I think he's been 15th in one and 14th in the other. Then we talk about a couple of drivers been at the front. Davide Foray and Brian Keck, 2 drivers that were 1-2 and going away in the first heat race before it sounds like Foray's engine gave up. Keck had nowhere to go. Those 2 drivers out. Alan Shudo picking off the Heat 1 win. Foray was able to get the job done with Keck second in the second heat race. But today, their final heat race, they want to try to do as good as possible. One driver with a lot of smoke, possibly water coming out of his ride. Didn't see who it was, but they were going to circulate one more time.
Yeah, I think that's there's a little bit of, you can almost call it a blow-off valve that comes out of the water cap of that radiator, and it has a little reservoir. If it overflows out of the reservoir, it dumps it right there onto the exhaust pipe that snakes its way around from behind. So he's backing off a little bit, still a decent amount of smoke coming off, but I guess you can call that almost steam. But the problem is that if that water misses the pipe and goes onto the track, then you have a whole different situation. And they did show him the meatball flag, so he is going to get pulled off the track here shortly. But it looks to be that the amount of steam coming off is going down, so either he's backing off and the temperature in the radiator is going down, or the worst possible is that it ran out of water, and then you're going to have a whole different situation.
Well, I think they might have gotten him pulled over before that happened. It looked like it was from here, it looked like a Burrell Art driver. I couldn't tell who exactly. Maybe I'll be able to pick it off the live timing. The only driver not circulating still is Ben Schimmerhorn. Perhaps that is Schimmerhorn off to the sidelines there. Once again, quick warm-up sessions, just 7 minutes in length. Just trying to get the last little bit of tuning, last bit of data to get your ride dialed in for the final heat race.
Look on the times right now. Skitchy Barnes making his way up towards the top. The Bermuda native making his way out here to Las Vegas. He loves this place. He's been out here most years that they've had it, and always been a competitor back in, I guess you can say, in the earlier 2000s when he was running in the Pro Shifter category, especially here in Masters. Definitely somebody you need to keep an eye on as well. Looking through it as well, Jeff Mills making his way up inside the top 10. Kevin Woods right there in the 10th bubble. But times are kind of obsolete right now. You can throw down an absolute heater, but it all comes down to is that heat race number 3, which is going to be the last time we're going to see the Master Shifter on track before their final coming up tomorrow here on Super Sunday. So this is going to be not make or break warm-up is. It's just kind of a, like you said, a run through, make sure everything's working just fine.
Another driver having issues back in the S's. Yellow flags are cleared and they are off the course, but I'm not sure who that was either. But can't stress enough, making sure you get through the warm-up sessions clean and clear without issue. At least these guys right now have got a little bit more, at least track temp. The drivers in the morning, the juniors going first, they've got the toughest conditions. A little bit better program here for our Master Shifter drivers.
Yeah, and something else, looking up from the announcing stand, looking down, the visual from the start of practice on Wednesday all the way up till today, you can not only see the reflection from the sun on the rubber laid on the track, but you can actually visually see the dark spots where the rubber's getting put down from that outside tire, especially over there in turn 10. And There's a lot of lines on the outside that lead straight towards the barrier, whether guys are cutting a little closer or maybe having a little bit of a oopsie moment. But look for more and more rubber to get put down as the day goes on coming in tomorrow.
Yeah, and exactly. The track's not really going to get black either, right? You're not going to get that much rubber down like you're going to see middle of the summer on a full purpose-built track or permanent circuit. But it should get less slick, at least, throughout the day, and then going into Super Sunday, obviously the best conditions provided to the drivers at the very end of the lineup, Pro Shifter.
And something else to keep an eye on, too, that I've been trying to look at when we're down on the pit lane pit reporting with Kendall Hedge is the amount of marbles getting put down on track 2 in the outside line. And, man, you can see it starting to come in yesterday, but today there's some parts of the outside corners, especially in that turn 9 hairpin. You can even see it from up here in turn 8, where if you get maybe 2 feet off that racing line, it's just nothing but pebbles, rocks, rubber buildup, everything you can imagine. If you tip your wheel into it, you're not going to have the best of the day.
Yeah, and Xander Clements mentioned this morning that it's getting cleaned off, overnight, and that's a big one there for the 6'2", can't quite tell who, 26 maybe?
Looks to be the 623 Tony Kart, so see if we can't get a name for you guys.
Caleb, you were mentioning that driver trying to get on the throttle a little early, that time maybe too early.
Yeah, that was Victor Jimenez in the 623 Tony Kart entry, find himself stopped on the start-finish straight. I think it may have sounded worse than what it actually was, so hopefully there's not a whole lot of damage. They can get that done kind of quick.
Yeah, he actually got into a little bit with the left, spun around and got the entire thing. We've seen several drivers have issues up here, and they put the thing up on the truck and the rear axle's pointing to the sky, so hopefully it's not that bad for Jimenez. Checkered on the session. I'll do it here for Masters Shifter. A little bit of cleanup to do. Next thing on the docket, X30 Senior. We're going to be right back.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
And welcome back here to warm-ups on Situation Saturday. It is the afternoon group, and the first group out underway for our X30 X30 Pro category. Making the way around. Here's a beautiful shot coming out of turn 9, heading into turn 10. And Mike, it's been a little bit of a almost hectic morning warm-up so far with what we had in the Mini Swift, and then Masters a little bit more tamed. This is the pro class here of the X30 category, 15 years of age and older. So hopefully we won't see anything like that. They're probably going to save it here for heat race number 3 for them, along with the LCQ, if you unfortunately end up in it and try to race your way into that top 6.
Indeed, this is the Q2 group. The X30 senior drivers broken up into 2 groups here for warm-up. This is the Q2 group. We'll have Q1 to follow. You said it might be a little bit tame. I'm watching a few drivers give people the bumper and get after it. One driver stopped, but I think we'll be able to continue the 379.
Yeah, I think you may be waiting for what that clean air you were talking about earlier, trying to see how that runs by itself. It looks like he did it right, so that's a very smart move to make. There's not really anything to gain to be in a pack here for the warm-up, so if you can get by yourself, make sure everything's running just right, and then bring it on back home in one piece, I think that's all you can ask for.
Well, not only that, you're staying out of trouble, right? You're going to make sure that if there is any shenanigans out there, you're not in it. Because there's a few drivers who are intent on going racing here in warm-up. I mean, you want to get some data, but at the same token, not at the cost of bending up equipment, especially before your last heat race.
So they're on track now. Again, 7 minutes in total is all they're going to get for their last warm-up session before they get going for heat race number 3 still to come here this afternoon. They're about 2 minutes and 30-ish seconds in so far. So about 4 minutes and 30 seconds is all they're going to get more before they get that checkered flag. We'll send out group number 2 for the Q1 here for the X30 Senior, followed by X30 Junior, then Master, then 2 groups of Pro Shifter. Again, it's going to be split up again with Q2 and Q1. And then we're going to get underway here with our heat races. And again, the 2 biggest races to come here this afternoon for Situation Saturday is the LCQs for the X30 Senior and the Pro Shifter category. So just about halfway in right now. The fastest kart on track in this morning warm-up is Ryan Raffa in this Q2 group right now. And again, these times kind of obsolete as there's not really a whole much to go off of here until we get time for heat race number 3. And I believe our very own Kendall Hedge is caught up to someone who is happy to make it into the transfer spot for the KA100 Senior class. Now let's see if he can't put it in the show here for X30 Senior. Kendall Hedge, take it away.
Down here with Dalton Haynes. Dalton, we didn't get to talk to you after the LCQ, but you were on the front row, but there was a lot of chaos going on during that LCQ. Talk to us about what happened.
Yeah, so on the start, Ethan Lambie from 3rd place made it 3 wide. He went on the inside of Luke Sawyer, and I basically got the runt of it on the exit, so I went really wide and just tried to slot back in, and I was on the back foot. We went pretty high on tire pressure, so I was hoping to get away on the start, but in actuality I lost a lot on the start. So I'm in the middle of the race. I had to try to make my way through. I just made it into the 6th spot, and then I looked back and saw that they were battling, and I managed to grab. And then they caught me again when I was fighting with the pack right in front. And my teammate, Hunter Kelly, he helped me out majorly. He's the only reason I really made it. He let me slot in line, and then he got punted right as soon as he did that in going into turn 1. So he really deserves the 6th spot in my opinion. But yeah, that's what saved me. And then ever since then, I kept running my race, doing consistent lap times, and I pulled away from the pack.
Well, you're in the show for tomorrow. What's kind of like the game plan going forward?
Well, for KA, I mean, I'm just gonna send it in the final. In X30, I'm gonna be a bit more cautious. I have a lot of speed in X30. I just was on the back foot in qualifying because someone wrecked in front of me. So I'm just gonna try to pick my way through in this last heat, be pretty aggressive, but also be conservative because I don't want to end up in that LCQ.
All right. Well, good luck the rest of the day, and good luck tomorrow in KA.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you, Kendall. And full course yellows going on track right now. We had 2 incidences, one that happened over on the exit of turn 5 heading into 6, and one that happened here out of turn 10. And I almost jinxed it because I thought in the back of my mind, I'm like, man, we almost had a completely clean group to go all the way through, but a little bit of incident here. And again, they're going to have to go back to the track cleanup, and they're trying to get the barriers put back underway. That's why they see the full course yellows. But there's roughly under a minute left here in this session right now. So hopefully we can maybe get at least one more lap, and it appears that the head flagman is going to throw the checkered flag.
Yeah, and I mean, with the fix they got to do over here coming out at 10, the fix they got to do over there in 6, and, 30 seconds left. You just call it, throw the checkered out there. You're not going to learn anything or get any kind of data on a full course yellow. So as the SKUSA team gets back to work here, we finish things up here for the first of 2 halves of X30 Senior. We're going to take another quick break before the second group gets on track. Back with more here in Vegas in just a moment.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule has support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Line has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Kart Chassis, Tillotson Karts and Engines, Miami, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the mid and coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Driver Line is set to finish this year strong.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USBKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
And we're back here for warm-up for group number 2, for qualifying number 2, that is, for our X30 Senior category. And again, this is going to be a 7-minute warm-up session. Once this is concluded, we'll then go to our X30 Juniors, followed by X30 Masters, then into 2 groups of shifters before we start heat race number 3 and the final heat race of the weekend before we get going with our main events.
Well, as you can see, X30 Senior Group 2 is the Q1 group on course circulating for warm-up. Already hearing a few wall taps outside of turn number 10. Drivers playing with fire. Get a little bit extra out of their exit speed for turn number 10. We've got this warm-up session followed by X30 Junior, X30 Masters, and then 2 more with Pro Shifter finishing things off.
So coming down into turn 1 right now, or sorry, that is actually the entry of turn numbers.
That was 1.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. As here you're watching right now, Brian Norberg, he's not making his way into turn number 6. And you're talking about people trying to get by themselves. He's doing a beautiful job right now. He got a little bit of space on track. About 4 or 5 car lengths separates Kart's out in front, and probably about another 15 to 20 behind. So he's got plenty of breathing room, so to speak, as there's still some more love taps going on here over in the exit of turn number 10. But that's you can see how much or how fast these karts are actually going here. It's a good indication from the barrier system. We were talking to some of the drivers who've never been in a street race before and said, what are some of the challenges? And they're like, just how quickly everything comes at you. If you think about a normal permanent track, usually the barriers on the corners, there aren't a whole lot of them. They're usually separated out of the track because you have that runoff area, so to speak. Here, your runoff area is the barrier. Or if it's a wider corner, that's what you can consider your runoff. So a little bit of an adaptivity, you get an actual sense of just how quickly you're going when you can see the alternate barriers going by you.
I was talking to Billy Musgrave last night, and he said that he hit 94 miles an hour in Pro Shifter at the end of the straightaway. They're moving.
Yeah, I have no doubt about it, but you can see Ryan Norberg right now going to work, trying to figure out everything last second. Again, he had a good qualifying run here so far, trying to see if he can't carry the momentum that he's had so going into heat race number 3.
Yeah, and he's obviously somebody who's not worried about the last chance qualifier, right, with a pair of very, very strong results for him. Like him and was it Oliver Hodgson, the 2 drivers. And there we go, 382 and the 338 coming together here in the final corner of warm-up. Patrick Woods-Toth was one of them.
Here's another good shot on track right now. That's Connor Zilic. You can see in that mid-pack, bright green helmet, blue suit, making the way to turn 8. He's in a decent pack right now, and if you're trying to prepare for a pack race, that's a good way to do it, which I probably anticipate having a lot of it as he makes a move here on the inside. Just in front of him, Aiden Ingrata running on that CRG just down in front of him, and then right behind those 2 packs of Connor is Dalton Haynes. We had the interview with before, made the last transfer spot in the KA. We'll put it in the show. And he had no idea that he was actually going to be running a KA until it came down to, I think it was Tuesday, when he was asked to fill in a seat for someone who unfortunately could not drive. And so he went around, made some engine deals, ended up making the show here for the X30 Senior race. And how about that? You only came out here preparing for one class, not anticipating the other, and then you have to go in the LCQ and make the very last transfer to put it in the show.
Only about 30 seconds left or so of this warm-up session. We're going to have the juniors up next. It's good to see that. I mean, aside from that one issue in turn 10, it's good to see a nice, clean session here in warm-up. Checkers coming out here. End of warm-up for the X30 boys and girls.
Yeah, so the checker flag is coming out now here for that 7-minute warm-up session for the final group of the X30 Senior category. Up next is going to be our X30 Juniors, followed by our X30 Master class. And after then, and then before we get into the heat races, we're going to have the 2 categories of shifters. And speaking of shifters, there's been a little bit of a talk at the earlier parts of the week about worrying about tire degradation, just if they're going to be able to hold on to it. And I think so far, knock on wood, tires have held on pretty strongly. Again, they have a decent amount of heat cycles underneath them, but I think going into heat race number 3, going to be a little interesting to see how that pans out for the shifters. But we are going to go to another commercial break. When we come back, more X30 racing, warm-up still yet to come here from our X30 Junior category.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
And welcome back here. We are getting underway with our warm-ups first and only one of the day for our X30 Junior category. And again, the next time they're going to be on track is for their heat race number 3, still to come here this afternoon. Not a whole lot to talk about. We are going to fill in some time here every now and then we get the chance to as we just continue to watch. Again, this is not a make or break deal for anybody here out on track when it comes to the warm-up session. This is simply just to get the tires up to set, make sure everything is working. Same reason why we're doing the coverage of the warm-ups, not only to bring you guys some more footage or everything to come here this afternoon, but also as a chance for us to double check, make sure everything is working just fine. As of now, 2 laps in, 2 minutes of the 7 in so far. Caleb Gaffera, fastest out on track with Sebastian Weld in P2. Teddy Musella in the 3rd spot with Ernesto Rivera in P number 4. Now Sebastian Weld goes to the top of the board. Cooper Shipman cracks the top 5. He goes up into the 4th spot. Now gets bumped down to P5. Cameron Brinkman making his way up into P3 as well. And all these times don't really mean a whole lot. It is a good viewpoint, I guess you could say, or maybe a set target time of what you're looking for here this afternoon. Again, just making sure that everything from the driver's standpoint is up to par for their point of view of the kart before they make their way out for the race.
You know, in this particular category, it's been Caleb Gaffera really on lockdown. A pair of heat race wins. The curious part will be who can take the fight to Caleb here. And like we already saw, I mean, Caleb had 2 heat race wins in the KA category, KA Junior, and had to fight for the last one. Ended up playing it smart and just taking a P2. He knows he's going to be on pole. So you would think here, if he gets in the scenario where he's got to fight a little bit, he doesn't really mind where he finishes. He knows he's going to be P1. As long as he finishes, you got to stay at the front.
And that's the big thing here for SuperNats. You could have an almost picture-perfect weekend, and then something happens in that heat race number 3, and what you think could have been a front row starting position somehow ends up shuffling you back to that midfield or even further back. We saw it last year with, if I'm not mistaken, it was in Pro Shifter with AJ Myers. Had a good first 2 heat races. Heat race number 3 was unfortunate for him. He started in the mid-pack, had to drive his way up into that front group and not quite able to get it there at the end. But again, Shifter's next 30's race completely different. It's a little bit more, I guess you could say, pack racing, quote-unquote, in the single-speed classes for Shifter. But again, another situation to where you think you're having a good weekend and then get yourself shuffled back.
For a lot of these X30 Junior drivers, once the green flies for their heat race, it's going to be about trying to keep it clean. We've kind of gone 2 for 2 with some issues here in X30 Junior in the couple of heat races so far. Certainly drivers in the mid-pack on back would like to see everything go clean and green.
A little bit of a tap here. The bear in the front. It looks like another bent axle making the way down the backstretch right now, heading into the pits.
The 121. Excuse me, 721. I believe it was the 721. That'd be Daniel Quimby.
That is the 721. You can see just how much vibrations that kart is going under with that bent left rear as they make their way into the pits right now. And the good thing is they're able to drive it back, so the mechanics have just that much more time to go to work of trying to switch out the axles and get all the components switched back over.
Remember yesterday we had that bent axle, and then they ended up shearing the tire off, make it all the way back somehow. We're on 3 wheels.
Yeah, that was a good driver craft, I guess you could say. The wheel came off, had a bent axle coming down here in front of us just out of turn 10. The wheel came off over into turn 1, drove it all the way down the straight. And not quite sure what the driver's thinking, but their hands would fall over the place to being straight. I think it drove better with the tire being off than it did with it being on that bent axle. But they were able to make it back in the pits and get it underway. So hopefully that can be the same there for that same driver as well. As there's a good shot coming into turn 1 right now. And again, turn 1 is we're back to that iconic dog leg coming into a hairpin. Makes for some fantastic racing. And you can just see from those drivers' hands just how much they have to put in the work there of trying to maybe keep the back end underneath them. You're on the brakes while you're turning to the right, and you have to turn even more. So a little bit of a challenge here, but hey, it's SuperNats. That's what challenges are all for.
Aaron Likens with the checkered in hand. About 30 seconds left here for the X30 Junior drivers. And there we go. Checkered out on the session. Warm-up done and dusted here for X30 Junior. X30 Masters. Up next, the last of our single speed categories before we start grabbing a few gears. We'll take another quick commercial break, and then we'll have the X30 Masters on course. Back after this.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality. Offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
And welcome back here to the 25th edition of the SKUSA SuperNats, getting underway with our second to last category here for morning warm-ups. We still have 2 more sessions after this one. 2 groups of shifters are going to take the track next, but right now we are watching the X30 Masters category making the way around the track right now. Again, this is going to be a 7-minute session. Make sure everything's dialed in before they get going underway for their heat race number 3 coming up later this afternoon. And then we have under the lights the LCQ last chance qualifiers for those who are not able to make the sessions. We're going to have a chance. The top 6 will advance. Everyone else's weekend will unfortunately come to an end, but the excitement is only going to pick up as we continue on throughout the race weekend.
You know, Caleb, we talk about in warm-up how you maybe trying to find a little bit more, try to dial things in. For some drivers, they're trying to make sure that car is still in good piece. Like Matt Johnson, for instance. Matt Johnson actually going into the final corner right now in the 543. Bright blue Nash machine. Was just inside the top 10 and was rolling, starting to make his way to the front in the final heat race last night before he ended up in the barrier. Those guys had to swap out a axle, actually had to cut it out, change the seat, change tie rod, all kinds of stuff on that thing. So Matt's trying to feel his car out, make sure it's straight. On the other end of the spectrum, you got Ben Cooper in the 531. He's now going through the final corner. Cooper was running up front, and I talked to him last night in the casino, and he was running good and just, bink, blew the motor up. So Cooper got a different piece inside that X30. So everybody got a little bit of a different program here, all trying to get ready for their final heat race coming up just a little bit.
Yeah, I guess different situations for everyone, and that's why we call it Situation Saturday. Everyone's in different boats here for the warm-up, and especially when it comes time for the X30 Senior and then the the Pro Shifter category as well. Everyone's got a different type of category that they're running into. Some guys maybe have to make up 5 or 6 more positions to know that they're not going to go in the LCQ. Others are like, hey, I'm already set in right now. All I'm trying to do is advance my way up farther in the starting order.
Exactly that, right? So with X30 Masters, everybody makes a show there. There's no LCQ to worry about, but you know, after a Ben Cooper being at the Sharp and then having a DNF, he'd like to have a few more forward progress to start up higher up.
Well, Mike, X30 Masters on the racetrack here. You're keeping a close eye on everything. What sticks out to you, if anything, so far?
Well, like I was just talking with Caleb, you know, we were saying everybody's got a little bit of a different program. I was saying Ben Cooper, he blew up yesterday, so now he's got a different piece that he's trying to find out if that's good enough. Well, right now he's P2 on the time chart, so I'd say that's pretty good. Yeah, Matt Johnson, he ended up in the wall, so he's trying to make sure that his is straight versus other drivers who've been hanging out in the front without a bunch of worries, like a Chris Werheimer or Kip Foster. They're just making sure everything still feels good, see if they can find something a little bit different. So everybody's got a little bit of a different situation here on Situation Saturday.
Yeah, I talked to Werheim a little bit. They just kind of were missing the mark on gear. Went one end with it, took a big swing, went too far the other way. Going to shoot the middle today, try a couple little front end changes. I mean, nice part about the warm-ups with the split class structure is you're out on the racetrack with a pretty similar racetrack because it's only about an hour gap from the end of warm-up until heat number 3. So, any changes you make or anything you try, you know it's going to be pretty consistent on too. And that's a big difference, of course, from yesterday, right? Yesterday we start warm up at this time right now. Sun's still up, touching all corners of the racetrack, still keeping it nice and warm. You know, if the air temperature is 55, 60 degrees, that means that track temp's going to be 70, 80, 90. And then, of course, the sun goes down, temps in the air drop to, 40s, low 40s, high 30s, and track temperature is going to be down around 50 degrees. So that's a big stab where warm-up yesterday probably wasn't worth much for heat number 2. Today, it's actually going to help these guys a whole lot for heat number 3. And then the LCQ boys and girls, well, they're going to be, in the light, under the lights for sure. They'll kind of be that same boat of that heat 2 deal, kind of going in a little bit blind. I mean, they know where they were for the second heat last night. Everyone's up really high on tire pressures too. Hearing some of the numbers thrown around, I'm talking like probably 4 to 5 PSI higher than the range we go to any standard racetrack at any other time of year. Just this racetrack, everyone's kind of waiting on it to rubber up, and you can see obviously the marbles throughout the day, but the big consensus from the drivers is I think everybody expected by the time we got to this point in the weekend, the afternoon groups on Situation Saturday, that we would have a little more grip put down, that we would be, starting to free the karts up a little bit, take some of the grip back out that you put in on Wednesday when the track's just clean and dirty, or green and dirty, and it's not been the case, Mike. It's really been, a pretty low grip situation pretty much all the way through the weekend so far, and, the one oddballs, you have to guess that it will grip up by the time we get to main events come tomorrow, because at that point, normally with everyone putting on new tires in the final, they'll put on a new set of tires in the warm-up session. So you're going to have, especially by the later classes like these X30 Masters, like the Pro Shifters, there'll be 2 full rounds of a Vinco tire rubber going down on a track that'll be bathing in the sun from 8 in the morning up until they go out for the 3 p.m., 4 p.m. mains.
Yeah, and exactly. And everybody's pretty much going to be in the daylight, right? I mean, barring any issues, you got the final run that happens on Sunday is, going at about 3:30, thereabouts. So you're not going to have that under the lights program that you had before.
No, you definitely will not. So checkered flag in the air here for this one as they come across the line. X30 Masters warm-up wrapped up, and Ben Cooper from P2 now ends up top of the boards on, I don't know if you want to call it the B motor, might be the other A motor for him at least. Pretty good warm-up. A- right there. 6,000ths up only, though, on the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic of Danilo Romalo. Thomas Grice, 3rd. Martin Pierce, 4th. Ignacio Vivian, 5th. Will Power, 6th. Henry Talib, 7th. Martin Stone, Chris Wareheim, Laurentiu Mardan, the top 10. All pretty tightly packed, about 0.3 of a second from the top time, then down to 10th. And, of course, again, only 6,000ths separating the top 2. So now the first of the 2 groups for Pro Shifter getting underway, and you'd have to imagine, again, these guys, the bottom half from qualifying, that we're going to be seeing a lot of them probably under the lights here tonight, the guys and girls that'll be going out for this next warm-up session in that LCQ.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of these drivers right here, they're doing some math, figuring out what maybe they need to do to haul themselves up out of the LCQ, but as you say, there's going to be a good number of them because the sold-out field. It's going to be a lot of them that are not going to make the show, and so they want to try to figure out how to get the most out of their LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, again, like you said, doing the math, seeing if they're above the cut line. The magic number is 34 or 17 in your heat races, more or less. You go 17th every time. That puts you 34th on the average, but then, of course, there's attrition. Some guys having problems. We know in Master Shifter, of course, David Foray, he's already got a last-place result there, along with Brian Keck, so both of them then make up for it. That kind of puts them around the 20s of what you'd imagine with 40 or so points, and then kind of a really good second heat race. So everyone trying to see just mentally, what do I need to do here on Situation Saturday? What does my situation look like when it comes into it? And am I above the cut line? Am I close to the cut line? Am I below the cut line? You may even see some guys, put on that new set of tires or 2 of them. We've seen a couple times in SuperNats history, guys go left sides or right sides. We've got one on the wall over here, big impact over there for the number 220 machine. We'll try and ID that one here in just a moment, but hard impact. Again, that turn 11 wall, not something that we expected Jay Irwin, the driver, to be really used and abused as much as it has been here this weekend, Rob.
Yeah, tough one for Jay Irwin, a young driver from New Zealand, just 14 years of age. We've had him here before running at the SuperNationals. This is actually his first race in a Pro Shifter. He's been doing a bunch of shifter training. Just as that up and down kind of weekend, tough to see here at the start of this warm-up for him to do that. They have work to do when they get back to get him ready for the LCQ.
That's like the one time that we do see that wall getting hit, though. Out lap or lap one. It's really out lap for like the shifters and stuff like that. It's the one time that's being hit. We talk about how treacherous the marbles are if you get out there. Never mind the cold tires. Yeah, and here in morning warm or afternoon warm-up for these guys, it's about tiptoeing. At least make sure you get through the first few corners because the heat's going to come a little bit quicker than it did for the morning group.
And again, you talk about tires. One cool part while I was down roaming the paddock a little bit and grabbing some lunch during the afternoon warm-ups is, talking to so many different X30 Senior, X30 Master, shifter guys, all going, man, my stuff is shot. I'm just trying to not have the worst stuff out there, not even on degradation, but the tires, worried about delamination on the tire. So it's not so much wear. We haven't put that many laps in. It's not such a, meat grinder of a racetrack, but where they're putting all the load on the tire, they're seeing them just kind of rip apart almost on the outside. And everyone's got it a little bit different based on the class they're running, the kart setup they're on, how they're driving it a little bit. But that's been the name of the game, both. So that'll make Heat 3 very interesting. I think compared to the starting lineups, we could see a lot of comers and goers really early in the session. And then everyone's looking to that 25-lap main event on Sunday being, wow, man, like I've got to find a way to keep these things from falling apart by the end.
Well, and again, they'll have new skins on Sunday, right? The only people who won't are anybody who has to try to get around and make things happen on the LCQ. But we got a bit of an interview action to make sure we can get in here before this thing finishes up. So we're going to head down to Kendall right now to make that happen. Kendall, go ahead.
Down here with Pedro Hildebrand. We didn't get to talk to you last night after a heat race win, but you've been consistent all weekend. What's kind of the strategy going into the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, it's been very well yesterday in Pro Shifter, not really good in Senior, but Shifter win 2 heats, still 1 today. Let's try something to get better because Kajak, Formal, there's another one squeeze faster, but we are there. We start good. Position is good for start, so it's not really important here because we know it's difficult to overtake, but we need to find something.
So are there going to be any changes made from warm-up to the next heat race, you think, or are you going to be satisfied with the kart?
I think I'm going to be satisfied.
All right, well, sounds good, and good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
That's the right kind of mindset you want to hear, Rob.
Yeah.
Not only is he going to be satisfied, but Pedro Hildebrand, heat race wins. He's still like, no, there's other guys that are quick. I got to get better.
And that's it, right? That's any guy that's going to win this race is going to always be looking for that little bit more. We talked before about if you have a driver who tells you the car is absolutely perfect, it just means they're not pushing hard enough yet. It's going to do something. You drive it deep into a corner, it's either going to have oversteer or it's going to have understeer. If it's perfect, you just got to drive a little harder.
Yeah, I've had that a few times. The drivers you coach or whatever, especially if they're a little bit newer, like, how's the car? Oh, it's really good. Sticks everywhere. There's a problem.
Right,
you got to do something else.
Yeah. Hildebrand seems pretty happy with the way things are. I like the fact that when Kendall asked if he's going to make any changes, they figured they were going to just stick with what they have, but they got a really good baseline. We saw in that heat race last night, which was the predominantly Red Army heat race, but all the big top Burrell guys were all in that one race. They all went head-to-head. They were all 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll spread them around here for heat races number 3, but I think they're pretty happy with the way that platform is.
Yeah, I mean, they have been strong, right? That's been the big 3 so far, has been seeing Burrell versus OTK. A little bit of the Magic guys with Fabian Federer, AJ Myers kind of getting there. Bajoso had a bit of a flash of speed, but it didn't look like theirs was as consistent over the 10-lap runs in both sessions last night, as the Burrell Art guys were. I think they've definitely got the benchmark. Although, again, you ask Pedro, he's keeping his eye on Marcus Kayak and as well Danny Formal. And now joining us here in the booth as we've got a special guest that'll join us here in just a moment with Pro Shifter first group coming to a close. Davide Fore, quickest at the moment over Nick Persing and David Trefilov.
Yeah, indeed. As said, wrapping up this session here, just a little bit of time remaining, and we'll jump in with a quick interview before we get rolling. Again, good run so far for Davide Fore, P1, 41.878. Nice little warm up here for Davide. James Golding second, Nick Piercing third, David Trefilov fourth, and Reese Ushijima in the 5th spot. You want to jump right into this now, Xander, or are you going to...
Yeah.
Let's do it. So, folks, one of the interesting things that you've seen throughout the weekend here, and you've seen the name of this brand attached to the Kart Chaser broadcast as well. Porsche North America involved in the SuperNationals this year. And again, when you talk about Porsche, you talk about the drivers been around for so many years. Patrick Long, recently retired as a competitive driver, but still big as a brand ambassador to Porsche. What brought you guys here? How do we get this unbelievable brand here at the SuperNationals?
Yeah, it started with the roots. I mean, for me, karting is everything. Making 2 decades of a career in professional sports car racing with Porsche, it was time to come back out and start to identify talent. Volker, who's the new CEO of Porsche Motorsport North America in Southern California, I consult him. He came to me and said, how do we get karters, how do we get youngsters involved in our ladder? We have a complete pyramid trying to take drivers all the way up to the LMDH program, which will debut with Roger Penske and the Penske organization this January. So it's exciting to be back out here. It's been a little while.
Yeah, the funny thing is, folks, we talk about the fact it's the 25th anniversary. We go back to 1998, and Patrick was a young karter back then, running at that point for Factory CRG at that point for a little while there and coming up through the ranks. But let's get into the program. How's it been so far for you here? You got a gorgeous Porsche race car over there. Really an opportunity to kind of connect with the karters, the community here, to give them the opportunity, the understanding. This is a career choice for sure. It worked fantastically for you.
Yeah, it's been unbelievable. Actually, I didn't know what to expect. We came in with sort of humble expectations for this week. It's our first time here on the ground. The Kushner family's been great in having us, welcoming us, and getting the car here and just getting involved. I'm seeing so many people that were mentors of mine, tuners of mine. They're bringing kids forward. The biggest problem is we have so many talented kids on our list by the end of, we're not even to the end of the weekend yet, and we've got 25 kids that we're trying to make a short list on. So it's a great problem to have. I hope this is the start of a multi-year agreement. I'd love to be out here every single year identifying the next generation.
So you mentioned what's happening forward here. You've got a list for what? What's going to happen for these drivers you select from the discussions you have this weekend?
Yeah, at the end of this year, we're going to test 4 to 6 drivers that we've met this weekend. It's not only talent that's racing here this weekend, but this is where we're really making a lot of contact with these names. Admittedly, I'm not that familiar with the scene, especially 16 to 22-year-olds, so it's been an education, but it's been unbelievable to speak to all of them. So we're going to test a few kids in the GT4 that's here on site. And identify one to enter Sprint Challenge next year as sort of step 1 on the pyramid, racing in an USAC sanctioned 1-make series. From there, they would go up to Carrera Cup North America, which supports IMSA racing and will be on some other cards next year in different types of racing championships. And then, of course, the entry to endurance racing is GT3R, GT Daytona, which will be at the Rolex 24 that I mentioned. And then the ultimate goal is where Dane Cameron will be sitting this year for Penske and the LMDH program. So we recognize there's so much talent here in North America. Usually we've been sending talent to Europe to kind of cut their teeth in Super Cup, Carrera Cup, which is what I did. Connor DeFilippi, a long list of karters, especially Southern California karters that have gone over to Germany. But we feel confident that there's now a pyramid here. There's layers of different teams and organizations that we can pretty much bring the talent up here in North America.
I think one thing that's really interesting, any young driver, yourself, of course, when you were coming through Formula A and running Factory CRG, was, there's a focus on maybe trying to get to Formula One or IndyCar or IMSA or NASCAR, whatever it may be. There are different options. There are different avenues to take. You obviously ran Formula Ford for a time, that eventually moved in to sports car racing. Talk us to the families and the drivers that are here. Sports car racing is a fantastic opportunity because it does afford an extended career maybe in comparison to F1 or IndyCar.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent that have come from karting and single-seaters and have made long careers like myself in sports car racing all around the world. It's not just here in the U.S. Racing Bathurst, Nürburgring, Le Mans. I did 15 Le Mans 24s in a row, 18 Rolex 24s in a row, and you're racing against guys like Montoya, Dixon. They're out there racing and running really hard. And endurance sports car racing is just an awesome home, a great place to make a living. I'm super grateful that I was able to sort of land a seat with Porsche early on and have a career there. But for every kid, it's different. I think it's understanding your goals. Some kids have more resources than others. For me, I was a son of a construction worker, so beggars couldn't be choosers. And luckily, I landed on my feet. And I do have to say that, it was that inaugural Red Bull Formula One driver search. And that's when I met Porsche and got the opportunity to go and test a Super Cup car.
So we're making memories here, the 25th anniversary of the SuperNationals. Let's go back to the early days. Tell me about your days running 80cc against guys like, say, A.J. Allmendinger or Scott Speed. It was some heady days back then, but you had some fun running out of the Las Vegas Karting Center.
Yeah, first SuperNationals. It doesn't feel like that long ago, but I was a 100cc guy focused on JICA and Formula A. I would come out and do shifters in the off-season per se, which was this race, and it was a little more natural for me to be rear brake only. But Speed, he was awesome. AJ, obviously, always quick. And Joey Hand, an old rival of mine who's here with his son this weekend. And no love lost between the two of us, but that's racing.
So you and I were talking before this, and you're watching me race. I'm a little bit older than you. You're watching me race. What would it take to get you back out here, maybe in KA100 Master next year?
People want to see it.
I'm ready.
Yes!
I've already been.
Okay.
I've already been putting my business card on a few guys' tents. Dino Chiesa, Kart Republic, was my mentor, my mechanic actually in Constructors Cup.
Yep.
So that'll be my first call. We'll see if he can get me a chassis. Billy Vincent, I've been talking to him about running with his team. But in the pandemic, I was running with Mike Manning, with Phil Giebler, just staying sharp, staying fit. Mainly in a KA100, so I'm 41, so I think I qualify for the Masters class, so I'm ready.
Dude, that would be so cool to see you back. Hey, listen, thank you so much
Thank
for
you
being
very
here
much.
to have Porsche Motorsport here. Great opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Yeah, I look forward to the rest of it.
Patrick Long, ladies and gentlemen, again, one of the true, actually, legends in the sport here. Watching him come through karting, and of course, in Formula Ford, ran for Factory Van Diemen, then got the chance to move into sports cars in a long, couple-decade career running for a tremendous brand. Back here, you got them on the broadcast as the primary sponsor for Kart Chaser's coverage of this year's Super Nationals. Well, just a great guy. And man, exciting that they're looking for a new, young driver out of the Super Nationals.
Yeah, I mean, that just, again, we've seen it happen a few times here. You go back to when Joshua Carr won the Super Nats. That got him into F4 and F3, and he's been working with LMP3 teams all off a single X30 Senior win. And not a lot of people know this too much about him. That was kind of their last chip to bet on the table.
Yep.
The Australian came here, and he's like, we're going to do it right. We're going to run with J3, thanks to our connection and running comp carts, I believe, back home in Australia. And this was going to be it. He wasn't going to be able to come back to multiple Super Nationals. And then, again, got hooked up with Crosslink competition, getting his name out there, winning on the biggest stage in North America, made it happen. So to have a guy like Patrick Long, to have a brand like Porsche, really taking a close eye at everyone that's running up front, on top of everything for this event, that's, both, I think, cool, adds a little pressure probably for the young guns that want to, put themselves in the spotlight for sure. But it's really cool to hear what he's saying, right? Taking a few guys, testing them, running a guy next year. I mean, that is cool to see a brand really stepping up and wanting to take guys up the ladder. Like given the opportunity again, and Patrick is a perfect liaison for that, for a guy that got an opportunity, made the most of it, made a career out of it. That's the stuff that we love to see in motorsports.
And then Xander, him saying he wants to see this be a multi-year deal. They want to come back next year. They want to keep trying to find that next group of young drivers. As I said when I said to him, F1, IndyCar, IMSA, NASCAR, these are the four big groups that people want to kind of get into. And again, sports cars is an option. And again, like a guy like him, like a Dane Cameron he mentioned, a lot of drivers who don't get a chance maybe to have the budget to be able to go F1 racing can find themselves with long and really, really fulfilling careers running sports cars.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, too, what's cool about Patrick Long is he can drive anything. Like, I've actually gotten a chance to race with him indoor karting.
Yep.
He's come out and played around with the Machismo 12 Hour. He's going to miss it again this year, unfortunately. He's got a bit of a conflict, but Pat Long, doesn't matter what kind of vehicle it is, indoor kart or Porsche, he's rolling.
I still remember back in the days when we were running the WK Constructors Championship Formula A. He was racing against the Danica Patrick and some of the big dogs we had in Formula A back then. Just a ton of fun to watch him then. And to see, it's been fun to watch him really, for all these years, become this, literally Porsche ambassador. He was the guy for Porsche here in the U.S. And, again, a great young man. And I say young man, he's 41 years of age. Aging myself on that one. But literally, I sat over there and talked to him, Xander, and said, hey, what do you think? Would you come back and run here? Like I was doing it, jokingly as you normally would, right? You're a pro driver. How about you run next year? And he goes, I'm already looking at it. You look like you're having way too much fun. And he said he tested all through COVID. He wants to come out here next year. How cool would that be?
Yeah, and again, like you mentioned, Billy Vincent with MPG Motorsports. I mean, that was Billy's first comment to me. He's like, oh, you got Porsche. I heard Pat Long's coming. I've been trying to get him to race. So I don't know how much of him trying to get Billy to go and Billy trying to get him to go. Sounds like both guys are saying, I'm in. The other guy needs to let me in.
Well, it really,
hopefully it comes together.
Really works because he knows Billy, of course, from the Aero McLaren program. Dino Chiesa, who was with him at CRG at that point, is obviously now Kart Republic. Kart Republic with MPG. Let's just put all the Lego pieces together and we'll put Patrick Long back out here 25 years later because he was 98. So it'd be 25 years later he's back on the racetrack. Well, now we got to get Speed. Then we got to get Joey Hand back in it. Then we got to get Allmendinger back here.
Hey, Joey Hand, too. He said he was looking. He was excited. Saw the numbers starting to go, and then all of a sudden it filled up and it was too late, But not only that, right, with Joey Hand, I was asking him, like, well, all right, well, what's the time have you gotten this year, karting-wise? Obviously, running the NASCAR Cup Series, and getting a whole lot of laps and everything else in his long and storied career. He's like, well, I'd go out and beat up with Chase at the local track, and train him there. But, all I can really do there is try and outbreak him or him outbreak me. But I've been talking to him now that he's up into senior that I do want to get out there. And I want to go race at a race that he's going to be at, make it happen, and go up against him. So, but at the same point now with KA Master, he's also got an avenue to go do that too.
Are we talking about Legends Master Shifter?
We're going to do 50 and up Master Shifter?
I like the Legends Master Shifter with the legends of the sport being in there.
Let's see. We'll just have a little legend, hashtag legends on the side. We figured out a way to convince and lock Tom Kutcher into this KA100 Master category. A bunch of us old guys in this class are like, we're going to have Super Masters next year? Tom's like, let's build the KA Masters class around the country first. And I agree with that. But again, the cross-section of ages that we have right now, from 30 to guys, Tom Gerster in his mid-60s running in KA100 Master, myself, PP Mastro, 59, I'm 54, a bunch of us guys in our mid-50s running and having a great time. It'd be pretty easy just to have like a Super Master classification within that race, but it just speaks to the volumes of what people will do to be in this sport and be at this race and be part of the SuperNationals.
Yeah, absolutely. So awesome to see 41 there. And then we go from, talking about legends of the sport, motorsport legends like Patrick Long. Let's talk about the current legends we've got on the racetrack right now, because we have some wheelmen and women that are here in Pro Shifter. Right now, top of the boards as we finish afternoon practice, Danny Formal by a big margin there. Not sure, he might have went new tires on that Rollison Performance Group Cosmic, but that lap came late. Lap number 7, Formal 3.5 tenths up on Pedro Hiltbrand, who we spoke to. Obviously, they're on the grid before his session, saying that he was keeping his eye on Formal and Marcus Kayak. Kayak currently down in the 7th spot, as it's AJ Myers 3rd, Billy Musgrave 4th, Remo Ruschetti is 5th, Matteo Vigano is 6th, then Kayak, Fabian Federer, Christian Bertuca, Ricardo Longi, and Marian Kremers down in the 11th position as everyone slowly works their way into the pit lane. A few more have already pulled on in. Here's a look there at AJ Myers. Everyone's practicing those starts in that last little bit to see if they get one more little test run before we get underway with the final heat race of the weekend here later on this afternoon.
I always like this part. I find it like just that little precursor of what we're going to see, right? Everybody kind of rolls in here, get that practice start done, get yourself back into the scales. And indeed, we are wrapped up with the morning warm-up for Saturday, or afternoon warm-up rather, for Saturday Mini Swift drivers. Looking to roll out on the racetrack here momentarily. They're sitting on the grid and ready to go. And yeah, it's time to get started with race number 3.
So stick with us, folks, here. Kart Chaser's coverage of SuperNationals 25 presented by Porsche. It'll be right back here as the sun slowly begins to work its way behind the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Heat racing action for the afternoon groups coming your way next. Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org. Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT driver development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com. Welcome back here to the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas for SKUSA SuperNationals 25. The drivers on the racetrack here for the Mini Swift Division's final heat race of the weekend. One of the classes, again, capped at 44, so all 40
plus will transfer through to the main event. I think we actually have a couple over that number pushing towards 50. But ultimately, Michael McGoy will lead your field to the green once again. Turner Brown and Michael McGoy had some awesome heat race finishes yesterday. Some great battles at the front of the field, and then a few drivers working forward. Isaac Malkut on that Nitro Motorsports Nitro kart on the inside of row number 2. To his outside, one of the youngest drivers in the field, Paralyn USA's Alessandro Truccio. Row 3, Gage Bailey. Row to the outside, Ashton Woon, Tyler Roberts, David Ibarra, Gianmatteo Russo, and Max Christia, Rob, your top 10.
Michael McGoy looking to try to capitalize on that pole position once again. We'll bring him out the final corner on the racetrack, turn number 11. Drop him into the tram lines. McGoy and Turner Brown on the front row. Isaac Malkut, Alessandro Truccio, row 2. Into the tram lines, field set, afternoon heat races, final heat races for the drivers here. And we're underway. Green, green, green. Driving down to the bottom of the racetrack. Brown's going to try to roll the outside. Now almost gets to the inside there of McGoy. They'll work their way through turn number 1. Contact in the entry to the corner. At least 7, 8 drivers involved further in the field. They all are able to get fired and continue on, but the fight working its way out of turn number 6 now. Down the short chute to turn number 7. They'll go way to driver's left. Get that kart to rotate back out of turn 7. Here comes they're up to turn number 8. It looks to be like Malkut potentially into the lead.
Getting his elbows out here. Isaac Malkut spoke with his dad Marcus a little bit earlier here today as well, and he said, we're just almost there, but kid's got his elbows up. He's punching above his weight class, it seems, a little bit, and he's making it work, getting himself in a good position for Sunday so they can finally find that last little bit of pace that they need in that number 175 Nitro kart. He'll lead them down the backstretch here, one lap in.
And speaking of elbows up, how about Turner Brown? Turner Brown did not have the start he wanted, back to 6, going elbows up here through the final corner. A little bit of hip checking action, trying to get his kart to slot in position.
Yeah, that opening corner is really tough if you're starting from the outside. You almost have to have something happen in row number 2, or someone can get caught up to check up a bit to be able to tuck back in. Brown slots back into that 6th position, so the off pole definitely not advantageous right now. 3-driver breakaway up front, and they'll go 2 wide coming down into turn number 8. Malkut will put it back down to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll take the position. McGoy slotting into the 2nd spot. Then the 117 of Truccio goes 3rd. McGoy back to the inside of Malkut in turn number 1, and Truccio follows him through. A lot of action early on. These drivers aren't working together, Mike, to try to pull away.
Now we'll see what happens now. We got the front 5. Nope, there it is. Inside, here comes Truccio. Truccio to the inside, new leader.
Good pass there for Alessandro Truccio, straight to the front, and with that pass, that'll pack them up again here. We're 5 deep. Could have a few more joining the grouping as they head through the chicane, headed over to turn number 6.
Like the way things are shaking down early here, although a little surprised that the front 3 drivers may not have had to look over their shoulder and realize they had probably 5 or 6 car lengths and may have been able to make it just a 3-driver fight up front. But as often happens here with the drivers in Mini Swift, they'll just keep dicing it up, keep diving, keep slicing, keep slashing, and then ends up keeping everybody in the fight. Here comes McGoy back down to the inside, hiking the inside rear wheel as he cranks that thing down to the apex. That's going to put him to P1. Truccio goes back into the 2nd spot. And again, really, with Mike, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 car lengths between a couple of the groups, they're all still lined up pretty square.
No, exactly. They're about 10 or so or plus. They're right there. But one of the things that's going to happen is the mindset's going to adjust. You as a driver like Malkut, who did lead not a lap ago and now is back in 5th. He's not going to hang out in 5th. He's going to go try to get more positions.
Big climb of the barrier, or the curb, inside curb there, I believe, for Tyler Roberts coming through turn number 6, still early on the entry. Able to get through there unscathed, though. You can see the group as they work their way all the way down into turn number 8. You can see the big train finally getting a bit of a gap. Oh, driver backwards coming on the front the straightaway there, a little further back. There it is. 2 drivers involved. Oh, driver's trying to get through, and we have a driver over. Contact, driver over. Yellow flag flying. That is between turns 7 and 8. Drivers were in the middle of the racetrack, and the driver who's upside down simply had nowhere to go. SuperKarts USA crews are there. Yellow flags being thrown in the racetrack here. Lots of guys over there to try to get things helped out here. So the crew on the scene, still yellow flags flying. I don't think we've gone to full course yellow as of yet. Doing the best they can to get these carts. The driver who actually went over under his own steam, able to climb back over the barriers. There is one cart right off the racetrack. Yellow still flying. Hopefully these drivers will stay to the middle of the racetrack. They're still on the throttle. Yellows are flying, and we are full throttle coming through these sections.
Yeah, tricky deal there with it, but ultimately we're just puckering right now as the field comes through. Here they come out of the final corner, and it is now going to be a big-time shake-up here with the passing around. Gianmatteo Russo up 8 spots to the lead on that TKG Kart Republic. Alessandro Truchot second, Michael McGoy third, Turner Brown in the 4th spot, and we're going to shake them up again.
Let's have a look at some of the drivers involved in this incident. Riley Harrison, Johnny Stamps, Luis Nunez, Tyron Scott, Jesus Benito, we believe, all involved in that incident over between turn number 7 and turn number 8. That was just one driver coming out of turn number 8, getting turned in the middle of the racetrack, spun him around, obviously going backwards, kind of worked his way, kind of wiggling his way over to the wall. Another driver got involved, and then everybody, even with the yellow flags flying, were trying to kind of find a way through, but they were all full pin, just not able to get away through. One driver tapping the rear wheel, and over he went.
I was talking to Matt Johnson last night when he ended up in the wall in that same spot, and his biggest worry was nobody was going to see him as they came back around. It's exactly what we just had right there. Drivers with nowhere to go. They didn't see when there was a car in the way. Boom.
Got to take some time, slow up a little bit when you see that yellow. It could be your benefit as well. We throw the yellow for obviously the drivers involved in the incident, but it's for the driver as well, seeing the yellow flag. If you see it happening, raise your hand, realize something's happening, and slow up a little bit. It's going to help you avoid the incident. Didn't for that driver there. You've got to get the cart woed up a little bit when you see that yellow.
Looking back to the run at the front. Actually, another driver straight through.
McGoy.
Out of room. Did not have the room on the exit of 6.
Michael McGoy from that lead group goes off the racetrack on the exit of turn number 6. They went side by side through the corner. He had nowhere to go. Straight through the plastic on the outside of the racetrack, heading over to turn number 7. And the driver we saw up front, Xander, for a majority of the weekend so far, out of this race.
And now they're going to continue to fight back for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th there. You saw Isaac Malka just at the edge of the screen trying to work on Gianmatteo Russo. Turner Brown continues to lead this pack here behind the leader. Russo back on the inside of him as I believe Alessandro Truchot. What a gift and a half here. He is already starting to really edge that gap out over the field. I mean, the Parolin drivers got over a second on him.
Alessandro Truchot, who we saw star in the Winter Series and head to Europe to do some racing over there as well, running now in this mini category and looking good out front. And again, we see this happen a lot, don't we, Mike? When a driver is able to get out a little bit, then the guys in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th start dicing a bit. That allows the leader to stretch away. The gap is pulled back. The fight really now more for about 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. As they're 2 wide, 3 wide coming out of turn number 10.
And those popsicle sticks in the air, 2 to go, only amplify what everybody's going to try to do. Everything's elbows up at this point, and it is a line of drivers trying to get these final passes done.
Again, just a couple laps to go, as Mike has indicated. They got the 2 to go sign from Aaron Likens when they came back across the stripe. Truchot's lead, 1.4 seconds last time by. Turner Brown a bit quicker, but hey, let's give it up for Turner Brown as well. Remember, at the very start, fell back to 6th, methodically working his way forward. Back to P2 for Turner Brown, and that's worth even more knowing the fact that McGoy now is going to have this DNF for being off the racetrack. That's going to shake things up. McCoy's going to drop down the order for the main event lineup on Super Sunday.
White flag in the air from Aaron Likens. Your leader is Truchot. We talk about how big of a gift that was with the other stuff that was going on. Now Turner Brown well and gone. A couple other drivers making big moves. Gianmatteo Russo and Max Christia both up 6 positions to be 3rd and 4th, with Isaac Malkut now cutting fastest lap of the race in 5th.
Drivers trying some big moves to the bottom of the racetrack in turn number 1. You see them lining up there in a row, coming out through 4, now 5, over to turn number 6. That is 3rd, 4th, 5th on back. That'll be Rousseau, Christia, Malkut, Bailey, Palacio on that group. They're slicing to try to find a spot here. Let's see how it all plays out when it's all said and done. Turner Brown continues to close on Truchot, but it'll be too little too late for the Californian. Here comes Truchot to the final corner. Checker flag for the Parolin USA driver. Truchot's going to win it. Turner Brown, fast lap of the race. The last one coming home 2nd. Gianmatteo Rousseau in 3rd. Isaac Malkut in 4th. Christia 5th. Palacio 6th. Both Christia and Palacio up 5 spots. Rousseau up 6. Gage Bailey 7th. Tristan Murphy 8th. Tyler Roberts 9th. And David Ibarra ends up in the top 10. Asher Osteen up 7 spots from 18th to 11th.
Ethan Tovo, another big mover, up 12 spots. Remember, it's not going to have a LCQ for this one, but you are trying to get those big spots to try to have a better starting position for the Super.
That's it. Be up front. You want to be in the first 3 or 4 rows if possible to get in that lead group. But nonetheless, a good battle there for the drivers here in this mini Swift category. We're underway with heat race number 3 live from the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino, the 25th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals here on Kart Chaser, brought to you by Porsche North America. Don't go anywhere when we get back. It's Master Shifter.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
under a short delay here while we have the on-site medical team checking out the drivers involved in that incident that ultimately did stay green as they were able to get up under their own power, but just giving them a full once over to make sure that they are indeed okay, and if not, they get the treatment that they have. Awesome medical team on site here, the AMR response team, the same AMR, American Medical Response Team, you see at NASCAR and IndyCar events here at SuperKarts USA events. Got to chat with Stan Bernarski here, one of the main guy of operations on the ground here, and he was, caught me right over at lunch talking about how proud he is to have that kind of partnership and a huge, huge partner of a lot of major motorsports series, including SuperKarts USA. So a fully professional outfit here. They've got the bus on the racetrack, as you can see, making some laps through the hairpins. We will take the moment while we can to see if we can chat with a few of the X30 Senior drivers here and as they're getting ready to go on the grid, because there may be a couple more moments before the X30 Senior Heat race gets underway. So our Kendall Edge, Caleb Smock down there getting all the intel that we can while we continue to wait for the status of what we've got on the circuit. But X30 Senior going to be probably a couple more moments before they get underway, and so hopefully we'll be able to chat with a few of them and see what's all going on down in their heads here with the sun still going on, but about a little part of the track under shade. If we go back over to the angle that we have down at the end of the far straightaway at turn number 1, that's fully in the shade right now at that long hairpin, the sun going behind the Rio. You can see here the grandstands over by turn number 1 fully shaded off. Then also at the same time, take a look at the grandstands we've got over here by the final corner. They are packed out here a little bit more than yesterday, getting ready to watch some X30 Senior headline event action. The fans, everyone, taking a look at it, getting into it here. We appreciate everyone that's made their way out to Las Vegas for the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. One of the coolest things about having this live stream go up so early in the week that we have continued to watch as working our way on through is that we've had multiple people come to us and say, man, we saw the stream going on live, we got excited, we bought a plane ticket, and we're here now, or we drove out here because it looks so cool. I mean, everyone just wanted to be a part of the event, and for all the viewers at home getting ready to go. So Shifter Master, of course, on the way. X30 Seniors on the way. Pro Shifter on the way as well. All those drivers getting set to go green. Master Shifter will be the next one up, though, as they're second on the order, and they'll come right after our Mini Swifts, and then the 2 X30 Senior flights, the X30 Master group, the X30 Juniors, Pro Shifters, all in the afternoon group for heat races. And then you can bet, Rob, those grandstands will be filled up for the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, no doubt about that. We'll give you an update on the incident on the racetrack, being told that the driver is awake and alert and is complaining of some pain. So anytime we have one of our drivers, and of course Micro or Mini, they're complaining of potential pain like that, we will transport him just for precautionary procedures. So taking care of our driver right now. We'll get things handled. We'll be obviously down for a bit here while we wait to get things handled. We appreciate everyone's patience. Don't go anywhere. Oh, we got some more interviews coming up, right, Xander? I'll throw it over to you, and we'll continue on with some interviews from pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely here. Let's send it on down to trackside here. The Shifter Masters, they've got their helmets on. A few of them starting to take their helmets off, but they're getting ready to go right now. We've got at least a number of drivers for X30 Senior starting to roll to the pre-grid area. One of them down there with us, Jeremy Fletcher. Then the Odenthal Racing Products, Ryan Perry Motorsport, Tony Kart is down with Kendall.
Down here with Jeremy Fletcher. Jeremy, how's your weekend been going in the X30 class?
It's been pretty up and down. Haven't had the greatest pace, but I think we got something figured out.
Going into this final heat of the weekend, what are you expecting?
Definitely some carnage, hopefully some racing so I can get up there even if I don't have the pace, but I think it'll be good.
Going into the rest of the weekend, what are you expecting for yourself and just the whole field as a whole?
I definitely think it's going to be a lot of tough racing. It'll be very interesting to see how we come out, but hopefully good.
All right, well, sounds good. Good luck today, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Right there, Jeremy Fletcher again, just looking to try and dig up a little bit forward. He's had to kind of have a bit of a hole for him in most of these ones to get going up the ladder. But, hey, he's the national number 3 for a reason, 3rd in the SKUSA Pro Tour standings, Mike. Jeremy Fletcher, one of the top talents, and, of course, a kid that is a winner year before, swept junior last year.
Yeah, for sure. We know he can do it. The question will be if he can get to the front and so he can start fighting. As you just said, he's hoping he can do some more racing. And hopefully not have as much of the carnage.
Yeah, hopefully not, right? We already, it's unfortunate here. We'll go a little bit behind schedule. So for the viewers watching along at home, as you can see here live, we've got the medical team on the racetrack. They're taking a look at getting what they can on the driver. Like Rob said,
feeling a little bit of pain, a little bit of soreness. They just want to do a full once-over again, just standard protocol, check everybody out. We've got a really, really awesome medical team on site here, so we want to continue to try and get them on through. The Master Shifters are going to get set to go, so we got a lot of them making their way over to the grid, and the helmets are back off, so maybe we can chat with a few of them here towards the front of the grid. We haven't talked to a whole lot of our Master Shifters, and there was some, again, to recap everyone so far, Davide Fore qualifies on the pole. He's doing double duty, Master Shifter and Pro Shifter. Maybe farming it a little bit, right? But, hey, he qualifies well above that. Man, he's well above that 30 and over minimum to run in the class. And so then he qualifies pole, and everyone expects, okay, Davide Fore, factory driver, world champion, he's going to dominate. That wasn't exactly the case, Mike.
Yeah, Brian Keck right there actually kind of rolling pace with him, and it sounds like there was an engine issue that actually took him out. And then, unfortunately, Brian Keck nowhere to go, and both of them out at the same time. In the first heat race, we saw Alan Shudo, the beneficiary of that and getting the heat race 1 win, and then it was back to what you would call maybe normal. And Davide Fore taking the heat 2 win with Keck P2, and then Shudo a solid 3rd, and that's going to make this the 3rd heat race more about being smart if you're Alan Shudo, with Fore and Keck going to be coming up a little bit further back when we go to the final on Sunday.
Right, they're trying to do damage control, go, as high as they can here in this 3rd heat, and then take the points and hopefully roll off somewhere that they can fight from. But we've seen how difficult it is for these gearbox drivers to be able to find a way around each other on the racetrack. For those of you tuning in for the very first time, the class you're about to see, unlike the rolling starts that we're used to, we'll be doing a standing start on the long back straightaway in the start boxes, and then on top of that, they will be also, having front brakes, so all brakes for all 4 tires, 1 brake on the rear axle, individual brakes on the left front and the right front tire, and then, of course, 6 total gears. So between that, they can really stop on a dime, and then they can launch on a dime as well. And you see that with the defending in the gearbox class, they can go narrow, park it, and then still rock it off, versus the single-speed classes. We've seen a lot of crossovers, lots of over-unders, and you get that in Shifter, but it's trickier to pull off.
Yeah, and actually 2 points you just made there. The first being the starts. We actually saw Master Shifter, several drivers having issues already in the first 2 heat races of getting the launch off and not having a stall. In fact, I think in both of them, we had a driver trying to get things going and underway when the lights went out. The other point you're talking about with the kind of start-stop aspect of the gearbox, the lines are completely different as well. We don't see as much, or not entirely, the rolling through the corner. We see a little bit more of that kind of point and shoot, and there's definitely some different ways of taking the corners that can make the racing all the more challenging.
Yeah, so with them on the grid, well, we've got one more of our X30 seniors going back on that does only have 1 brake and is a single gear, and that is Mr. Oliver Hodgson, J3 Competition Comp Kart Factory Pilot's had a pretty solid week so far. I picked him and talked about him earlier yesterday. I thought he might be one of the fastest drivers here. Said he's really happy with the go-kart. Let's see how that warm-up session went for him. He's down with Kendall.
Down here with Oliver Hodgson. It's the final heat race of the weekend. How are you feeling right now?
Excited, yeah. It's been a really good week so far. Excited to get another one on the boards here, and yeah, hopefully put that car right at the front for the final tomorrow.
How was your kart handling in the warm-up session?
Yeah, good. Yeah, excited to get going here.
So no changes were made from the warm-up to the heat race?
Nope, no.
So Oliver is pretty confident going into this heat race. Well, good luck today and have a good race.
Hold him right there, Kendall. Here, I actually got a question for Oliver, if you can hear me here. I hope he can on the speakers. Oliver, we got you. Word on the street has been everybody struggling with tires in terms of keeping them together for the 3rd heat. How's your set of Avenkos?
So I think I heard half of that, something about tire wear. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how my tires are looking. So this is the last heat they've got to do. I think they're in fairly good shape, so no concerns from my side.
Hey, well, good enough. Glad he was able to hear it. Thank you, Oliver Hodgson here. We'll let him get on ready as he heads back over to the pre-grid. The Master Shifter drivers, again, just hanging on as we get set. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to continue to try and talk to as many drivers as we can, give you the insight. Again, that was X30 Senior pilot Oliver Hodgson. He'll be in action here shortly, live from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. It's SKUSA SuperNationals 25 presented by Porsche with Kart Chaser's live coverage.
Heart, determination, and dedication to making you the best driver you can be. Are you ready to get speed racing through your blood? That is the formula for HRT driver development. For more info, go to hrtdriver.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
All right, so the Master Shifter drivers, again, they have been putting on a show. We got a couple of them lined up here to chat with. Let's send it down trackside to Kendall.
Down here with Brian Keck. So we wanted to talk to you about what happened in heat race number 1 when you two in the front row collided. So just describe what happened out there.
I mean, we were going full tilt. I was just kind of settling in there on the out lap, or I should say probably lap 4 or so when we were going, and come around the corner full tilt, and he just stopped in the middle of turn 1, and I knew he had stuck his engine. There was nowhere to go. I was already on the power and just drove right through him. Felt bad. There was absolutely nowhere to go, and I mean, I guess as it was announced, maybe I cleared him out too along the way. So unfortunate.
Well, since then, how has the car and the track and everything progressed for you?
Everything's been good. I think the pace for us is really good. I know we're purple at some point. He's got some sections that are a little bit better, but I think as playing the long game for what I thought was going to be long game after getting a DNF there, I think we've closed the gap and the pace is good and we're purple most of the time out there. So it's going to be a race now. It's going to be fun, and it's definitely going to be a mix-up now.
All right, well, sounds good and good luck the rest of the day.
I appreciate it. And as while we're on camera, my brother would appreciate if I had answered every answer with Skittles like Marshawn Lynch, but here we go.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Xander, you never know when you're going to bet to be on TV. You got to take advantage of it. Brian Keck going right in. I like it. But we talked to Davide Fori when we were leaving last night. He felt horrible with it, the fact that they blew that motor up. And he said, just went into turn number 7, knocked it down, and bam, nothing I could do. And he drove over top of me. And the crazy thing is, that motor then, of course, blown. They tried to take it over to Randy Pearson. He pulled a stock motor out, bolted it on for heat race number 2. So that race for 4A number 2 was a completely stock engine.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wild to hear that stuff. And that's not only, again, the only front runner that we saw with a stuck motor. We got that intel from Billy Musgrave as well. Also stuck an engine, running 3rd or 4th, I think 3rd in the opening Pro Shifter heat race, and pile drive the Jersey barriers on the outside of turn number 1.
Same thing happened to Ben Cooper as well in the X30 Masters heat race as well. So there have been some engine issues, and that was a clarification on what happened to Billy Musgrave. We actually weren't sure what it was. Obviously, When we saw it, it looked to me like we may have just locked the brakes up. We weren't sure if it was a mechanical, what it might have been, a stuck engine. And I know that the HMG crew, the Harden Motorsports group, jumped on board with Billy to pull that off, to get a new package. They were literally probably 10 people on that cart getting it back together to get him back out on the racetrack for heat race number 2. Just crazy for that he was able to get back out.
But that's cool stuff right there.
It's amazing, isn't it?
There was a lot of damage going on there, a lot of things to fix, never mind the engine issue, right? And not a lot of time. These races come back really, really fast.
That's the one thing. When I write about this experience here with the morning and afternoon sessions, my first time, of course, being a driver, it's much different when we're up here, right? We're just waiting for the guys to work their way back down to the grid. We go back to the next race. Literally, you get through the scales, you're back up there. If you got some damage, when I bent the axle, man, we was all hands on deck. Pulling all that out, we had to change. We were right in the middle of changing tires because it was in the last practice session. We had to, it was a thrash, and that's what happens when, of course, Billy had that motor issue. Not surprising. The Harden Motorsports Group guys, the Harden family, are some of the best we have in our paddock. Jumping in to get that thing, get him back on the racetrack. Great story that, of course, we'll report on later on when we do our final synopsis of the weekend.
Well, speaking of mainstays around the paddock, Joe Rook was on the verge of not being able to be behind the wheel this weekend, but ultimately was able to find a way to get behind the wheel. The Master Shifter driver has made a big name for himself remaining in that division after running all through his career in gearbox classes and everything from the Quincy Grand Prix to street races like Rock Island, and he's here at the Supernational. He's down with Kendall.
All right, Joe, so as Xander just said, you got a lot of experience in street racing in the Midwest area. You're coming out here to a parking lot track. The top of the game has always been how it's a temporary track. Obviously, that is going to be working in your favor. Overall, so far, what are your thoughts on the weekend?
So far, it's been a good weekend. The kart's fast, just need a little bit of luck. Got a push back in the first heat, had a really good run up to third and put me back to 13th, but the track's good. I like it backwards. It races good. There's passing zones, so I'm pretty happy so far.
Now, coming into the weekend, you originally had not planned to come out and run this weekend. You came to come out and be a spectator. You're under a new team, a new chassis. Thoughts so far about how that's going?
Yeah, I had no plans at all. The last Stars race in Cincinnati, we ended up working something out with the Maranello team, and they invited me out to run with them. And I'm running a Carbolos engine, and it's hooked up. We got a fast kart. The team's good. Vermont Kart Company's helping me out this weekend, so I was really glad to be able to put something together.
All right, thank you, and good luck to you the rest of the day.
Thanks.
Kendall's voice got a little bit deeper on me there, Rob.
I was going to say we got to get her a lozenge. You know what? Really cool to see the Maranello brand back out here as well. It's obviously one that's been part of the SuperNationals over the last couple of decades. Joe Rook, as we know, one of the top Masters shifter drivers we've seen over the last handful of years. He's had lots of race wins in some of the big races, like you mentioned, some of the tracks others won't maybe go to, like a Quincy in the Park. He likes the challenge. But great to see those guys hook up and potentially form a new partnership that could provide some success for the Vermont Karting Company.
Yeah, it would be super cool to see. And those guys have been making, themselves, known a little bit more and more, right? We've been seeing more and more Maranellos. Ryan Kastner's been helping spearhead it down in North Carolina as well. So, getting that red, yellow, and orange kind of back into the mainstays of the sport once again. And they've got a decent contingent here between not only Master Shifter, they got some Pro Shifter guys out here this weekend as well. So they've got a pretty full, filled-out tent here at the Las Vegas SKUSA SuperNationals, just like a lot of the brands that we don't always get to see, right? But we get the entire world, the entire global karting community to converge on one city. We get to see some of the karts that we don't always get to see every single week here in the U.S., which is cool.
Yeah, it depends on what series you're in, right? The series are in obviously different regions of the country, and there are some brands that are supported more aggressively. You head up to the Pacific Northwest, you're going to see a lot of ITEL karts. Depending on where you are, you're going to see different chassis that are going to be at these races. But when you come to the SuperNats, when we first ran this thing back in '97, for the first couple of years, I remember Jim Early always used to call it the U.S. Open of shifter kart racing, because it didn't matter if you were ICAF or WKA or SKUSA or whoever you ran with, you came to that event. It was an open event for everybody to come to, and I think that's exciting to see that we have all these guys, different manufacturers, different series, different drivers from around the world.
Definitely super cool. And talking about drivers from around the world, well, we've still got some American talent here, some homegrown talent, and a driver returning to the SuperNationals, first time in Master Shifter here in the streets of Las Vegas. For Mr. AJ Nowd, he's caught up with Caleb Smock, the deeper voice there that we thought was Kendall. He's down on the grid with AJ in that Leading Edge Motorsports LEM kart. Caleb?
So, AJ, this is your first SuperNats you've been to since 2008. You've been a legend of the sport all the way through, making some appearances back in the Midwest, and you decided to come back out here. Overall, what made you want to come back, and how's it going so far?
Well,
hooked up with a good friend, Ken Hahn at Metro Plastics, and we had a good run. And he said, let's go to Vegas, see what we can do. Called up Greg Bell, asked him, hey, bud, I need your help for this race. I don't want to go here and not be ready. And he provided me with a really good package to put me up front here. So now I just got to find a little bit and see if I can't catch these guys. So.
You having fun so far like you did in 08?
Oh, living the dream, brother.
There it is, and good luck to you the rest of the day. Go forward. That was AJ Nowd here making a return in the Master Shifter class. We're going to send it back to you guys.
Yeah, Caleb Nowd, of course, a winner back, I think it was 2000, 2001. David Cole looking at me. Earlier 99? On a DFM chassis, I believe.
Hold on. David Cole's pulling out his encyclopedia
Dude,
here and his 1998 laptop to try and figure that one out. He'll have it here in just a moment, but he'll have it.
What is it, Dave? 1999. Who did he beat? Who did he beat? Josh Schreiber. And, yeah, right. Xander.
I was born in 98.
Were you? How old were you?
And I was born in 98.
Oh, my God.
So 1 year old then.
He was 1. Yes, of course you were. 100%, of course. On a DFM chassis that day back then, running against Josh Schreiber for MRP Motorsports. There was 82 entries in the S2 category back then. So in 1999, Supercars USA had Formula S1 and Formula S2. S1 essentially the pro category. S2 was semi-pro. 82 semi-pro drivers. If I'm not mistaken, if you would go back and look at the results, I think we ran A, B, C, D, and E heat races. That was the flight system. We ran until probably 11 o'clock at night on Friday and Saturday night to get through the heat races. Jeff Deskins over here is laughing. He remembers how cold it was. It was, it wasn't wow, it's cold at 6 o'clock. It was 11 o'clock, I think, when we were 11:30 when we left the racetrack.
Oh, my gosh. And you were mentioning it was very, very well lit, too.
Yeah, it was pretty sketchy. a bunch of flashlights and I think a couple of lights coming in on the with the generators. There was not a lot of light.
Everybody bring your cars around.
Yeah,
they bring the cars, put the
there were a lot of
there.
dark spots on the racetrack for sure. There's no doubt about that. But, man, listen, that was the start of the SuperNationals. That was, I talk about the fact when I went to the CK&A Grand Nationals in Newcastle, their third event, it felt a lot to me like those early days of the SuperNationals when you knew you were involved in something special. David Cole literally bringing up the results. Let me have a look here at the results.
He managed to find it there on his archive page.
That's
it. Looks like
it's like an MS DOS in there.
AJ Nowd with the win that year. Josh Schreiber second. Jonathan Erlin, Mike McNamara, and some guy named Alfonso Ribeiro finishing in fifth. Alfonso, of course, from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Hey, man, check this out. Look at this there in the grandstands, all right? We now got everyone kind of hanging out, and we got some guys pumped to be here. I love it, man. The energy, you know what? We're on a bit of a kind of unexpected intermission, but look at that. Dude, if you want to go watch these X30 Senior Master Shifter Heat races, you need to walk over now. There's not a lot of spaces open there, especially at the top of those grandstands right now.
That's awesome. Uh-oh, you're saying Mike Rollison was in that field? We're going back and looking at some old Supercars USA results here, yeah? Mike Rollison finished 11th that year. Shane Shipley in 16th. Wow. Michael McDowell, NASCAR driver, finished 14th that year. I think he was probably on a top cart that year as well, by the way, Michael McDowell. Mike Rollison, of course, with Rollison Performance Group, racing as well. More interviews on pit lane. Caleb Smock catching up with another driver who's showing a lot of great speed here in Master Shifter. He stands by with Jonathan Vitola.
Thank you. We're down here with Johnny Vitola. Now, we were talking beforehand. Actually, we didn't talk beforehand. We just made it up here. I'm sorry, distracted by your fans you have over in the corner. If you want to pan over, you can see his fan crew out in action right now. But, Johnny, there's a lot of you guys here in Shifter, more typically we've seen before, almost a sold-out field. What are your thoughts on the weekend?
It's going good so far. I mean, there's a lot of wreckage, and obviously, as we can see going on behind us, you got to be careful with the barriers. And it's an event like this, everybody's pushing as hard as they can. So, the limit and margin for error is pretty small.
Now, a talking point of the weekend has been tire aggregation about managing your tires. Some they haven't had to. So far, what are your thoughts on it?
I think so far it's been pretty good. I think the third heat's going to be the deciding factor, and we'll see if they fall off or not. But fortunately, it's only 10 laps, so we can mitigate that.
All right, well, good luck to you. We'll get you back to the car. Some of you guys trying to get suited back up, but good luck to you.
Yeah, that's great news there, Caleb. As he mentioned, drivers getting suited back up. The on-site AMR medical team slowly getting back into position
That looked like we will have, unfortunately, maybe a transport right there. So we'll try and get continued updates on the drivers involved in the incidents. But the good news is that the team was here, the response was quick, and now they have cleaned the racetrack up, gotten them with who the drivers need to be. And there's a look over. Well, those beverages behind on the VIP deck, definitely not for those group right there. But that's a look at the VIP suites over here. One of the cool things that's been kind of happening the last couple of years, once again, at the SKUSA SuperNationals, these VIP areas, you got guys getting food, and where they are is the outside of the last turn here on the racetrack. It's a gorgeous place to stand and watch the race from. They got TVs inside with the live stream feed on. But there won't be a lot of people back there. There's going to be a lot of people at the front, right on the open area, watching that. And that'll be a hot commodity on Super Sunday.
Indeed, that was the Brown family right there. Good friends of mine. Say hello to the Browns, Mike and Mary, and the whole crew here this weekend. Great to have them here as well. They have spent time working over the past couple of years for IAME USA West as well. Good friends of myself and Alicia. So great to see the Browns out here once again. And again, that VIP lounge will be full, as you said, throughout the entire weekend. And again, as well with the grandstands. Looking forward to, I think, Xander, seeing things pack up for Super Sunday. We know what it's going to be like. Once we get rolling, we got opening ceremony set for tomorrow morning. That's when the hair starts standing up after warm-ups all said and done. Mini Swift will roll things out. Then we get into KA100 Senior, and from then on, grab sixth gear and just rip it all the way through to the very end of the day.
Yeah, going to be such an awesome day of racing on Super Sunday. Mike, your first time really being able to not only watch but get to announce it all the way last year. Coming in this year, we talk about drivers' nerves from racing. Were there any nerves for you back last year being in the booth for the first time?
Just being in proximity with this guy. Are you kidding me? No, it's different when you got the cameras on you and stuff like that. But actually, I mean, you've done it so much, and so have you. That at some point, you just almost forget that they're there because you're just calling the action. Because this is all that you care about right here. The cameras and stuff like that. That's the benefit for everybody at home and watching from the VIP and the stands here. It's pretty cool to be a part of. And again, thanks both of you guys for having me on.
Looking forward to our 25th edition of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, and crazy to think it's been around for a quarter of a decade now. And again, waiting for Super Sunday, but still a long way to go. We got more heats, a little bit of a slowdown, as we said, with the issue we had on the racetrack, but that has been cleared up. And Masters Shifters drivers, let's go to this guy. You're a Masters driver as well. How much does it change your mindset when you're sitting there? You get down there, you're ready to go. Man, you're like a couple of minutes away from firing up, and then you have this 20-minute stoppage. What do you do to get your mind put back into it?
Well, actually, if you haven't gotten on course, I don't think it's too big of a deal. Right? You haven't really gotten into the game yet. But if you're on course and you get a scenario where, like, oh, just kidding, and actually a couple weeks ago we were getting ready to go green and had to pull in for a little bit of water on course. So you're like, all right, well, just kidding. I guess we'll do this again later. And this right here, these guys even haven't got this right here where things fire up. You start giving that fist bump to your mechanic or your dad or whoever it is, and you're like, okay,
let's go.
Now let's go get it done.
Yeah, exactly that.
And the worst part is, right, you did all the work mentally to get ready, and then these guys were about ready to fire off, and then the class before them wrecks, and then they got to go wait. Helmets back off, hang out again, and then all of a sudden get back into your moment of zen, right? Get back kind of in the zone, and so that's what we're about to see down on the grid. The engines have fired up. We've got the shot over top of the Shifter Master drivers, so let's send it on down trackside and take a look here as the starting lineup will begin to form for their final heat race of the weekend. Again, Shifter Master on the grid, getting set to go. David Foray again will at least get to the lead off from the pole. Unfortunately, it will be more than likely the last time that he will be able to do so this weekend with that unfortunate seized engine result. A DNF puts him in the high 40s for his points in heat number one, but he came back, ran good, and like Rob said, stock motor. So do you know if that's the same one that we've got on the package today?
I have not had a chance to get over there to ask him whether or not they were able to get that motor fixed by Rainey Pearson Sweet Tech on that first engine, so it may still be on the stock package. But I'll tell you this, last time he's going to be on the pole, but he is going to be so exciting, Xander, to watch on Super Sunday if he's got to be somewhere mid-pack.
Yeah, he's going to be somewhere to get going forward. Hopefully maybe we can try and get a GoPro on him or something, get the recording after the fact, because that will be one impressive drive. David Foray, however you'd like to say
David,
it here. David. Well, isn't that what he said? He said he wanted either Davide or David.
If it's Italy, it's Davide. If it's Spain, it's David. If it's USA, it's David. But I asked him, which do you want this weekend? He said Davide. So
Davide
we're going to go straight Italian for Davide Foray here this weekend. Brian Keck, who we spoke with, starting on the outside of the front row. Alan Sciutto will start inside of row number 2 alongside Antonio Pizzonia Jr.
Moving back to row 3, Scott Presti to the inside of the other driver that we spoke with, the Leading Edge Motorsports LEM kart driver. AJ now rolls off P6. Jonathan Fitolo on the GFC will roll off to the inside of row number 4 alongside Victor Jimenez.
Row 5, row 6, John Crow on the inside. He's had some engine issues. They're hoping it holds together for him here. Kevin Woods from Sonoma, top driver for Ron White Racing, will start on the outside of that row. Row number 6, Skitchy Barnes from Bermuda, and Joe Rook on that Maranello.
Well, one thing here to note, I believe it may have caught it on the camera, our head flagman Aaron Likens was given the notion to Davide Fore that, hey, keep an eye out. The field is still just getting through turn number 1. So if you don't want to overheat your motor, slow down. And it looked like Davide was going to do that. And then he's like, no, I'm going to warm the rears up. And then he punched it. And so now he's going to be over there sitting for a little bit as the field is still about half the track back. But again, that's the part of, unfortunately the price to pay of being on the front row of a shifter grid. That's a big grid. You got to sit there and let everybody else get into line. And hopefully today, a little bit better for these shifter master drivers, because we think back to those 2 heat races yesterday, a lot of drivers towards the back stalling, and here is, oh my goodness, is that the 606 of AJ Nowd on the grid right there?
It looks potentially to be, again, AJ Nowd in the 6. No, he's the 660.
It's another one of the LEM karts, though, that was headed off. So
let's find out who that was. I'll do a quick grab of that. The 606. Oh, Leo Kirstjens.
Unable to fire off.
Yeah, so he had to push back. Tough one there for Kirstjens. Will put him near the tail of the field for the main event on Super Sunday. Otherwise, the rest of the group working their way into position to get things underway. Drivers working their way into their grid spots. Field set. Going to go. Oh, one driver waving the hands. Too late now. Drivers rocking and rolling. They're underway. Green. Whole shot for Foray. Keck trying to hold on to the outside. Big move to the inside as well for the driver who started P3. Xander slotting into position. Good job getting out of that very tight 2-3 combination.
Unfortunately, again, one driver tagged around. That's the 668. Looks to be one of the VTM machines. That same racing team with Vincenzo Saraceno in Pro Shifter as a couple of Shifter Masters pilots. One out early. But Davide Fore leads them over to turn number 8 for the first time. Like you said, from P3, it looked like, I think that may have also been from P4. Antonio Pizzonia looks like he's gotten himself up and into second. Then behind him, that should be Brian Keck there in third. And then you go further back. Actually, Keck might be all the way back in the 4th spot. We'll update it here. Keck, then Sciuto, then Victor Jimenez there rounding the top 5.
Scott Presti, AJ Nowd, Joe Rook, John Crow, and Jonathan Vitolo, your top 10 on the opening circuit. Great opening lap there for Pizzonia as he's able to get to the inside of the racetrack, taking second away from Brian Keck. Everyone sliding in. Keck, as he said in the interview, very happy with the way the race car was, Xander. And kept saying, yeah, I've been able to go purple in those races, so I've got a fast race car. I know that I can work my way forward. Early on, tires still cold. Let's see what Keck does pushing forward, but he's got Alan Sciuto. Heat 1 winner looking pretty good there in P4.
This is the first time that Keck has been outside of the top 2, right? He's been able to hang out right in the coattails of Foray, and now we can see if Pizzonia has anything, as Sciuto is also closing in on Keck.
Isn't that so cool about the Masters classes? In any class here in Vegas, you got a former Formula 1 driver in Antonio Pizzonia, and you've got a former multi-time world champion karter in Davide Fore. 1 and 2 here getting ready to do battle. Pizzonia a touch quicker last lap, and he's going a little bit wider on exit. He was right up against the barriers. It kicked up a little dust, almost just like kissing him coming out of turn number 6.
Good fight here between the drivers in 3rd and 4th, rather. Again, we've seen that. That is Keck getting chased down here by Sciuto, very close together.
And so here we'll pick him back up out of the corner. So you can see the top 2 separated a little bit. Like you said, Keck and Sciuto pretty close together. Then a decent pack led off by what looks to be like Scott Presti. Then Jimenez, AJ Nowd, Joe Ruck, Vitolo, Justin Kelly up 4 spots here. Good start for Justin Kelly to get into the top 10.
Yeah, really big gap right now between Sciuto and Presti. Already 2.5 seconds. That's 4th back to 5th. So the front-running quartet have been able to make big room. And then, of course, you've got that 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th running close together. Presti, Jimenez, Nowd, and Rook. We'll see what happens. As you said, Justin Kelly now into the top 10.
And I believe that was Rook right there making the move in number 7 corner. He's actually starting to make some inroads there on Kelly as well.
Yeah, he banked tires there with AJ Nowd as he made the move on by. So this midfield having a good little fight while the leaders remain single file at the front of the pack. The 2 GFCs, although here comes a change. was looking for a moment. It looked like for a moment Alan Shuto was going to try and go down the inside, and Brian Keck didn't. Here's back on the battle back for P5. That's Jimenez towing her nose low. Now here Rook looking on Jimenez. Here comes Now back on him. It all kind of just one botch pass puts him back in the clutches of the guy behind him.
Yeah, and the one thing about shifter kart racing in comparison to single speed, right? You're just rolling on the throttle. You're grabbing the right gear. You got to select the right gear. You can have that opportunity where you maybe make the wrong shift or carry a little more speed through on one gear. You roll that gear a little longer. Driver's able to kind of take a different approach depending on where they are and what angle they have. It's another move down the bottom of the racetrack. AJ now going back by Joe Rook. Rook thinking to the inside at turn 11, but tucks back in.
Wasn't able to get it done. Tried to get that over-under launch on him. Couldn't fully do it. Here they go down into the corner. Rook's under fire. It looks like even more so now as they were side by side behind him. That should have been Jonathan Vitolo and Justin Kelly going wheel to wheel. Kelly's got company as well. Kevin Woods on that Ron White Racing CRG right up on him there, and Woods has one more on the tail as well. So this is a tightly packed group, about 7th or 8th on back, just outside the top 10, and Woods is going to lose his spot. That one passed for 11th. Give it to Sketchy Barnes.
Yeah, Sketchy Barnes trying to get himself back up into the top 10. We expect him to run top 5 like I know David Cole and I both picked. I think Nate Dean did as well at our EKN prediction. So expecting Sketchy to have a good run here. Let's see if he's able to dial it back in. He's had a couple of good finishes in the first couple of heat races, trying to keep it going. But this fight further back is good. And as we start working our way into the evening here, Mike, I know that it's early on. Right now, just 3:15 local time. The sun just getting behind that big tower of the Rio. So as they're rolling into the braking zone of turn number 1, it's now in the shade. It's going to start getting cooler and cooler. Grip levels will stop, or will get a little lower there as the day goes on.
Exactly that. And we're actually, next time we look onto the front straightaway, there's actually a yellow out of the final corner. And on the main straightaway, looks like possibly an issue on the straight all the way down to turn number 1. So that's where our leader's going now. No passing into turn number 1 this time.
Not quite sure which driver that is who's out of the race here. But again, off to the inside of the racetrack coming down into turn number 1. There's the contact there.
That might have been Sketchy.
I wonder if that was Sketchy Barnes. We're getting some pretty aggressive racing here just inside and outside the top 10. There's no doubt about that. Again, the top 4 drivers are pretty much stretched away right now with Foray, Pizzonia, and then Keck and Shuto. Then it's a big gap back to the driver now running in the 5th and 6th spot, Scott Presti and Victor Jimenez. But look at it. Rook is rolling on here right now.
No, exactly. Rook has been making some inroads, and the closest fights right now are actually just in front of him, as well as for third. It is Shuto and Keck right with each other. But again, you got Presti and Jimenez 5th and 6th, and Rook is going to be coming right on the back bumper of that.
Justin Kelly doing a great job, up 6 spots for Justin in the GFC in the 686. Started 14th. He's hustled his way up to P8 right now. So the GFC of Kelly, one of the drivers on the move from outside the top 10.
Well, Davide Ford is now going to be coming through the final corner. He's going to see the white flag in the air. This one's looking pretty good for him. Pizzonia now going to get a P2 if he keeps doing what he's doing. He's been behind the 8 ball and hasn't been able to get it. That's going to be a second, and a 4th for him.
And Joe Rook has caught Jimenez, and he's made a move by. So Joe Rook has gone to P6. He gets to the move to the inside of Jimenez in turner number 10. Here's the run down the back straightaway. That is Rook now rolling up here on Scott Presti, who has had the spot for a while. Let's stay with this one because Joe Rook on the final lap here, wheeling it up. Out of turn number 7 comes Davide Foray in the Italian Motors ITAL kart. He's got things handled right now and will likely cruise it to the end. But I'll tell you, driver on the move right now being super aggressive is Joe Rook. They'll work their way out of turn number 10. It's a win there for Davide Foray. But we're not done coming to the line here as well as they'll work their way through. And it's a big move to the inside. Rook grabbing a bunch of throttle. Drives him to the inside of turn 10. Not quite enough.
31 thousandths difference. Woo!
Joe Rook threw it down the inside of turn number 10 to try to take the position away from Scott Presti. And they were side by side, almost a wheelie coming out of the corner for Rook as he was standing on the loud pedal. Let's have a look at the grid here right now. It's Foray with the win, Pizzonia in second, Keck third, Shuto fourth, 8.9 seconds back to that battle between Scott Presti and Joe Rook. That's 5th and 6th. Victor Jimenez ends up in 7th. Justin Kelly up 6 spots to 8th. Jonathan Vitolo 9th. Sketchy Barnes in 10th. but another move into the top 15. Started 29th in all 3 heat races. The Texan Jordan Musser, 3 top 15 finishes. Where is he going to slot in? 3 top 15s. Remember, Foray and Keck with a DNF. Probably he'll be right around them. There's a good possibility. He's going to be in the top 15, I would say, 100%. So does he end up 13th, 14th, or 15th? Who else potentially went out early? Now, I don't know that any. Well, A.J. Nowd and John Crow, both those drivers out early. Yeah, so they're going to have a couple of DNFs. There's a possibility that he could start potentially top 10.
Davide Foray, Brian Keck, Jordan Musser, all right around each other at the
from outside the top 10.
Exactly that.
From outside the top 10.
Let's go.
That's what's going to make it so fun to watch what these guys do. This main event for the Master Shifter category is going to be absolutely tremendous. Still lots of racing for you folks here today on Kart Chaser. Don't go anywhere. When we get back-to-back X30 battles to cap off the heat races for that particular category.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Line has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Kart Chassis, Tillotson Karts and Engines, Miami, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the mid and coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Driver Line is set to finish this year strong.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
All right, welcome back here. And the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino having the sun just touch the top of the smaller of the two towers here, which is putting, again, that shade on a certain part of the racetrack. The other part fully lit up still, right in time. The stands are packed. The fences are lined more than I think we've seen almost all weekend so far. A lot of people, a big crowd showing up here for Saturday at the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals for the final day of heat racing, and of course those last chance qualifiers. X30 Senior Groups A and B have yet to verse, so that means they're together here for this one, which means for the first time this weekend we get to see the two top qualifiers go at it. Evan Gilter on the pole, Ryan Norberg on the outside of the front row. Norberg won both of his heat races. Gilter struggled in the opening heat, came back, dominated his second one, and so he's got a heat win to Norberg's 2. He beats him here. Norberg falls back. Then it's anyone's game of who gets pole on Sunday.
Yeah, this is it. This is the battle we love, that A versus B battle. Number 1, number 2 qualifier going head-to-head. Alessandro Di Tullio will start on the inside of row number 2 in the 316. Thomas Stolzermanis will be on the outside, P4.
We talked to Oliver Hodgson earlier. He said he feels pretty good about the tires, feels really good about his go-kart. He rolls off to the inside of row 3 alongside him. Eduardo Villa aboard that TB kart, who already has bait almost a heat race win, lost out to Norberg by just 1,000th.
How about a world championship caliber row number 4, Marian Kremers and current world champion Mateus Morgado on row 4, 7th and 8th.
One of the most stacked heat races here continues with Ariel Elkin on the inside of row number 5 alongside rookie standout Donovan Bonilla in the RPG Cosmic.
Row 6, we'll see Louis Westover and Braden Eads. Row 7, Thomas Navu and Colin Warren. Row 8, Wes Duchak and Hamas Fitzsimmons. Row 9, Paul Bocuse and Jeremy Fletcher wrap off the top 10 with Noel Leon and Dalton Haynes. Field set, drivers into the tram lines. A versus B. The big heat race here for X30 Senior is green, green, green. Racing into turn number 1.
Norberg going to get shafted and almost into the wall. Ryan Norberg, and he'll get collected with more. A bunch of drivers getting there, and the national number 1 got absolutely pile-drived in the right-hand side. He's going to lose probably about 15 spots, maybe outside the top 20. And wow, pole for Super Sunday. That might have just gone out the window and about 5 feet for Ryan Norberg.
Yeah, Norberg's got work to do now over the remainder of this 10-lap race. He'll have to get really aggressive. Drivers getting in there. One driver getting sideways.
McIntyre goes around right in front of about 3 more.
Tried to get to the inside, caught the right front up on the barrier and gripped him right around on the curbing rather. Everybody else pile driving right into him. Let's pick up Ryan Norberg, Xander. How far down is the number 1 plate holder? Scroll, 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 19th position.
Way back in the field for Norberg. And then row 4, the world champs. Marian Kremers up to 3rd. Mateus Morgado to 2nd. This is the kind of attrition that you hope for if you're a guy that's around a 5th to 10th place pace, because you could be consistent there, maybe like a Thomas Neveau, who's been around 8th to 10th so far in his heat races. He's up now into the top 5. And again, great stuff for Evan Gilter, the guy that we thought might be the only one to challenge him so far, is buried in the middle of the pack. There's Norberg in the swarm, right ahead of one of the GFC karting entries. I think that might have been, maybe is Jake Drew all the way back there with them as well? No, that's going to be one of the other GFC entries here in the field.
Again, we'll see how things shake down as they come back through, whether or not Norberg was able to get at least 1 spot coming through here.
He's working on Dalton Haynes now down the backstretch. Yep. Let's pick him up down to turn number 1. On the back bumper, and there goes Stolzermanis and everyone down low.
Yeah, he's actually 20th. He actually lost 1 spot, so Norberg not yet able to make any inroads on the drivers in front, and there are 19 of them to get.
Well, let's see if we can pick back up to the second place battle, because it's starting to change hands a little bit. Marian Kremers got by Mateus Morgado a lap prior. Louis Westover got by him this lap. So now Louis Westover on the Nash Motorsports EOS kart. First time with the team, first time on the ride. He's through, and Thomas Neveau on that TKG Kart Republic also goes by fellow KR driver in the AM Racing team, Morgado back to 5th.
Yeah, Morgado getting moved back here for the last couple of laps. More contact coming here through turn number 10. Driver going around on the energy machine. I wonder if that was Stolzermanis who potentially went around there.
No, he's the 356. That was the 396 machine.
Thank you.
I think. I know Stolzermanis was a little bit further up the order. He's still in the 6th spot. He's safe right now. Out front, the lead still pretty big, as now Westover to 2nd on Marian Kremers. Wow. Evan Gilter continues to pull away. He'll put 4 laps down, 6 to go, and Gilter finds himself in a spot not many drivers in X30 Senior will find themselves here this weekend. That's being able to log laps and dial things back. cruise control it a little bit here with a 2-second lead.
You see right there, Westover. We've actually seen a lot of very, very good speed out of him and very, very racy. Right there, a smart move in the final corner, up to the inside. That's going to be him, but we've got other issues that were just on screen.
Yeah, big wreck over in turn number 7. That was on
Idelson.
screen. Idelson involved. One of the GFCs involved. Another Briere-Allard driver in the PSL karting tent involved. 4 down, 6 to go. Westover leads that group. Morgado trying to get back forward, and Neveau as well as Kremers is back to the 5th position in total, 4th in line.
You know, Xander, everything working for Gilter right now because he's long gone, and it's really a scrap right now, huge scrap here for 2nd place. No one really wants to be in 3rd or 4th. They all want to get that spot. They keep diving to the inside. This time it's Neveau looking to try to get to the inside of Westover, who runs up into 2nd, right? Neveau, the driver on the move right now. I'm surprised he didn't go purple last time by. It was actually Noel Leon. But Thomas DeVos worked from 6th to 5th. Now already on the rear bumper there of Westover and ready to go to P2.
And through into P2 in turn number 1 for Thomas Neveau. The drive forward continues, and it's a Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic 1-2. Evan Gilter, the Frenchman, leads the way. The Canadian Thomas Neveau up to 2nd. Yellow flag, and then it looks like maybe a little bit of leaking water as the track conditions flag being displayed at turn number 7. So the driver's going to have to be careful if any bit of slip up in turn 9 doesn't look like it. It is Neveau leading the group. Westover in 3rd overall. Then Hodgson, then Stolzermanis. Look at Morian Kremers getting shoveled to the wayside there.
And Villa moving up another spot. Villa, the big mover there on that one. Eduardo Villa. Batulio is in there. Morgado's in there as well. It's about 9 drivers all in a row.
What a move. Everybody, look at Noel Leon. He's about to get by 4 of them right there in the chicane.
He will turn the fastest lap. Went purple a couple laps ago. Noel Leon making some moves big time here. And I'll tell you, 11-spot advancement for Thomas Neveau, who runs in that P1 position, but not able to pull away at all. You wondered whether or not once by Westover, would he be able to stretch away? No. Westover right there with them still. Hodgson running in the 4th spot. 5th, Stolzermanis. 6th, Morgado. 7th, Leon. What a good run for Leon right now.
Leon's rolling, but the guy I'm watching right now is Hodgson. He already is making the move. We've seen how much he's been able to move up through the pack. Hodgson to the inside. He's going to move up to P2 against Westover.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a guy more consistent through these 3 heat races in terms of having speed and making the right moves than Oliver Hodgson. Big-time move there to get himself into 3rd, and luckily they battled a little bit for 4th. He's got some separation as they go on through, coming out of turn number 7. So we'll stick on these guys here. Coming out of the corner again, your leader is Evan Gilter. Hodgson, P2 as he's gone by Neveau.
Yeah, Hodgson full turbo there, was first able to get by, I believe it was, Hodgson by Stolzermanis first. No, it was actually Westover, who's now lost the spot to Stolzermanis, but then got a rocket coming out of turn 1, getting down the straightaway. He literally had 2 passes done over the 3 corners. What a great lap for Hodgson.
And he's already got 5 kart lengths on the drivers behind him.
Here's Stolzermanis down the inside on Neveau. He'll take over the 3rd spot. Oh, big contact to Tullio. Gets put into the wall. Alessandro Tullio gets absolutely barriered by, I think, Eduardo Villa. That was a little bit argy-bargy, I think, for my taste right there, Rob. He kind of roughed him up, moved him out of the groove, and then finished him off at the exit of the corner.
Yeah, we're starting to see guys get a little more impatient near the end here. You got to try to make some hay while the sun shines. They're pushing hard late in this race here now. 8 laps down. We're going to see the 1 to go this time by. Guys are really starting getting racy. Elbows are up. We're seeing some defensive lines running as well. Westover just ran defensive into 10 to try to hold back Neveau, and that's why Hodgson's getting out. Stolzermanis now out into 2nd. Big block down the bottom of the racetrack. You'll see them come through. Look how low Louis Westover is. Try to hold everybody back.
Crossover.
Nice job by Noel Leon. He'll get by Mateus Morgado in that move. Picks himself up. Ryan Norberg trying to see where he's back
17th.
up to. Still nothing.
Yeah,
buried
fired.
in the pack for Ryan Norberg as he's trying to just survive this one, get himself back up as everyone heads on through. Meanwhile, up front, Evan Gilter on the final lap as the crashes get cleared. Here comes Gilter right in front of the announcer stand as the field works its way over through turn number 8. Out of the final turn, Evan Gilter wins Heat 1, and going back behind him, battle for 2nd and 3rd and 4th. Westover hangs on, and at the line, does Leon get him? Leon trying to get Neveau. Does not. Thomas Neveau hangs on to 5th.
That was full-on defense mode coming out of turn number 9 down to turn 10. Neveau down to the bottom of the racetrack. Leon was on top, and so is Morgado. A lot of defensive racing over that last lap. Drivers have the elbows up, trying to hold on to whatever they could. You fight for 9 straight laps. You don't want to lose it all in the final circuit, right? So you get the elbows up. You really start to get defensive. Naveau went down the bottom of the racetrack. And to be honest, Leon probably could have tried an over-under, but Morgado was right there. There's no way he could open the door as well. So really they just stacked up on the inside.
You have to kind of split your bets there, right? Do I want to go full commit on the over-under, or do I want to still protect a little bit?
You try that. If they tried to make the move to go the over-under, they were going to lose the spot as well. The guys in this category so decisive. If you open the door, they're going to the apex, right? And they're going to get it to rotate. It's not like they're not going to complete the pass. They're making it happen coming out of the corner. So, again, defensive the way to go potentially in the final lap, and the guys behind them have to figure out how to handle that.
Yeah, they do. And speaking of hanging on, Alessandro Di Tullio ended in 12th, just ahead of Eduardo Villa. Got back around him there at the end with probably a pretty bent-up front end of the go-kart with how hard he touched the Scribner barriers on the outside.
And speaking of bent up, I got a feeling that must be something to do with Ryan Norberg's lack of move back up through the field. It's pretty rare to see Norberg not bounce back.
Well, I hate to say that. He just turned the purple lap, though. He actually literally turned the purple lap in that race as we scroll down. Fast lap on lap number 7 for him. Maybe not a bent kart, but maybe just locked up in a group of guys. Again, he can't go defensive. He's trying to push. Everybody sees they've got Norberg around him, so let's keep him as far as we can behind him. 17th for Ryan Norberg. If there was a chink in the armor, that was it. A bad finish in heat race number 3.
And that was the one thing he was a little bit worried about. So, again, he's had a bad result there in 17th. You also have, again, Evan Gilter with a 5th-place result. That was his worst so far. And then 2 heat wins beyond that. Looking really, really strong in that TKG Kart Republic. Oliver Hodgson right about with them on the point standings. Hodgson P2 that time, so I think the two of them, a 2 for Hodgson there. I think he was top 3 in the other 2 heat races, so it'll be neck and neck. I can't remember exactly, but it'd be just, I think, giving the edge to Evan Gilter with the 2 heat race wins at 5 points total. We'll see what this next heat does, though, because I don't think any of them is going to be able to touch Gilter, but they might be able to move Norberg a little bit further down the order, because if you look at the starting lineup here for X30 Senior C versus D, the front row has had to go back through the grid after getting shuffled on all of their starts so far because they've been on the outside lane in every start they've had. They've not won a heat race yet.
Yeah, but after a couple of very, very strong heat races, Norberg is still going to be well inside of the shooting range. He's going to be in very, very good position. You don't need to be on the front row, especially with 20 laps to do work.
Again, do the math, right? That 17 points there plus 0 for the 2 heat race wins. So you divide that by 3 of what the average is going to be. And, of course, that puts him in a pretty good spot right around that 6th to 8th place range for Ryan Norberg. So still inside the top 10, still inside the first couple rows, able to fight from there. I'm sure he'd much rather be on the inside after his outside lane start just went for second. But nonetheless, he should be able to fight from there, as you said.
Oh, we also just saw both Morgado and Kremer start on row number 4 and find themselves essentially second and third at the end of the second lap. So there's easily an opportunity for Ryan Norberg to be right where he needs to be. Top 5, get in that group, top 6. How many races have we seen Ryan Norberg win running 6th place halfway through? And he just starts working his way back forward.
Yep, and again, that race over twice the distance of the heat races. 10 laps for the heats, 25 for the main event come Super Sunday. Let's take a look here at how they'll stack up for Group C and D and who we've got lined up down on the grid here for your X30 seniors. Again, we talked about both the C and D groups. They are getting set to go after having to start on the outside lane for their heat races so far because C was going against B or C was going against A, so that put them on the outside lane. And, of course, Group D, they were on the complete outside as well for that entire one. So, ultimately, Justin Anaconis qualified 4th, and he's kind of been fighting from maybe 5th, 6th, 7th after the first lap every single time. So we'll see how they turn out here as the field works its way towards the grid, the engine's set, and now in literally just one session, 15 minutes, that's all it took to get that sun behind the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino, and now the entire track is just about covered and shaded. So with that in mind here again, we're watching to get set for X30 Senior Groups C versus D. A little more track cleanup to go. We'll wait for the engines to fire, take a commercial break, come back with the other half of the X30 Senior class.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's
'25 live on Kart Chaser, powered by Porsche North America, and we are ready for the other half of the X30 Senior Class Up, C versus D. Again, a great run in qualifying for Justin Ataconis to be on the outside of the front row for each heat race. Unfortunately, again, the outside of the front row. Connor Zilich, for the first time this weekend, gets to start on the inside lane, which he's looking forward to in that Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic, but he struggled in the second heat race, faded back there. He's just trying to hang on to the set of tires that they've got until you can put on sticker tires on Sunday morning and then Sunday afternoon for the main event here. So good results as a whole for Connor Zilich, decently inside the top 10. But he needs to really get a good one here to make sure he's solidified inside those first 5 rows.
Row 2, we'll see Jack Jeffers on the inside in the 333 and Blake Nash on the outside in the 394.
You go back beyond that there, then we will find Paulie Massimino on the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed to the inside in 5th. To his outside, Laurent Legault in the Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic.
Former SuperNationals winner Zachary Clayman DeMello starting in the 7th spot, and last year's pole sitter Jake Drew starting P8.
Jake Drew on the outside. Then you go back to fast Frankie Mossman, the rookie who made his debut at the Supernats last year. Turned a lot of heads on that Team Benek EOS kart. To his outside, Diego Ramos in the PSL Karting Brill Art. That's your top 10 here, Rob.
Field set. We're going to be going green flag here for the second of the 2 X30 Senior final heat races. Group C versus Group D. Spooling things up. And the lights are out. Green, green, green. A lot of contact coming down into turn number 1.
Everybody wide, and a lot of drivers get tangled, and Laurent Legault's weekend continues to get troublesome. He was the first one that got hooked and pushed all the way into the marbles on the outside. A couple more went with him, so he's way back. However, great start for Ataconis. Got himself down into second. He's done a good job managing the outside lane for his heat race starts. Connor Zilich leads over Ataconis in second. They're coming our way. It's them going to be one of the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speeds. 2 of them. Jack Jeffers in 3rd. Paulie Massimino to 4th. ZCD rounds out the top 5.
Another driver with a horrible start, Blake Nash. Blake Nash was actually caught up there right there at the same spot with Legault, and he's all the way back now, going to be crossing the line now into the teens. Jake Drew also back there. Drew lost 8 spots.
Yeah, I have a feeling that maybe Frankie Mossman might have been caught up in that as well. A number of drivers caught up in the incident. Zilich, Jeffers, Ataconis, Massimino, the top 4. Clayman DeMello, 5th. Mossman, no, he's okay, 6th. Pedro Hiltbrand up 4 spots, as was Aiden Ingrata. He goes up 5. Enzo Brando up 6. And then Diego Ramos rounding out the early 1-lap top 10.
Oh, man, Justin Ataconis just got roughed up there by Clayman DeMello a little bit. He'll drop back a couple spots. Then it goes Mossman, then Pedro Hiltbrand. Hiltbrand trying to make up for lost ground here in this one as he dives to the inside of Mossman. What a move by Pedro Hiltbrand. And I think Ataconis just got into him, might have nearly knocked the bumper in. He's trying to hang on for dear life here as the field heads down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Ataconis, Xander, you picked it, had to dive to the inside of the racetrack, kind of defensive, to make sure nobody got him to the inside of turn number 11. Look at the scrap. He's still hung out on the outside of the racetrack coming through turn number 1. Jeffers makes a move on Zilich to go to P1, so the Speed Concepts driver, Jack Jeffers, goes to P1 right now. This year winning the Lucas Oil School of Racing Formula Car Series, looking to go into the USF Juniors program next year. But, man, capping it off with a big SuperNationals win, would sure look good on the resume.
Wouldn't be such a bad deal, would it? And actually, you guys were talking about the sun going behind the Rio. It's not quite there, and Xander, you talked about it. We're going to see it the next time they go down the straightaway here. Watch where the sun is just before the braking zone, right at the kink. It's right in their eyes as this camera switches. You're going to see it's right there, and then they hit the brakes.
Yeah, that makes that all the more tougher really, especially to see your braking marker, right? You're looking for cracks in the road, little potholes, little bumps, just little crevices that are going to stay there and be stationary. It's tough to pick those out when they're, again, the sun's in your eyes and you're used to seeing it with, then of course the shade looks a whole lot darker when you're in the sun with your eyes dilated and everything. So losing their mark in the braking zone, that's what we thought was happening to some of the pro shifter guys yesterday. It could happen right now here in X30 Senior, but so far, Jack Jeffers doing a good job as we've got more contact in the back. Big crash in turn number 7. Adam Rylance pounds the steering wheel, and he has absolutely destroyed the barriers at the exit of the corner.
And the barriers getting shot back out into the middle of the racetrack. Everybody having to snake their way out of turn number 7, coming all the way from driver's left to driver's right to miss those barriers like a shot out there. SKUSA crew going to work getting that kart from the left side of the racetrack back into the infield, doing a good job of that. Otherwise, the rest of the field coming back around to what they hope will be a cleaned up area. Indeed it is, as Jack Jeffers brings them out of the corner. The yellow flag actually being pulled from that area already. They do have the track condition flag still out over there, so drivers being a little more ginger, at least cautious coming through that corner, turn number 7. Otherwise, coming back over here, Mike, it's Jeffers leading now by, I want to say, over a half a second.
Yeah, but I'll tell you right now, Clayman DeMello and Hiltbrand are coming. Hiltbrand and Clayman DeMello are the drivers on the move now. DeMello only a couple of kart lengths off the back of Zilich.
So let's see if ZCD can continue to climb his way forward. He's got his teammate up the road from him. We saw he was not going to hold anything back getting around Justin Ataconis earlier when they all blocked down the inside. And he can see the leader. Jack Jeffers is within sight, striking distance, if he can get around Connor without losing too much time. Zilich hanging on to second here. He takes a look back, sees the teammate right there. I think may just let him go at the end of the straightaway and tuck on in. Connor's already got a good top 10 result. No, ZCD going to go to the inside, turn 10.
You actually just nailed it. He looked over. You see how he just moved over far driver's left, didn't even try to block, rolled the corner, and now right back with his teammate.
Yeah, let's see if Pedro Hiltbrand takes advantage of it as well. He's going to go to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll slide in to try to do a twofer, and we get a driver hard into the barriers on the outside of turn number 10. The number 328 has put it in the plastic on the outside of the corner.
Go again.
Lorella go again, hitting the outside of turn number 10. But as it happened, that's right where we had Hiltbrand go by both the Racing Edge Motorsports drivers, slide by the inside of both Zilich and DeMello.
Well, I talked about, again, DeMello just trying to get around Zilich, not lose too much time. He got around him, didn't lose any time. Then Hiltbrand sends a 2-for-1 dive bomb. And look at this at the final corner, how kinked up those barriers are. They're pushed in a little bit. So all the drivers trying to stay close enough. Is anyone going to tag them? So far, so good. One's going to touch him right around Alex Stanfield, and one more. But as they head down the backstretch here, now Pedro Hiltbrand, little cushion with the move he made. And Clayman DeMello, with all of that forward momentum, kind of stalled back out the last lap.
Good heads-up vision by the drivers coming through turn number 10, because looking through the corner, they're able to see how that barrier had been pushed out. No one making contact, at least in the top 25. So nice job of the drivers looking through the corner to see any potential issues. Otherwise, up front, as Xander had said, the lead right now, 1.4 seconds for Jack Jeffers ahead of Pedro Hiltbrand. Zilich and Clayman DeMello, as you said, not making any more moves. In fact, Clayman DeMello has fallen back almost now into the clutches of Frankie Mossman.
Exactly that. Frankie Mossman, he went personal best, back-to-back laps. His 44.5 actually quicker than every driver in front of him. It is Frankie Mossman, actually Paulie Massimino right behind him as well. Both those drivers making inroads.
2 to go this time by. They'll see the white flag when they come back around. It's all working right now for Jack Jeffers as he looks to try to get a victory. But I'll tell you, the battle potentially here for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Big move to the inside there. We're going to see the over-under as then the battle. That's what,
Massimino working on DeMello as DeMello got shuffled by Mossman. So back they go.
Yeah, we've seen good speed out of Paulie Massimino. This is the time to push. See if he can't get a couple spots on the final circuit.
Let's see what he can do here. He works the back bumper. Meanwhile, behind him, Justin Ataconis trying to make back up some lost ground. He got shuffled way back. Look who he's back with. Hayden Jones. Haven't talked about him nearly all weekend long. The national number 2 had a terrible qualifying effort trying to make up some ground here. He's with Ataconis as they go through turn number 1 on the final lap. They both were able to get by one more.
I think Massimino might have went around the outside of Clayman DeMello in turn number 1 to take that spot. Will they have it coming back through here? Not quite.
Tried it. He's going to try it again. Let's see. Almost. He's going to rip it in 7, and DeMello runs him wide, hangs onto the spot there. But Massimino was so close to getting that job done.
Elbows up here to cap things off in this particular X30 Senior Heat. Jack Jeffers is going to get the win. Pedro Hilpred, strong run into second. Zilich just able to hold off Mossman for third. Clayman DeMello in fifth. Ingrata sixth. Massimino seventh. Jones eighth. Justin Adaconis in ninth. And Enzo Pranza ends up in 10th. Aiden Ingrata was a sleeper there, Xander. We didn't talk much about Aiden Ingrata. Mike, he was coming up there, rolling up there with his fellow Speed Concept teammate Paulie Massimino. A sneaky little run there for him all the way up into 6th.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good there. You got 7 spots up from Hayden Jones, up 9 spots. He said Enzo Prondo, 10 spots. A couple of drivers I want to hint on that had those issues at the beginning. Jake Drew back up to 11th. Blake Nash back up to 15th. Those drivers were almost 20th or worse.
Yeah, great runs, I said, for Aiden Ingrata. Again, his rookie run here as a senior driver. But again, up front, Jack Jeffers winning by 1.6 seconds over Pedro Hilpred, Connor Zilich, Frankie Mossman, and Zachary Clayman DeMello.
And you look down the order, where did Blake, we saw them all get kind of tangled up there in the opening lap. We talked, was it Blake Nash in this one? Indeed, he rebounds back to 15th. Not a great rebound, but a decent one in that one to kind of get himself at least some okay points. Again, Jones and Adaconis end up 8th and 9th. There's Laurent Legault getting back under power, and it's just probably a weekend to forget so far here in Las Vegas. Lots of carnage for the number 328 machine, but part of that is just the luck of the draw. He got put on the outside lane for all 3 heat races, so I'd be surprised if we did not see Laurent Legault as a superstar of the last chance qualifier. He'll have to be one, though, with a couple DNFs.
Yeah, no doubt about it. As you said, Blake Nash up 11th spot. Josh Feiner as well on the Villeneuve chassis for Race Lab ends up going up 12 spots from 30th to 18th, so a good recovery for Feiner as well. And again, Mike, Xander making good points. Where your results are, you want to have good enough results to make it in, but if not, hopefully good enough results to keep you to the front of that last chance qualifier, because you know how much talent's going to be in that LCQ.
Exactly, yeah. We were talking about where that split is, right? Where that 17th or so is where you're trying to be. That's the one, maybe silver lining there for a Blake Nash or a Jake Drew. They already had solid finishes, so getting themselves above that 17th mark, they're going to be all right. They're going to be in the show, just not where they wanted to start.
Drivers will be given the 1 minute mark down on pit lane, so the crew firing up these engines and sending those drivers back down, or the mechanics rather, back down to the far end of the grid to open things up to allow them to roll out here. So we're going to go right in to the X30 Junior category. We have essentially 4 more heat races for you, then a couple of last chance qualifiers set to go for later on this evening. 5 o'clock scheduled start time for that, but we are about 32 minutes off the schedule based on that red flag that we have. So we'll see what Superkarts USA does in terms of getting enough time for those drivers to make any repairs necessary to get out here for that event. Drivers rolling out now, getting things underway. X30 Junior, final heat race of this year's SuperNationals to set the grid. Caleb Gaffera, I believe, starting on the pole position here. X30 Junior brought to you by AM Engines. And again, they will get that lap around the racetrack here. Getting the heat built into these Avinco tires has been a crucial part of success in the early couple of laps as these drivers will slide these carts around, trying to build that heat, lateral G's, getting the cart turned up into the corner, see if you can't build some heat into the tires. Gaffera will lead him around here with his teammate right beside him, Ernesto Rivera. And again, 10 laps of action for X30 Junior. They've got their warm-up lap in the books. They'll work their way to turn number 10 to fire things up here. Drivers getting themselves settled in, coming into the final corner of the racetrack, turn number 11. Rest of the field working its way finally through 9 and 10. Into the tram lines. Again, RPG on the front row. Caleb Gaffera's had a tremendous weekend thus far. Still a ways to go to cap things off for the final event of the 2022 season. Green, green, green. And Gaffera down to the bottom of the racetrack. Rivera's going to try to hold the outside. He'll get roughed up a little bit. A couple drivers further wide. One driver sideways right in the middle of the racetrack. Working out of turn number 2 and 3. More drivers together further back. 2 drivers connecting. Coming out of turn number 1. Everybody else clean and green so far through the 4, 5, and then 6 combination. Gaffera will lead him coming out of turn number 7. The first run down that short pit lane straightaway into turn number 8. Everybody else still cycling through turn number 6. Gaffera with the lead, and I believe it's Max Garcia now up into the second spot. Indeed, a good start for Garcia as well in the MPG Motorsports machine. He'll go into the second spot. Kai Burke, Mike up into third. Sebastian Weldon and Enzo Vidmontien up 6 spots, 11th to 5th on the opening circuit.
If there's drivers who are moving up, that means there's drivers who are moving back. Ernesto Rivera off pole start, comes across the line to the end of the first lap, 8th. 6 spots down for Rivera. Work going to have to start right now.
Yeah, that's tough, right? The outside of the front row, we know it. Everybody knows that Justin Adaconis has maybe been the best guy to somehow be able to hold on and make sure that he's able to get into the position, getting that cart down and rotate it. Otherwise, you got guys behind you trying to push you through the corner. You're on the outside where there's less grip, and it's hard to be able to get back around to that right-hand corner. So the outside of the front row, not a great place to start. We'll see whether or not Ernesto Rivera is able to get back to where he was. Certainly coming across the line here. Further back, I believe Rivera in 8th. Gaffera now pulling a half a second on Max Garcia, but Garcia up to the challenge, only back by about 1 or 2 hundredths of a second on that last lap time. The drivers all transitioning their way through 4 and 5, back over to 6 once again. And there's that straightaway down into turn number 7. There's the gap right now. You can see Gaffera just a little bit, but there's a pass a little further back. Kai Burke goes to the inside of Weldon.
Kai Burke to the inside, but up front, one of the things I'm keeping an eye on here is what's going on right at the sharp end. Caleb Gaffera has been the driver to beat. He's got this thing on lock right now, but Garcia making big-time inroads and starting to close things up a little bit quicker by about a tenth that time. Sebastian Weldon was actually 2/10, almost a quarter of a second quicker, and actually we're already seeing moves down to the inside. Vasquez on your screen. Jesus Vasquez Jr. over up. Going to be over-under. Getting it done right there, actually. Vasquez going to not get the spot, and now is going to come under fire.
Yeah, he's fighting right now with Teddy Musella, but keep an eye on Ernesto Rivera, your off-pole sitter in the 724, 45.670. Rivera just went purple here on lap number 3, so he's dialing things back in, trying to see if he can't work his way back up to the front where he started this race. And still, it's Gaffera right now comfortably working his way back over here into turn number 10. Picking up this battle just outside the top 5 right now as well. That is the, I want to say, 756 of Leonardo Scorpioni, driver into the barriers. Coming out of turn number 10. That's a hard hit. Might be Jack Webster.
Ivana Richards.
Oh, that's Ivana Richards. Indeed it is. Ivana Richards. The Mexican driver off the track, got into the barriers on the outside of turn number 10. Hard contact there.
And Richards been one of the drivers at the sharp end, always in the hunt. Now out.
Tough one for Ivana Richards. And again, just coming out of that corner, you're trying to see if you can't roll as much speed as you possibly can. You're side by side with drivers, not too hard to potentially get shoved off there. So indeed, Ivana Richards falling to the tail of the field. Gaffera's lead. He goes purple. Call it 0.6 of a second. Now it's Weldon purple. Now it's Vasquez purple. Now it's a Scorpioni purple. Everybody turning fast laps here. Well, you think the tires are up to temperature now, Mike? Yes. Everybody personal best.
And it's time to go. In fact, it's so much time to go. I just saw Rivera get the pass done on his teammate Musella, and he's like, let's go. RPG, let's push.
Yeah, he wants help from his teammate for sure. Let's get by. Let's get working here together, trying to get ourselves back forward. Rivera knows he's got pace to run up front. And indeed, Gaffera, though, leading comfortably here, has been able to pull away. But Sebastian Weldon has gone to second. Weldon on the LN cart for JC Karting has worked his way to P2 as he gets by the MPG Motorsports machine of Max Garcia. Garcia third, Vidmontien fourth. Another purple lap from Ernesto Rivera. Put your eyes on the 724.
First driver in the 44s, and it's actually like he had 2 engines with a teammate giving him a push all the way through.
Little turbo from the back right there for Ernesto Rivera. So Rivera and Musella are lined up. There's Sebastian Weldon right there with Max Garcia behind. That's second and third. Back there in fourth is Vidmontien. We'll see whether or not Rivera right there coming into play. Rivera in that 5th position.
Already started to gap Musella there. It's going to be Rivera on their own and going to take the fight to the next driver in line, Vidmontien. As they come across the line here, it is Gaffera, Weldon, Garcia, Vidmontien, and Rivera now up into 5th.
Rivera back by just a half a second now from Vidmontien. Was quicker by 0.3 of a second. Yeah, Vidmontien in the Motaz Sport Kart Republic turning his best lap of the run thus far. Still 0.3 slower than Rivera, who is absolutely on a tear. Rivera's going to catch him, I want to say, by the time they get over here to turn number 8. Maybe we'll see a pass in 9 for Rivera. He's right there. As you can see them coming out. That's Rivera right on Vidmontien coming down through turn number 8. He's ready to attack for sure.
And what will be crucial is not to lose a bunch of time. The next 2 drivers are right there, too far back this time. But the move is Garcia on Weldon. Move Garcia up to P2.
But that's going to bring Vidmontien and Rivera right there. There you have it, folks. That's 2nd, 3rd, 4th. We're going to drive it all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack. These guys are making big moves here. There's a shot in the back there. Weldon gets into the back of Garcia into the braking zone. And still, luckily for Vidmontien, he's able to hold on. I thought maybe Rivera was going to find an extra spot there. Garcia holds the position. Rivera looking to the inside of Vidmontien. Elbows up here with a couple laps to go. They'll see the white flag this time by. Gaffera way up the road by about 1.5 seconds. The fight still happening coming out of 7.
And move Jesus Vasquez. Vasquez Jr. just moved up another spot. White flag is in the air. Will Vasquez make another move here? Too far away. But it is Garcia in 2nd. Small gap to Weldon. 2 kart lengths back, and then it is all in a row. Vidmontien, Vasquez Jr., Brinkman, Musella.
Rivera goes all the way back to 8th position. Garcia's got some room. Big slide job coming to the bottom there for Vasquez as he tries to get to another position. Rivera looking to tuck his way in there. Teddy Musella as well on the 710. This is all-out war in the final heat race for X30 Junior. They're throwing it down. This could easily be something we'd see on Super Sunday, but it's here on Situation Saturday.
Another move there in turn number 7. That's actually going to give Vasquez a little bit of breathing room. But the driver who has all the breathing room is going to go 3 for 3 in the heat races, Caleb Gaffera.
Gaffera winning in the RPG number 1. Garcia is going to grab 2nd. Weldon 3rd. Vasquez in 4th. Big line. Run across the line, all 3 drivers. Cameron Brinkman up 8 spots into the fight there. Vasquez gets 4th. Brinkman 5th. Vidmontien 6th. Rivera 7th. Musella 8th, Scorpione 9th, and Cooper Shipman up 8 spots to finish in 10th. That was a heat race. That wasn't an LCQ. That wasn't the main event. That was a heat race. Heat race number 3 for X30 Junior. Well then, the drivers getting right at it. A lot of guys making big moves, Mike. You're looking at Jesus Vasquez Jr. up 11, Brinkman up 8, Vidmontien up 5, Scorpione up 3, Shipman up 8 spots. What else we got? Emma Kate Scarborough up 7, Charlie Smith up 11, Stephen Miller up 14, started 30th, ends up in the 16th position. Max Taylor from 36th up into 20th, and Ryan McMillan started 43rd. He ends up in 23rd. A 28 position improvement for Ryan McMillan. A number of drivers making big moves here in X30 Senior. That last heat race, like I said, folks, that was not an LCQ. It wasn't the main event. That was heat race number 3. Situation Saturday never fails to give us a lot of action. 3 more heat races before we take a break, heading into the LCQs. Don't go anywhere. When we get back, it'll be X30 Master live here on Kart Chaser.
for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule has support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TK&A Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
Four-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner, winner, winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com. Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule has support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TK&A Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Welcome back live to the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino. Situation Saturday here at the 25th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. My name's Rob Howden, joined in the booth by Mike Smith as we get set to go for yet another third heat race. In fact, just 3 more to go before a quick break in the action leading into the LCQs. Drivers here in the X30 Masters category brought to you by Orsalon Racing. Renato Jader running as the P1 driver in the number 525. He'll start pole alongside IndyCar champion and Indianapolis 500 race winner Will Power in the RPG Motorsports Cosmic. Jader running for Orsalon Racing on the Tony Kart. Kip Foster, 4-time winner of the SuperNationals, running for PSL Karting, looking really good here this weekend. He'll start third alongside Chris Wareheim, who has also shown incredibly well running with Nash Motorsports. Chase Lindstrom and David Serra will be on row 3. Ignacio Vivian and Martin Pierce, row 4. Thomas Grice alongside Matt Johnson, who needs a big finish here, row 5. Dylan Albiani and Mario Barrios on row 6. Ben Cooper and Martin Stone all the way back on row number 7. Field working its way out of the final corner and into the tram lines to get things underway. Pro Shifter drivers pushing up on the grid as we are ready to go. Jader, nice and slow crawl up to the line, and we are racing And X30 Master, green, green, green. Yachter's going to try the bottom of the racetrack. To the inside goes Will Power. Can he race him down? They made contact, I believe, coming into the corner. I think they may have made contact coming into 2 as they tried to fight each other for position. Big stack up further back. A number of drivers involved over in turn number 2 and 3. Everyone else getting themselves out. I think it's Will Power as the leader.
He just went around the outside.
Yeah, Power's gotten to P1. I think it may be Chris Wareheim into second.
Indeed it is. Will Power, one of the first drivers we've seen to be able to actually roll that outside and actually stick it through the S's. But I'll say this too. Last year, we saw David having a bit of a hard time on these starts. And once again, from the pole, not able to lead coming out of the first corner.
Yeah, Renato Jader down into the third position. Jace Lindstrom fourth, David Serra fifth. But it's Will Power and Chris Wareheim, 1-2 out of the gate. Let's look a little further back at what happened here. Kip Foster down 4 spots. He ends up 7th on the opening circuit. Both Ben Cooper and Danilo Ramalho up a couple of positions, so look for them to try to get themselves into the fight. But Will Power, Mike, with a lot of open racetrack in front of him, and Power looking to lay it down here.
Well, we've seen fast laps out of Power, and now he doesn't have any traffic to deal with. He can just put it down. Same can be said for Wareheim. Wareheim now P2, but he's got Renato Jader right on his back bumper. No real pushing behind them. It's the 506. Jace Lindstrom with a bit of a gap. It's about 1 second between third and fourth.
Kip Foster falling all the way down into the 11th position now, so we'll try to maybe pick up the 520 of Foster to find out what's going on there. Otherwise, you see that's Renato Jader there now running in that, I believe, third position with Jace Lindstrom behind him.
Nice
in fact,
shot.
I think he's through. That's Jader getting by Wareheim.
Exactly that. Yeah, Jader actually making the move down there into turn number 1, able to get the second spot away from Wareheim, and now Wareheim giving chase. He's got a bit of a gap back to fourth.
So Will Power went purple last time by only the second lap, so of course you're going to keep getting purple laps and personal bests as the tires come up to temperature. But we got to start looking at the splits as well. Who's got the quick times? Is Jader quick enough to potentially reel in a Will Power?
Let's go eyeballs on Ben Cooper and Kip Foster. Cooper now up to 9th, Foster 10th, but Cooper's up from that issue, and Foster falling back, and now both those drivers moving on up with fast laps.
Chris Wareheim doing a good job here as he tries to stay with Renato Jader. That is second and third right there. There's fourth sliding through. Renato Jader in the Ocelon Racing Tony Kart holding on to second, getting that thing really jacked coming in to turn number 6, but Wareheim not letting him get away at all. Yeah, he might have lost the spot, but Wareheim not done at all. Right there on the rear bumper as they come through turn number 9 over to 10. That is second and third, and Wareheim on the energy for Nash Motorsports. Strong here. Try to keep his name in the hunt.
Well, I was just going to say, talking to him in the tent, he's very, very confident. They've just been working on little things. He thinks some of the stuff going on around him is a little hectic, but he feels very, very good about his energy and the Nash Motorsports program. Losing a little bit there into the S's.
Last time by 1.6 seconds of lead for Will Power as he was quicker than Renato Jader, but Dylan Albiani back in the 7th position, quickest lap time of 45.192. Again, back there 7th for Albiani, a half a second behind Martin Pierce, so a stack field as we said. Let's look a little further back. This is the driver cycling through from the top 10 here now. Albiani right there, driver the number 556. We'll wait for him to roll through right there. That's Albiani in the Ryan Perry Motorsports entry. Got good speed, reeling up on that fight in front of him between Martin Pierce and David Serra. Pierce able to go by Serra. Pierce in the TKG Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic.
Last night, Pierce looked very, very good and worked his way up to the front, just shy of finding a heat race win. So Pierce on the move right now, as you say, past Serra and into top 5.
Good fight lining up here now. As you can see, Dylan Albiani closing up. And the driver actually closing up behind them is Ben Cooper as well. Cooper in the 531 has closed his way up. 44.914 purple lap there for Ben Cooper. He's the next one behind Albiani, right at the tail with the Cosmic logo on the back of the suit.
It's coming right here, turn number 1. It's
right
there it is. Makes the move to the inside. It's going to be Albiani moving on Serra. He gets the job done well in hand. Ben Cooper is the next one who's caught up with Serra, and he will be coming into fire right now.
There's a lot of action still happening here. They're second and third. Renato Jader and Chris Wareheim just behind them. Jace Lindstrom Lindstrom all by himself on the racetrack, as is Martin Pierce. He's been able to get by David Serra and has given himself a little bit of room. And you saw back there, potential side-by-side action back there between Albiani and I think Ben Cooper.
Yeah, Albiani actually leading Serra and Cooper now into the final corner. Cooper inside to Serra. Move Cooper up one more spot.
Yeah, textbook move to the inside at turn number 10 for Ben Cooper. He'll move his way up into 7th. He's up 6 spots over the first 7 laps. 3 to go here for X30 Master.
No movement in turn number 1. That is Albiani, Cooper, Serra, and Foster joining the group now on your screen through the S's. Now heading towards turn number 6. No move here. Out of 6 and heading towards 7. Cooper starting to get closer to Albiani.
Again, Ben Cooper has fought his way forward from 13th. Can he get a couple more spots here? He's, of course, on recovery mode as well. Will Power looking to put a victory on the record books to try to keep him close to the front of the grid. There goes the move to the inside there. Book it. Cooper is going to see the 2 to go sign, and he gets by Dylan Albiani. He's 1.1 seconds behind Martin Pierce. Too little too late, I expect, for that. But Cooper, the man on the move right now, really getting the thing rolling. Ben Cooper out of 1 through 2-3. Got that spot.
We're watching that fight there for going for the 6, 7, 8 and stuff like that, but I'm looking up the road a little bit. It's Werheim right on the back bumper of Yoder. That could be the spot for second. Right now, the leader is Will Power. He's going to get the white flag. Werheim right there on David.
Yeah, there it is right there, folks, is Werheim right on Renato Jader, trying to find his way by. And again, white flag flying. Could be a big move to put Jader back one more spot. They'll come down the front straightaway, rather back straightaway. Let's see whether or not he looks to the inside. Thinks about it. No, not quite enough. This is the fight a little bit further back. And that is Albiani trying to hold off now David Serra, as Ben Cooper's already got his way up the road a little bit. There's 2nd and 3rd. 4th is coming. Chase Lindstrom's actually closed up on Werheim and Jader. Final lap for X30 Masters, their last heat race. Will Power leading the way. What a run it's been. Dominant with a big outside move in turn number 1. Power will come out of turn number 10. It'll be a win here for Will Power. Takes the victory. And coming out of the final corner to the line, Renato Jader able to hold back a determined Chris Werheim. Jace Lindstrom 4th, Martin Pierce 5th, Ben Cooper up 7 spots into 6th. Dylan Albiani in 7th. David Serra 8th. Kip Foster. Wow, Kip Foster all the way back to 9th position after being one of the dominant guys yesterday, really in the hunt. Mario Barrios of a couple of spots. Kip Foster with a 9th place finish. Tough one there for him.
Yeah, again, that start did not go his way.
No.
We've seen drivers on that outside road just not getting what they needed. Take a quick look and see anybody who didn't get to the end here. See issues for Gerstner and Calderon there.
18th spot, I believe, for Bonner Moulton, who will be running in his 25th SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. 18 on that run. Multi-time winner here at the SuperNats for Bonner Moulton. And again, we'll see him, as we said, start his 25th SuperNationals on Super Sunday. Pro Shifter drivers have fired up the engines, Mike, on pit lane. The sun has officially worked its way down to the horizon. We're getting that beautiful color of dusk here in Las Vegas. And again, the strip of Las Vegas will come to life here over the next few minutes and hours to give us an incredible backdrop for the evening. We'll be done by about 5:30 today, maybe 5:45 with a bit of the break that we have. But nonetheless, it's going to start looking pretty good here over the next hour.
Yeah, one of the things I was just thinking about here as the lights have been turned on here around the Rio parking lot is these drivers thought that they were going to be on track about 30 minutes ago.
Good point.
Did they make any quick adjustments before they started pushing up? Did we need to add a little bit of grip to this thing? Did we make a small adjustment over these 10 laps? Because now it's a bit cooler. We've lost the sun here about 30 minutes earlier than they thought they were going to be having.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. You know, what is there a tire pressure adjustment to be made? Do you maybe half a pound higher because of the cool temperatures to try to get the kart maybe to come in a little bit earlier? Again, it's scheduled to start at, 3:05. It is now
350, yeah, is what it was
350, so it's now 20. It's a half an hour difference on what we would have expected to have in terms of temperature-wise. And that, you think go back a couple of races for that. So, indeed, Xander, we're just talking to Xander Clements joining us back in the booth here I start finish, just wondering, this race, because of the extended red flag we had, about a half an hour later on the start time, what kind of changes maybe that were made. They had an initial plan coming in, but with the temperature falling, of course the sun now all the way behind the rail, the lights are on. Kind of changes maybe, if any, were made by the mechanics and the drivers trying to figure out what they want to do.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think after the warm-up they kind of just take the car and maybe they made a small adjustment to try out for warm-up, either keep it or go back to what they had and then be ready to send it. And then you see all of a sudden we're delayed, and now instead of running at sunset like those X30 heats, these guys are running under the lights. The sun, we still kind of have that cool horizon, but like you said, Rob, track temperatures, you can feel the air temperatures dropping back down quite a bit. So we're seeing a heavy drop in the temps as the field makes its way out of the final corner. And speaking of drop in temps here, Rob Howden throwing his EKN extra jacket on over here.
He's making a bit of an adjustment himself.
Yeah, little adjustment himself right before the heat race here. But you know what? Part of that's the cold, Rob, and as you and I both have talked about many times, part of that I'm sure is a little bit of goosebumps because we've got 44 pro shifters getting set to go.
Little adjustment here for myself, temperature adjustment, jacket going back on, but we'll see how this all plays out, man. This is a big one. This is the thing about the third heat race. This is why we call it Situation Saturday, because everybody comes in with a unique situation. Some have finished up front. They've got low point totals. I got some wiggle room. I know. Listen, they've done the math. They know how far ahead they are. If I finish fifth, I'm going to start no worse than whatever it may be. So they know what's going on. Everybody with a different situation, and this is where you can really radically change your situation for the better or also for the worse if you make a mistake.
One driver who's actually going to get a shot at it, who didn't even get a chance to get on it, was Vicente Salas, but we are going and rolling right now.
Yeah, green coming out. We're underway here with our first of two pro shifters, and a little shovel there for Formal. He got roughed up coming in. Xander, just as he started to turn in, a little bit of contact from the back, had him full lock trying to get around that corner.
Well, it all stacked up, but I don't know if it might be the blame of his good buddy Marian Kremers there, because that was the car that got through cleanly right behind him. I will say, though, you talk about situations, Pedro Hiltbrand, he's in the driver's seat so far going to Sunday. Won both of the heat races he's in right now. Danny Formal, the only other heat winner on the grid, and now he's back to P5 with the way that shunt went on the start. So the start's the big part. Hiltbrand's got the whole shot. He leads lap one. That's the easy part so far, or really what should be the hardest part. The next part should be easy. Log this one to the finish. 9 laps to go.
That's a Burrell 1-2 to start off lap number 2, but A.J. Myers, the Magic Kart, trying to rotate that kart in turn 1, see if he can get a better shoot out of there. He's putting a lot of pressure on his arch nemesis right now. Marian Kremers, the two of those drivers, running 2-3 with the black and yellow track magic of Kyle Wick right there. Danny Formals reset himself down to P5. Bit of a gap back there for Remo Ruscitti, who now runs in the 6th spot, but the battle we'll see continuing to run up front. Mike, they're nose to tail coming out of turn number 9.
They're right here coming out at 10 now to complete this lap, and one of the things I was just thinking about is Formal now running in 5th. Remember, he was in 2nd and looked like he was in the catbird seat for a race win in one of the other earlier heats, but he just couldn't get the timing right with the start-stop that was happening right at the apex. Is Formal now going to work on Wick.
Yeah, he was on him. Wick was going to work on A.J. Myers, and Myers protected, backed Wick up to Danny Formal. Now Formal pressuring Kyle Wick here. So all 5 drivers up front running pretty close now. Another storyline coming in here as we see Wick going way low to block from Formal into turn number 7. He's up at the front. Pedro Hiltbrand has been starting higher than Marian Kremers, but if you look at the lap times over the course of the heat races, Kremers has been better. And right there, you saw it. Hiltbrand backed him up. Myers tries to show a nose. Side by side for the national number 1, national number 2.
That's exactly what happened to Formal, is that Hiltbrand is having that stop right in the center, and Formal wasn't able to find his way around. Now it's Kremers and AJ's that have to try to deal with it.
I'll tell you, these guys are really diced it up here now. I'm not a big fan of the big stoppage in the middle of the apex, and normally when you do that, some drivers behind may take the matters into their own hands. Hiltbrand really kind of parking it over in turn number 9. That's really kind of give him a little bit of breathing room right now as everybody fights, but it's also bringing potentially Remo Ruscitti in to the fight with the guys up front scrapping as they are. Ruscitti able to put down the purple lap last time by, so the Italian Motors and Catalyst driver development pilot gets his way up to P6. He's right on the tail of Formal now.
Well, and you can hear it from the drivers talking about you not liking the stacking up. They don't like it either, right? They want those pushback bumpers gone because, like you said, someone can't really take it into their own hands. If they do, they're taking one on the chin for the team because they're going to knock their bumper and they might get the guy out of the way for everybody else, but their race is ruined. So no one's going to do that here in the heat race. You don't think they'll do that for $15,000. Imagine losing a pushback for $15K.
I was just watching Pedro Hildebrand through the final corner, and he gets almost all the way around the corner before you see the hand grab the gear. He's very late to get back to the throttle. Let's see if he does it again right here. Goes into turn number 10, gets around the corner, boom, there it is.
Same with Kremers right there as we followed him on camera. He leads A.J. Myers. Now, granted, in this case for Pedro Hildebrand, he's got a gap, so that's his normal line. He's riding first gear through that hairpin all the way through the center. That was a good lap for him. In fact, it was the best lap. He goes purple over Kremers, Myers, Wick, Formal, and like you said, Ruschetti getting closer, then kind of faded backwards as they got back. Single file started going good laps again.
I have a feeling we're going to see a potential aggressive move come out of A.J. Myers pretty soon. He's been getting really good runs out of turn number 11 and down into turn 1 on Marian Kremers, but Marian's been really kind of defending that inside, blocking to the bottom, covered up that inside move. And Myers has been almost down to the bottom there. He's almost been right on him. Not close enough this time. In fact, he may see himself with some trouble from Kyle Wick. Here comes the track magic. He'll go to the bottom. AJ's going to block. There's a lot of defensive running coming through turn number 1, and Xander, they're 100% leveraging that little kink in the corner. They're literally pinching the guys off to the kink so then that opens up on the other side of the track. They're not having to go in there. They're really coming right across to make sure nobody's able to make that dive bomb move.
Yeah, and it helps, right, because they're able to make that move late with the kink. And granted, AJ got even low a little bit earlier because he looked back. He heard Kyle Wick coming, and he started moving before Wick did. Wick tried to get low, just couldn't get position on him. One thing about this racetrack going this direction versus last year's direction is there's really not a passing zone for these guys in those chicanes. Going the other way, there was a pretty big braking zone in what is now turns 2 and 3 going the opposite direction because of how tight it was last year. Of course, that's where Ricky Longy and A.J. Myers got together in that opening heat race. So, we've kind of taken away one passing zone. We've added some, and now look at this. Whoa, around the outside. Marian Kremers just got a Pedro Hildebrand, and into the wall goes A.J. Myers. What just happened up front? Marian Kremers to the lead, and A.J. Myers has pounded the wall.
And Formal was part of that as well. Formal going backwards. He just got passed by 2 more down to the inside in turn 7.
There's got to be something wrong here that just happened here. The track conditions flag now will fly for turn number 5. Myers is shrugging at everyone of what's going on. I don't know, did someone knock a barrier? Is there water across the racetrack? Because Hildebrand all of a sudden slowed way up. He had a huge lead on Kremers there.
I don't see any water barriers in that section, however.
No, I don't. He doesn't know what's going on either. I think he's walking away like potentially someone may have gotten into the back of him. I don't know if he got a little help. One of the things about that corner, Mike, you're rolling through that corner and you've got this thing set. A little tap from the back, it's going to shoot you all the way into the wall. Not that hard to get pushed out into the barrier.
And immediately behind, or before that, Xander, you had mentioned it was kind of around the outside, the 2 Burrell drivers fighting each other. I wonder if there was a checkup that was unexpected and AJ didn't know it and it would have been fence.
That's a possibility.
You definitely think so, right? Because Kyle Wick lost a spot to Remo Ruschetti, and out of nowhere, here's David Lewinsky into it. Formal continues to go backwards. He's definitely got something bent on that car. His hands working hard here in this one. It is a heavily bent rear axle, it looks like, for Danny Formal.
I was going to say, I looked down at the hands, and they were shaking like crazy. It is a white flag, final lap right now here for Marian Kremers, who took the lead over Pedro Hildebrand. Ruschetti runs now in 3rd, Lewinsky 4th, Wick 5th, Golding 6th, 7th is Carrera, 8th Tandon, 9th a wounded Formal, Trefilov in 10th spot, and it's Kremers trying to lead his way down here. Kremers through turn number 8. He looks good so far. Marian Kremers in the 201. Hey, Remo Ruschetti's coming still hard. Core here to try to find a way by. And there's an issue with the gearbox, I think, or at least a shift linkage. That's the problem with Hildebrand.
That must have been it why he stopped, because, again, the way Marian got around him, nobody expected it. I was on a story right there. I was not expecting to call the gap because—
In the S's?
Yeah, in the S's, right? Around the outside into 2? Are you kidding me? So, obviously,
when he's getting down into probably first gear or maybe into second, he tried to pull to get back up out of turn number 1, and then go into 2, it just didn't go, and Marion went around the outside and got him.
And then the AJ deal, maybe AJ goes to the outside, he's trying to think that, okay, this is going to be fine, and then someone closes the door, he's got no space.
Yeah, it just bottlenecked that whole lead group, and unfortunately for AJ Myers, as he shakes his head in frustration, not only is that just about the end of his hopes at 15K on Super Sunday, he's got at least enough points he should be safe from that LCQ with 2 top 10s, but man, that's going to bury him in the field, and you hate it for him. He was coming into this year after last year having to come from the tail of the field and drove on right up to the edge of the top 5. This was going to be it. This was kind of all right. 1 year, redeem myself after that top qualifying effort, and I'm going to get it in Vegas. It's unforgiving. It's harsh. It's once a year that you got to live with, and unfortunately, AJ Myers in a split second sees those dreams up in smoke.
Yeah, the crazy thing was just that potential mechanical we saw there for Pedro Hiltbrand really affected so many people, right? It gave the opportunity for Kremers to be able to find his way up front. We saw Kyle Wick get checked up there because he had to pull back on it. We see Myers barreling through the plastic. He ends up going through Danny Formal. The issue we know, we watched that coming here. A bed axle that he was somehow able to soldier home into the 9th position. It gave life for Remo Ruscitti. He's able to go up a spot. David Lewinsky out of nowhere. He was back at 7th or 8th. He finds himself with a finish of P4 as Kyle Wick holds on to P5. So a lot of storylines, a lot of situations changing right there in that particular heat race.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, we really didn't see a whole lot of chaos, right? And if you take out, again, Hiltbrand's, shift lever braking, shift linkage braking, they were probably going to stay in that order to the finish, right? I mean, they were rubber banding the whole time, maybe one pass, but nobody could really get by each other. He breaks down, all heck breaks loose, and then you just have 3-4 guys go backwards. Formal now with a rougher finish. He's going to be hoping that this next heat is just as wild, because you think like X30 Senior, for example, Rob, having guys go 10th, 3rd, then 15th, and that average, because everyone's doing that, is going to net out where you're still decent, right? But in the case of the Pro Shifter class, we're seeing a lot less passing at the front of the field. The only guy with attrition in this heat so far that I ever remember is Billy Musgrave and I believe Keon Tandon. So for the most part, the top 10, if they run, get another top 10 result, it burns AJ Myers, it burns Danny Formal, it puts them further and further if this next heat is consistent.
Again, it's kind of like the fluctuations of your calculations if you're in that team, a team manager. Where do I need to finish? You had to see what happened here because it really has changed where guys are going to be able to finish. You may be able to hold a spot knowing that some of the guys that you were battling for up front have already had some issues. That's what's so exciting. Our last race of this year's SuperNationals in terms of heat races coming up right now.
Well, let's take a look around the racetrack here. The lights are on. You can see beanies over in the crowd in the bleachers here as we take a look at the outside of the final corner. Everybody getting ready for one more Pro Shifter heat race, and then it's time for the last chance qualifiers coming your way here live from Las Vegas, Nevada at the Rio All Suite Hotel and Casino. It's SKUSA SuperNationals 25 with a Kart Chaser live stream presented by Porsche.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th Annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovka.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
So here we go, headed out of turn number 7 as we get set for action. Welcome back to the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. It's SKUSA SuperNats 25. My name's Andrew Clemens, our voice of all 25 SuperNationals. Rob Howden on the call alongside Mike Smith as we get set for the final heat race of the weekend to set the grid. The last part of for some drivers of their situation Saturdays. For some, it'll continue into the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, indeed. We got some big names up front, though, and the driver that's been really impressive throughout this week, it's been Marcus Kajak. He'll start in the pole position on the RPM Tony Kart machine, the 209 P1. Jake French in the 203 for PSL Karting starting in second.
Moving back, row number 2, Fabian Federer on the Magic Kart saw his teammates' hopes go up in smoke. He'll try and bring the blue and orange to the front. Alongside him, Billy Musgrave on the factory kart.
Matteo Vajano going to start on the P5 position. He's had success, of course, here at the SuperNationals. Ricardo Longi as well, Ricky Longi from PSL Karting, and Burrell Art starting on the outside of that row.
Row number 4 has got GFC Karting and Formula E driver for Andretti Autosport. It is Oliver Askew on the inside. Christian Bertuca will start to the outside on that PSL Burrell Art.
Top Canadian shifter kart driver Josh Conker starting in the 9th spot alongside Andrew Bedozo in the 278.
You see Davide Fore there in 11th. Micah Hendricks in 12th. Loic Van Dijs, Hunter Pickett, Macy Williams, the top 15. They're about all lined up here for the final heat race of the weekend. Here we go. Pro Shifter under the lights. Heat 3, we're away. And it looks like just about everybody gets through. Marcus Kayak with the whole shot to turn number 1.
Yeah, solid run to get into turn number 1. Got it jacked and turned very quickly. One driver all the way around. That mighty Josh Conker in the Maranello. He got looped around at the exit of that corner, but Kayak taking advantage of the great hole shot, puts himself P1 coming out of turn number 6. Even with a little bit of breathing room as well, as he's got at least 2 kart legs going down into 7.
You go from the whole shot for him to a terrible start for Jake French that you saw right there, Mike. Jake French has fallen back to the 4th position here on the opening lap so far.
No, exactly. They all got off on the start, and it's like French was waiting for another light or something like that. It just did not go. He's already back to 4th at this point. I thought it'd be worse than that.
Well, Xander, at least 3 or 4 karts involved in an incident in turn number 2 and 3. We didn't pick that up, but we lost a couple of drivers further back in the pack. Field just rolling through right now, and a great job by the SuperKarts USA staff for getting all those karts up and over and out of the way, but there was at least 4 karts involved in the incident over in turn number 2.
Looks like one of them might have been one of the factory karts there. That's Baldwin, I believe, that just came by, so he was involved. And then you talk about factory karts, Billy Musgrave, who has been the king of hole shots. That's kind of been the big highlight of his season as he works on developing that chassis further and further up the order. It was not even possible that time with Jake French getting a bad start, and now he left the door open, and Christian Bertuca down the inside for 6th.
That was a really strong, assertive move by Bertuca. Just had enough room to slot it down. Maybe 56 inches going into the apex. He was able to take that spot. Musgrave tried to fight his way by in that cue-ball Stilo USA helmet, pushing hard, trying to get back by Bertuca. That was, as I said, really assertive. Nice move to be able to get the spot over in 10.
Yeah, and Bertuca has been quick. Remember the last heat race, Bertuca was on the move. He was making things happen, and now right on the back bumper of Askew.
So now Oliver Askew trying to hang on here. It looked like Bertuca might lose a little time as he defended in turn 1 from Billy Musgrave. Didn't lose really much at all. Is he going to be, not close enough that time on Askew in that GFC to challenge for him. Back Ricky Longi battling with Andrew Bedozo behind this pack as well. They're trailing Billy Musgrave by themselves. Then it's Hunter Pickett, and then Davide Fore has made up a little bit of ground at 11. And into turn number 1 there, you can see Bajoso versus Longy. Crossover, Bajoso's there. Not going to get him all the way, though. Bajoso hangs on, but that's, again, basically 2 team managers right there.
That's
Bajoso,
right.
the owner of Magic Kart, and Longy, the team manager for the Factory Brill Art team.
And if there's one of those drivers I thought that might even go for it in the S's, it would be Badozo.
Yeah,
Actually backed out.
Oh, he would have sent it. But you know what? He waited because, hey, if he sends it and he gets wrecked there and he's got a 10, and then a 45, there's a chance he goes to that last chance qualifier.
Again, isn't that the mindset thing we keep talking about, depending on what you've done? Hey, if you can have a mindset that stops Badozo from making a move, that means something, right? It's a crucial thing because 10, 10, and 42 really would normally not mean anything for Andrew. He'll drop the hammer, but he knows he's got a couple of good finishes. He brings another top 10 here. He'll be in a good spot for tomorrow.
And exactly that. And also Magic Kart just having the issue there with A.J. Myers, team manager. I'd like to have this ride up there on screen. We had just actually seen Billy Musgrave moving his way past Oliver Askew. He's going to move up into P6.
Askew didn't fight that one much at all. We saw a lot of defensive driving from just about everybody. I think Oliver Askew felt, you know what, it's not worth just throwing the race away. I don't want to block for one position. He might regret that with where he lines up for Super Sunday by giving up that one crucial point, but ultimately he gives it up. No real fight. Musgrave going, Askew's got a problem. Oliver Askew with an issue, hand in the air. That's why he didn't fight it. Oliver Askew into the scale line.
I also watched him coming through turn number 11, and he grabbed the shifter like there was something wrong with the shift lever because he was just kind of grabbing. It was a bit of a bump. Something, I think, potentially with the shift linkage for Oliver Askew. Not sure he was maybe able to get it back down to gear or not, but an issue for him pulling off at the end of the straightaway.
Remember, last year we had a couple of shift linkages actually break. Billy Musgrave, one of those drivers that had that issue last year. Maybe we've got some issues with some of these drivers now, but back on course, and the fight is on right now for second place. That is Vijano coming on Federer.
Yeah, back-to-back purple laps for Matteo Vijano in that Charles Leclerc chassis. He's able to close up here on Federer in the Magic Kart machine. Watch for Vijano to look for maybe a pass down in turn number 7. Xander looking really good coming through turn number 6. Vijano, a little earlier turn in, big run down the corner. Not quite there, but Vijano in that Charles Leclerc looking very strong here. A couple of back-to-back purple laps.
And both of them that time by were at least even, if not a little bit better than Marcus Kayak. Now we know Kayak has been able to defend things really, really well from the front of the field. What does 2 wily veterans in Fabian Federer and, of course, Matteo Vigano, were they able to find a way around? Danny Formel couldn't get it done in his heat race. Hiltbrand was able to pull away from him in his. But Marcus Kayak with 3 to go, master of defense. I think we see him walk this one, and maybe the same for Fabian Federer in second. Who knows?
Interesting as well. We talked about the rough start for Jake French as he fell back a little bit. He has fought his way back up into the 4th position. He's got Pertuca right behind him. French just has turned his fastest lap, a 41.913. Still about 2 or 3 tenths of a second off the front 3 drivers, but for French, a strong run here potentially for P4. These drivers are going to see the 2 to go sign coming by. Billy Musgrave, putting a ton of pressure on Pertuca. They'll work their way down the back straightaway. There's Billy Musgrave. Pertuca going to block all the way to the bottom. Musgrave going to try him around the outside. Do we see an over-under? Not quite, but Musgrave, Xander, putting everything down on the line here to try to find a way by Pertuca.
And again, Billy Musgrave on that IAME 175 has got a lot of bottom-end torque, right? So you think if there's any go-kart that might be able to pull an over-under off, it'd be the factory kart. He's wheel-to-wheel with Pertuca. Outside, Pertuca closes him off there, gets back on the power. White flag coming this time by, and the cue ball of Billy Musgrave trying to go. Meanwhile, Vincenzo Saraceno's got a problem on the other side of the racetrack. Another one we're going to lose as the white flag waves for Marcus Kayak.
It is full defense right now for the 246 of Pertuca. Pertuca does not want Musgrave to get by. He's been full defense once again. Up front, no change. We're going to keep an eye on that fight further back. But up front, 1, 2, 3, all in a row, close enough to make a move.
Yeah, Federer's closing up here right now on Kayak to the end here. So could Kayak potentially have himself an issue? Mike, when do you pick it up?
Billy got the job done. Billy up to 5th.
Right when we turn it off, right? That's how it goes. We had the angle right on it. Go back to the leaders here on the half lap, and we lose that awesome pass by Billy Musgrave, but he got around him. Meanwhile, no changes up front, though. Marcus Kayak is going to win his second heat race on the weekend. He gets it done in heat number 3.
Yeah, Kayak kind of stacked him up a little bit over in turn number 10. Parked it a little bit there at the apex, gave himself a chance to shoot out of the corner and dive down to the bottom. Covered the bottom on Federer, who holds on for the second spot. Vajano with third. Jake French in fourth. Billy Musgrave coming home in the fifth spot. Davide Foray up into sixth. What a great run he's having, man. Wow, 48 years of age. Foray up 5 spots from 11th to 6th. Double duty in Master and Pro Shifter. He ends up in the 6th position on the ITEL cart. Ricardo Longhi in 7th, Bedozo 8th, Bertuca 9th. He ends up going down to 9th after being up there early. Hunter Pickett in the 10th position as well. But man, what a fantastic run up front for Kajak. He looks like he is going to be one of the guys that could be a star come Super Sunday.
You know, we talk about it a lot, Rob, the physicality of the sport, especially in shifter carts, right? 48 years old for Davide Foray, doing it twice with 30-minute intervals. And again, we talked to some of the drivers that do double duty with shifter to senior, and you know, you hear Martin Kremers, when he jumped in at last second at Noli, really wasn't in KZ shape. I don't want to hear from these guys anymore. Davide Foray is doing 2 shifter classes in one time period at 48 years old.
And you think about it's a muscle memory, right? This guy's been doing this for a couple of decades, so he hops in this thing. You know, we get in it, we're all arms and elbows trying to hold on, and it's just second nature to him. It's like breathing for Davide, right? He knows how to drive a shifter cart. He drives it, he rolls it. Very impressive for him. And again, for him to be able to come out and do what he's done here, we know he's going to be a factor in the Master Shifter Cart class. He's potentially a top 10 guy when it's all said and done on Super Sunday and Pro Shifter. Kajak, I think those are the guys that we're all going to be watching. He and Hiltbrand are very strong, but man, Kajak's been very impressive.
Well, then you put all these drivers who've been in 2 different heats, and now they're all together. It's going to be really, really fun to watch.
That's why it was such a bummer, of course, to see Musgrave go out in the first heat, Myers there, Askew there. It was like these are all guys that were going to make up that crazy top 10, top 12, top 15 in the terms of total Pro Shifter guys that really could contend for the win. We lost a couple big names there, and of course Danny Formal with a not-so-great 9th result. He'll still be okay, but yeah, put Kayak together with Hiltbrand, with Kremers, with Fabian Federer and everybody. That's, of course, on Sunday. However, the racing tonight, we're going to switch our focus from those guys at the front to the guys right at the cut line. Last chance qualifiers coming up, guys. What are our thoughts here going in before this little break?
Listen, for me, whatever you're doing, put the kids to bed if you're back home because it's time to watch some LCQs. They don't want to watch this. It's almost R-rated. The battle for 6th is going to be so much fun. It's the last chance, the qualifier. This is going to the big show. It's a bit different sometimes, I feel, for the junior classes or some of the Masters classes. These are the drivers who came here with the dreams of the $15,000. This is the big show. These are the headline categories. The urgency, the desire to make it to Super Sunday is more, I think, than any other category. So that fight for 6th is going to be even more heated than we saw earlier today.
And what we saw earlier today was not just fights for 6th. There were a lot of fights inside that top 6 that made you pucker, made you go, oh, man, and Winston just worry about it. So X30 Senior, they're going to be all over each other. And Pro Shifter, where we've seen these guys cutting each other a lot more breaks at the front of the field, you're not going to see that. And you're going to see a mix of experience, right around that cut line in Pro Shifter, the class that's exploded. You've got a lot of kind of first-year Pro Shifter drivers. So you're seeing, and the style takes so long to adapt to, right? The top 10 guys, they make it look easy, right? All their passes, how they defend everything. We're probably going to see a lot more little mistakes, blowing a corner, trying to block, missing a shift. That kind of unpredictability to me in the Pro Shifter LCQ, first time ever we have it, is to me going to be the most exciting part.
I agree. Mike, your thoughts on that?
I can't freaking wait, you guys. It's going to be awesome.
You made a very, very good point there, Xander, is the fact that the guys up front make it look so easy, right? The cut moves they make to get down into turn number 10, over to turn number 9, they all of a sudden diving to the apex, and they have it, and the guys that are getting dove on, they realize it's there. It's not like they're getting offline. They're just ready. They just back it in again. You're going to see the little mistakes you talked about for the guys more in the middle. They're going to get caught off guard. There's going to be some guys potentially getting into the back of each other. Contact, I think, is something we'll see in this one.
Well, and then going back to the X30 LCQ, we've seen how much contact there is going into turn number 1 and being on the outside and how disadvantageous. But if you're 6th and on the outside, we've seen those drivers come out.
Check up, get to the inside, right?
I talked with Jake Drew earlier today. He said the key, not only is it trying to survive turn number 1, you got to get down to the inside for turn 2, because then it's just a roadblock and you're just trying to get over for 3 through that chicane. There's not enough time to really get over, so you get burned. So if you get down low, turn 1, kind of find a hole, fill it, get through there, but get down to the right-hand side of the racetrack to turn number 2. That's the key, it seems like, for those X30 Senior starts. And yeah, I mean, they're going into a hairpin. The last time we had a hairpin 180 X30 LCQ, a fight
broke out at a race. Race broke out at a fight, my bad, at the LCQ for X30 Senior. So hopefully we're not having any fisticuffs here, but it will be very, very sketchy for those guys. Not so much the case in the pro shifters, of course, with the standing starts, but the X30 Seniors headed down into turn number 1, 45 deep, fighting for 6 spots. It'll be wild.
I think SKUSA moves all their corner workers to that corner.
Yeah,
to
get everybody ready.
Everybody, so we're ready to go.
Yeah, so again, like we talked earlier.
We got it on this side. We got it.
Yeah, we talked earlier, right? I mean, so many people, international drives here. This is an all-or-nothing event. There's no points. There's nothing else. It doesn't build to anything. It is simply bring the cart back so we can race it tomorrow if you make it, or whatever. I mean, for some. Hopefully, I'm sure some will want to take their go-karts home and try to make it. But this is, again, the biggest stage in North America, one of the biggest events in the entire world. You want to be a part of Super Sunday.
You're either going to bed early to get the sleep you need to be fast on Super Sunday, or you're staying up till 4 o'clock in the morning. It's Las Vegas. That's what's happening.
That's exactly it, right? You just you got to mix of both there between the guys that can and the guys that are old enough that can do it and not so much. But that's all coming your way. So a little bit of a break here. We'll put at the bottom of the screen to let you guys know when it is time for X30 Senior and Pro Shifter. X30 will go first. Pro Shifter will go second for the last chance qualifiers. They got to do the pro test. They got to calculate the points, make sure they're double checked to see who is above the cut line in the top 34, and then 35th on down to make up those last chance qualifier grids. So stick with us on the stream. Set the alarm for the time below. We'll be back here with 2 LCQs.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Hannah Greenemeyer is going to score the final win of the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Hayden Jones is a national race winner. Nate Cicero wins.
4-time champion Ryan Norberg winning SuperNationals 24.
Winner.
Are you ready to join one of North America's winningest driver development programs? Rollison Performance Group offers fully customizable packages that are meant to take your game to the next level. For more information, head to rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back to the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino here. It is fully under the lights as we get set for last chance qualifier action. Just got word from our race officials here for SuperKarts USA. We are 2 minutes away from going green with the X30 Senior last chance qualifier. So we will be getting set to let them loose here in this one again. Let's take a look first at the drivers just barely above the cut line that have made their way into the show. You look at the ones back at the back, 34. Patrick Woods-Toth, 31st. Enzo Prando, 32nd. Luis Colomodio, 33rd. And Ryan Raffa in the Full Tilt Racing, Speed Concepts Racing CRG, final one in 34th. There's some big names in the 20s. Braden Eves, Jeremy Fletcher, Thomas Neveau, 26, 25, 23. And, of course, Evan Giltaire with his perfect run through the heats as good as possible there. A top 5 result in the first one, then goes out, wins Heat 2, wins Heat 3. He'll lead them to the green with Oliver Hodgson on the outside of row number 1. But that's, again, the guys that are already into tomorrow. Mike, let's take us through the lineup here for the X30 Senior last chance qualifier. Hamish Fitzsimmons is the first one out. Looking in, we'll start pole here, P35 in the point standings, alongside the AJF Racing Tony Kart of Kevin Covedo. Donovan Bonilla and Paul Bocuse make it a Rawlson Performance Group, row number 2. Two drivers that have shown good speed, especially Donovan Bonilla, qualified inside the top 20. Couple DNFs, though, have him outside the cut line looking in. And you want to talk about another big name on the outside looking in? Rob, let's take a look at row 3. Diego Ramos is starting P5.
No doubt about it. You look up front, as you said, Paul Bocuse has got to get his elbows up, but Diego Ramos and Tyler Howard will be on row number 3. Cole Schroeder, Ryan Vincent, row 4, and Tyler Greenberry and Gabe Belanca on row number 5.
A good week that started good, at least for Dalton Haynes in the Racing Edge Motorsports camp, where he and Connor Zillish were neck and neck in practice. It's been rough here for him. He's going to have to fight out of the LCQ. Rolls off 11th for a driver that finished inside the top 10 last year. Alongside him, Alexander Kardashian.
It'll be Sam Sacombe starting 13th, Reese Newburn in 14th, Wout Kirstens back in 15th. Josh Feiner had a good run in the last heat race. Starts back at 16th, though lots of work to do from there.
Riley Ramroop in the U-Race. Tony Kart starts on the inside of AJF Racing entry James Stegman in row number 9. And then it's George Garciars and Kellen Ritter making a return to the Rawlson Performance Group camp here. He rolls up P20.
Row 11, we talked a lot about the ups and downs of the weekend for Laurent Legault. He'll start 21st alongside Tyler McIntyre. Eamon Lowe and Diego Ortiz on row 12. Adam Rylands and Brian Boley on row 13.
Dane Idelson and Chris Bingham will start 27th and 28th. To round off your top 30, it's the kid from Key West, Jacob Kolar, to the inside, Tyler Ruth, and that ruthless karting entry on the outside.
We'll go back to William Booth-Helier in 31st, Nolan Bauer in 32nd, row number 17, Isaac Feiner and Lucas Nanji, row 18, Gracian Redzayan and Ho Peng Zhang. Xander, these guys outside the top 36, you got to hope for some crazy carnage.
You need a lot of it here, but I would not be surprised if we do not get it. The stands are filled up. The fences are lined to see what will be, as Rob, you called it, probably the closest thing karting can get to R-rated television. Out of the turn number 9 complex. Let's get set to bring them together for Hamish Fitzsimmons. Oh, problems for the 308. That is going to be, I believe, one of the EOS Leading Edge Motorsports carts trying to identify who we've just lost. It is Walt Kirsten, started 15th. He's already out, so we've lost one.
Oh, man. Heartbreak without a shot from P15. Drivers working their way out of the final corner here. They're about to go racing for our last chance qualifiers, 10 laps. 6 drivers to transfer. The remainder done for the week. They'll get themselves to the tram lines. And we're underway. Green, green, green into turn number 1. Hold on.
Who's going to get shoved here wide? Who gets started? The whole front row went wide. Everybody went wide. The seas parted. Hello, Paul Bocuse to the lead now with Donovan Bonilla to second. My goodness, Amish Fitzsimmons and Kevin Covedo, both of them, again, had been kind of midfield drivers this week. They hadn't had any big crashes. There's Tyler Ruth, I think, in that 352. Yep. He's out. So now we see the battle start to go. Look at this at the transfer spot. We got a crash there nearly for position number 6 and 7.
Yeah, he's going to get swallowed up coming out of that corner. Everybody with more forward motion working their way through. We'll give you the top 10 this time by to dial things in. First time through turn number 10 to fire it up. A great start there for Paul Bocuse, who goes to P1. Tyler Howard in second. Donovan Bonilla third. Tyler Greenberry fourth. Diego Ramos up to fifth. Ryan Vincent on the bubble in sixth. Hamish Fitzsimmons in seventh. Jorge Garcias in eighth. Kevin Quevedo in ninth, and Kellen Ritter up 10 spots to 10th on the opening circuit.
So Kellen Ritter, does he become this year's X30 Senior Last Chance Qualifier hero? There was a big crash at the back of the grid that took out a number of cars. They're still trying to clear it at turn 9. It might be under yellow when they get there this time. It will. Yellow flags in turn 8. Bocuse leads. Then it's Tyler Howard as they head through here over to 9.
Kart just on the outside of that corner. You see the SKUSA workers trying to get it up and over the barriers without having to go to the other side there. Everybody coming through. Yellow flags are flying. You can't pass there anyways. Deeper back here. We are 3 wide coming through turn number 10. Another driver into the barrier. One of the PSL Burrell Art drivers is off.
Nolan Bauer pounds the wall in turn number 1 here. 2 down. 8 laps to go so far. Paul Bocuse leading the way. Tyler Howard second, trying to hunt him down to that AM Racing Team X-Spree. But more than anything, he's got company there with Donovan Bonilla, who has, I think, tried to work his way back around him, and Tyler Greenberry. Sorry, Bonilla back to fifth. It's Greenberry on the bumper at Howard. Where do they cycle out here as they go for turn 8?
In KA Senior, we saw Lampy go away. Now it's Bocuse's turn. He is in clean air. The fight right now, second, third, fourth, nose to tail. A little bit more back to Ramos. The question is going to be, back to Bonilla.
Right, yep.
Vincent is going to be the curious one to get up there. Another issue in turn number 9.
And he's only got like 0.3 of a second ahead of Fitzsimmons right now, too. There is more carnage in turn number 9. First, Paul Bocuse got it. Second, third, fourth, fifth, Xander running together. You know, we talk about them. Can they settle in? Can they show the patience? And then it's Ryan Vincent by himself in sixth. He doesn't have that much of a gap, but the drivers running second, third, fourth, and fifth really have enough cushion. They can run where they are and be able to make it into the main event.
And I think that's what you're seeing there. Yeah. Diego Ramos, Tyler Howard, Tyler Greenberry, they're just kind of riding in line. Second, third, fourth, nothing crazy. Donovan Bonilla trails them. He's got shuffled back a little bit. He's still in the safe zone in fifth, though. And Ryan Vincent, we're about to see a battle for the bubble spot. P6, but Hamish Fitzsimmons, the pole sitter who blew turn number 1 on the opening lap, goes purple, and he'll look to the inside. Change in the bubble spot. Hamish Fitzsimmons, no crossover. Vincent back on him.
And further up, Ramos was looking in front, and it was defense coming in front of him. He's like, what are we doing? Instead, if you start going defensive and you're inside the safe zone, someone's going to say, forget that, I got to get around you.
Well, the one guy in KA100 Senior, Ariel Elkin, was the kind of what are you doing award. I think right now that might go to Tyler Howard. He's been low-lining it for a couple laps already, and he's lost a spot in net, but more than anything, he's backed them back up to Donovan Bonilla.
Right,
and there goes Ramos.
Yeah, right now, let's not worry about that because the transfer position is what we'll focus on here midway through the race. Crossed halfway flags this time by. It looks to be a fight now between Ryan Vincent and Hamish Fitzsimmons. They're the 2 drivers in 6th and 7th. 1.2 seconds from the 5th place driver, Donovan Bonilla, back to Vincent and Fitzsimmons. So that's really going to be the fight. If 2nd through 5th can settle in, even if they dice a little bit, right now I think you're going to see 6th and 7th lay it out, dice it down, and 8th and 9th are coming in here as well. Kevin Quevedo and Laura Legault potentially with a shot at saving the day.
And only 8/10 back. They're not that far back. So again, and there it is. Vincent now has more in the game.
Yeah, there it is. 4-driver pack. Vincent's going to lose another spot. Here comes Kevin Quevedo down the inside and tapping the wall. Was that Hamish Fitzsimmons tapping the wall there in turn number the final corner? I think he just nicked the barrier, kind of tank slapped it. So Hamish Fitzsimmons, hopefully no damage to the energy. And look at Laurent Legault. He'll get by Vincent in turn 1.
Yeah, Laurent Legault, the man on the move right now as well. He's trying to follow Quevedo through. Fitzsimmons now the bubble driver in that 6th position. He'll try to stretch away, gets himself maybe 4 or 5 kart lengths out of turn number 6, back to 7. The key to him, remember, he started on the pole position. Does he have the flat outright pace to pull away from the 3 behind him? He has the last transfer in his pocket. As long as he runs open laps, Xander, he's going to be fine. If he starts going on defensive, all bets are off.
Yeah, he's got to hope, though, again, that pace continues, right? Kevin Quevedo caught them for a little bit back. You take a look at the lap times there. It did continue that time. He pulled a 10th on Quevedo, opened the gap up. However, Laurent Legault is coming here. If Laurent Legault cannot lose too much time to get around Kevin Quevedo this time by, he'll have 2 laps to try and see if he can will himself into the Super Sunday show with 15 spots through this LCQ.
And if you're within at least 10 cart lengths in the final corner, that's worth a shot. You're going to be able to make that send. You got to try something.
Look at this here coming up into the corner. We're going to get a good battle here for the lead position right now. Paul Bocuse, that lead has shrunk down because Diego Ramos diving to the bottom. Book it. Ramos through to take over P1. Diego Ramos on the PSL karting barrel art goes P1. Bocuse, elbows up, coming down the straightaway. Does he go back to second, or does he push away? Because third, fourth, and fifth are right there, and too much racing is going to bring sixth and seventh back in. White flag going to fly next time by. Xander, one more to go, and they get back around.
And we're waiting to see again two battles simultaneously right there. Laurent Legault on Kevin Quevedo. That's for 7th overall. Here is Tyler Howard on Bocuse. This is what could get crazy. He goes for second. Did he need to? No, he did it. Bocuse even hand in the air. What are we doing, guys? Come on. We've got a gap, but it's evaporating. Hamid Fitzsimmons is coming.
Yeah.
So is Quevedo. They're going to fight again. This is where Bocuse needs to, unfortunately, be stupid because they're being stupid around him, too.
He's got shuffled back a couple of spots already. Bocuse back to P4. Final lap of the X30 Senior LCQ. Howard blocking to the bottom of the racetrack. Move to the inside for Greenberry as well. Everybody dicing down the final circuit.
And
Bocuse
Laurent
trying to
Legault
fight
got
for
by.
it. Laurent Legault is through.
We got it.
Yeah, Legault is through. He was 8th at one point. Final lap. The only guy clean right now is Diego Ramos. He's been able to stretch away, as I believe Tyler Howard. Look at this fight, Xander.
There we go, all the way to the finish. Laurent Legault, this is it. He's dropped up 15 spots. How bad do you want to be in the show as they come around the final corner? Checkered flag. Who's going through? Around the outside for Quevedo, but Hamid Fitzsimmons will hold on.
Here's your top 6. Ramos with the win by 1.2. Tyler Howard second. Tyler Greenberry third. Paul Bocuse fourth. Bocuse finishes P4. Bonilla in fifth. And Hamish Fitzsimmons in the show by 94 thousandths of a second over Laurent Legault. He started 21st, ends up in 7th. Unofficially, you never know if you got a pushback or what could happen, but Laurent Legault on the outside looking in. He would be the benefactor if there was a pushback bumper. But right now, unofficially, the transfer positions, those go into Super Sunday in X30 Senior. Diego Ramos, Tyler Howard, Tyler Greenberry, Paul Bocuse, Donovan Bonilla, and Hamish Fitzsimmons. Those are your top 6, living to race another day.
Man, that's what it's all about right there. Getting into the show, and Hamish Fitzsimmons tagging the wall almost every time through here, getting everything they could to try to hold on to that final transfer spot.
We've seen both the hero stories there, Rob. Many years we've seen guys come from way back and just barely make it in. And then on the flip side here for Laurent Legault, if there's no penalties, which I don't think there was anything. If anything, it'd be maybe a tram line violation. It didn't look like any of them really got the bumpers used up all too much in that front 6. So if he does end up one spot out, it would be probably the most valiant effort to just barely miss the show that we've seen in quite some time.
Indeed, but a big run for Diego Ramos. Again, Paul Bocuse jetted out early. He had the position. Looked like he was going to be able to stretch away, similar to what we saw with Ethan Lampe in the KA100 Senior class. Instead, though, Ramos got clear and was able to reel him into the tremendous job. And Bocuse shaking his head, I think, the way the guys were racing him. They were, like, dicing up hard. All he wanted to do was hold position.
Yeah, he probably got really scared in those final few laps.
Well, and not only that, Bonilla was hanging out in 5th the entire time. He was like, yeah, we got a big lead. Let's go. It's fine. And then it just got smaller and smaller and smaller until he was enveloped. And it was the top 8 there that still had a shot.
Yeah, at that point, I mean, that last corner, I'm sure if I'm Laurent Legault, and I just missed the show right here, I'm going to be probably watching that last corner for a couple times over and kicking myself. It's so hard. You have only one time a year that you get a shot like this to get yourself into the show. At the end of the day, right, we've talked about it where with the full course yellows, with the red flags, you can get a good shot to maybe fight for the win of the LCQ, but you're talking a lot of dominoes to fall, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Making it out of that LCQ, you want to be a part of Super Sunday, you want to race, but realistically, your shots at that 15K, that SuperNats win, that went out the window when you got onto the grid for the LCQ.
That's very sure.
So,
yeah, the only difference is you're waking up and putting your racing suit on, not just a pair of warm gloves and a hat, because it's going to be cool tomorrow. But the bottom line is you're not racing. So I like the way you said that, because if you're in the LCQ, you're not going after 50 grand. You just want to be able to race on Sunday.
Yeah, you just want to be part of it, right?
Yep.
And at least everybody, all 600 drivers, will be invited to the opening ceremonies, of course, get to stand with their suits on and be a part in that front. But like you said, you don't get to get down on the grid like we see here with Josh Conker, who will be one of the many drivers in the Pro Shifter LCQ. They're already starting to fire engines here. Like I said, this is the wild card race of the weekend. Haven't seen a LCQ for shifters in a handful of years.
I can't remember.
And, we haven't had one in, you could say, the headline shifter category, right? Because S1's always capped at 44 in the years past. And at the same time, KZ never went past 44 on that side. So a pro headline shifter division at 88, what is it going to look like? We got no idea.
Amazing. And again, like I said, this is the pro shifter guys. These are the big dogs, right? They're the ones that are going to come out here. They're going to slice and dice. You mentioned about the fact of really the precision passing that you'll see at the front of the grid, the pointy end of the pro shifter grid. Some of these drivers back here you mentioned, maybe their first year in a shifter, maybe their first big race, maybe their first SuperNationals, maybe not quite the exact precision that we'll see. That means we may see a little argy-bargy, a little contact, a driver's making a mistake here and there. It'll be interesting to see how things play out early on. And again, we always watch that 5, 6, 7, 8 bubble kind of group to see who's going to transfer through.
Right, because, again, we've had our cameras up at the front pack for all the heat races so far, and only once did we have that deal with Pedro Hiltbrand basically missing a shift, but it was because of what looked to be a broken linkage. That kind of stuff is a lot more common in the midfield on these pro shifter races. Missing a shift when you try and pull it back, bottlenecking in the corner, side-by-side, little berry contact. We've had a lot of attrition in those heat races, and that's what's made up the grid. So let's go ahead here, Rob. Let's take them through our starting lineup for the pro shifter last chance qualifier here. Kicking things off with Loic Van Dijs as the first driver, just not fully clinched into his outside there will be Canadian Josh Conker in the Maranello number 254.
Row number 2 will have Macy Williams. She'll carry the Girl Power flag in the number 245. She'll start P3 alongside Sam Clays in the 207.
You go back to row 3, it'll be Elliot Cleary, and the last driver currently slated at that bubble spot in P6, Alan Isambard in the ANSA Motorsports Formula K.
First row of drivers trying to work up to get themselves into that top 6. Nick LeDuc starting in 7th, and Federico Piero at the 233.
Slingshot Nick Persing will start to the inside of row number 5. To the outside, Matias Coito in the 242.
Row number 6 will have TJ Madonna on the inside and Chente Salas on the outside.
Reese Ushima here in F3 driver starting 13th in the Pro Shifter LCQ. He starts to the inside of Stefan Rosinski.
Row number 8, Calvin Ming on the inside. Andy Cantu in the 237 outside P16.
And we look at Vegas. You think Vegas specialist Matt Jaskell. Unfortunately here, he's going to have a long way to go. For once a year hopping in a pro shifter cart, it's always really, really difficult. Matt Jaskell's made it look easy for many years, but this weekend I'm sure not one that he would like to put highest up on his SuperNats. He starts 17th. Pablo Garcia Jr. to his outside in row 9.
Yeah, Jaskell, remember the 80cc junior winner back in 1998, ran a bunch of Xfinity races here this year. Go back another row to the top 10. Yannick Julius Bernhardt in the 275 will start in the 19th position alongside Scott Hargrove from the Catalyst Driver Development Group.
Fernando Casillas is the first one outside the top 20 and 21st, and to his outside it'll be the VTM Racing Engines entry of Vincenzo Saracino.
Another one of the young ladies in the field, Annie Rule, starting 23rd in the 204 outside. Gabriel Cower in the 205.
Nicholas Taylor will start 25th. To his outside, it'll be Talon Yockel, put it in a Magic Kart 24-26 combo.
On row number 14, it'll be Kieran Madden and Nicholas DeAndrea.
Zane Walker will start to the inside of the final row there alongside Ansel Baldwin, and then it'll be all the way down to the final few. We've got Andrew Byrne, Christian Cowie, Ayrton Hernandez, Jack Ryan, Jay Irwin, and the rest at the bottom there that show on the leaderboard, Brent Cruz, Jordan Musser, all them, those were scratches for the weekend. So we got 35 total of what should be on the grid here for Pro Shifter.
35 drivers looking to be able to make it to Championship Sunday, the Super Sunday main event here, the 25th running of the SuperNationals. Again, First order of business, get those tires warmed up, get some heat built into these Avincos. Second order of business, Xander, get off the line the best you can and find the right line through turn number 1.
Right. We've seen the whole shot be so crucial up at the front of the field. How important will that be here for the top 6, right? You know, there is the chance, again, that we have any kind of stalls or rough starts for guys at the front. And more than anything, with a 44-driver field, we've talked about it. The hardest part on the start is the guys on the front row not overheating the engines or blowing up the clutch because they got to sit there for so long. So in the case of Loic Van Dijs and Josh Conker, they are going to be on the front row of probably the biggest shifter grid on that they've been on in a long, long time, if ever.
Yeah, 35 drivers set to go, all of them ready to rock and roll for just 10 laps. That's the key. Not even a long session, Mike Smith. 10 laps. If you're deep in the field, you got to get off the line. You got to deep it hard to turn number 1. You got to hope for a little bit of luck and maybe some carnage coming out through the 2-3 combination. Then you got to go to work. You got to be deep on the brakes. You got to take advantage of any opportunity possible.
And those opportunities can come right away. For instance, we just saw it in the last heat race with Formal not making the first corner and getting around the other side and getting the bent axle. Boom. There you go. There's an opportunity. As you can tell, the fans in the stands can't wait to get this thing underway.
Yeah, here we go. We got everybody cheering, ready here to watch some last chance qualifier action. Las Vegas in the grandstands. Are you guys ready? Pro Shifter getting set to come your way here. Having so much fun with such a big crowd, and I can't wait to get it on Super Sunday, man. That, and then the Shifters firing up, just it gets you going.
That's the beauty of this of Situation Saturday, right? We get into the end of it, we start getting the excitement for the last chance qualifiers, and it just kind of fuels it, right? It builds the excitement, and then everybody goes back to the hotel. We'll hang out. There'll be some parties happening around the hotel itself. People ready to rock. There's a Kart Chaser sweatshirt.
Hey,
right
there we go. I
it.
like it right there. That's a great fashion choice. I love it. We got another one in the grandstands over there, too.
But Xander builds the excitement going into Super Sunday, right? We all wake up. We're all like, man, it's time to rock. We're getting ready to go. These guys are ready. These guys are at it.
Yeah, there we go. Hey,
Thumbs up from Jake.
I love Jake Drew, man. He is one of the funniest characters we've got on the X30 Senior grid.
The Jake Drew.
Man, he's going to be starting good.
Let's give him a congratulations, though, on his ARCA Menards Championship this year. Got a chance to watch Jake Drew race at the Portland International this year. Tremendous job for Jake Drew. Congratulations on your championship. Working our way through the crowd.
Yeah, we saw Andrew Bajoso there for a moment. He's watching here. Everyone's got, hey, look at that. Some in and out. And they didn't bring either of you guys some. Don't worry.
Let's make this happen.
Hey, man, I would do the same as that there. Sorry, Rob.
I get it.
It's too good. You can't share.
Hey, I'm still in race mode.
Right. No. Sorry, it was mean of our camera guy to show you that. That's what it was.
No, it's not happening. I'm in race mode.
It was a lettuce wrap.
Hey, well, look, the
Protein
VIP
style.
suite's getting ready as well here. We're showing everybody hanging out over at the tents. And now it's time to go. Final session of the weekend before we get to Super Sunday Pro Shifter. Last chance qualifier. Loic Van Dijs, Josh Conker. They're doing exactly what you said, Rob. Fast, slow. Heat up the brakes. Heat up the tires. Kick them rears out. Pound the throttle in the low gear. Get as much warmth as you can because the temps are dropping.
And you're dragging the brake as well, right? Trying to build the heat into the brake disc, how to get it go to the axle, get it into the wheel, get all that heat going. And listen, remember, for some of the drivers here this weekend, this is going to be the biggest race they've ever run on before. The LCQ at the SuperNat. They're just trying to make the main. One driver spinning further back. We'll get him rolling on. But, Mike, again, this is the biggest race some of these drivers have ever run on, trying to go in to one bigger.
Exactly that. I mean, tomorrow is the one they're trying to. This is the carrot is out there. They want to get to that show, and there's a few of these drivers that we thought might have already been in there, but then trouble happened. Remember, Vicente Salas couldn't get the thing underway. He was stuck on the grid. Macy Williams had the exhaust come off during her session, and so she was out right away. Some of these drivers we know have pace. Now they got to put down hard laps.
This is it, and they're ones to watch as well. Macy Williams has got pace. She's going to start in that third position. Chente Salas wasn't that far back either, I believe. So where's Chente? Yeah, he's in 12th. So there's opportunities for him to get off the line and get rocking as well. Chente Salas, we know, a top esports driver as well. We've had a lot of fun watching Chente come through the ranks here in Shifter Kart Racing. So, again, rolling things up here. Loic Van Dijs in this 265 will be on the pole position on the Illuminos. Alongside him on the Maranello, Josh Conker. Then we've got Macy Williams and Sam Clays, Elliott Cleary and Alan Isambard, Nick LeDuc, Federico Pereira, and Nick Persing and Mateus Coito, your top 10. Oh, man.
Yes, that.
There we go. Yeah,
yes,
everyone
I get a little
is
tingly
ready.
right now.
Yeah, I was watching. You can see all the clear visors, and I'm just looking at the eyes. You're so focused. You know there's so much on the line. This is the Super Sunday final for some of these drivers, and you can feel it in the air.
It's the end of the road for some. It's a last-ditch Hail Mary pass to get yourself onto the starting grid. Spots 35 to 40. The final 6 starting positions at Super Sunday for Pro Shifter. Who is going to make it through? The mechanic stand is full. Turn 1 is definitely full. Everybody's ready to watch it. Let's go to the lights. Here we are. Pro Shifter, last chance qualifier. Here they go. Red out, and we're away. Who gets the whole shot? Give it to Josh Conker on the outside, but nose, and he will send it deep. Get into second out of turn 1.
Wow, the front row able to stretch away. Second, third, and fourth had to check up back. One driver already off a little bit further back. That's Jaskell. That might be Matt Jaskell out. We'll check that again. But otherwise, the 2 front row drivers. Josh Conker did a great job getting off the line.
Way big contact for the Italkart. That is the 292 machine. Was just outside the top 10, trying to identify who we had on that one. But that was a big contact. He blew out the barriers over at turn number 5.
Scott Hargrove off the racetrack at 5, so that'll be it for Scotty Hargrove. He'll walk away. Here comes the leaders across the line. We'll give you the lineup. First time by. Again, looks to me like Vindice getting that lead. Josh Conker sliding into the second position. Live timing has not yet popped up for us here. Let's have a look at live timing for you, folks, coming across the line. It is Loic Vindice, Josh Conker, Federico Pereira up 5, Macy Williams in 4th, Isambard 5th, Sam Clay's on the bubble, 6th spot, Elliot Cleary, Nick Piercing, Mateus Coito, and TJ Madonna now in 10th spot. They'll work their way into turn number 8. Now top 3 drivers nose to tail. Big gap from 4th back to 5th, 6th, and 7th. You see the lead 4 drivers here. Vindice, Conker, Pereiro, and Macy Williams to the tail of that group.
Macy Williams actually falling back a little bit on that group, and now under fire as well.
Alan Isambard, the driver up into 4th. Isambard in the ANSA Motorsports Formula K. He's gone to P4.
Yeah, Alan Isambard here has been really good at the shifter starts. You know, we've seen this kid in action at SuperKarts USA events at the front, getting some podiums, getting some hardware at the SKUSA Winter Series, his home track.
Yeah, ran this year in the USF Juniors program for International Motorsports, but this guy's in a shifter kart all the time down at Homestead. We'll see if Isambard's able to leverage that and work his way in. Yeah.
Oh, he's still going at it. Macy Williams and Isambard threw a hip check. He's going to knock her out of the way, move on by. Alan Isambard did not like the way Macy Williams got around him. And so Macy Williams, seeing that, and Isambard's full blocking, elbows are out.
Yes, 253 is doing more over the shoulder than out front at this point.
Yeah, here's a move to the inside there. They're trying to get by Isambard. Yeah, you've got some hardcore racing. And Macy Williams, she's contact. That's it for Macy. She's up and over. Macy Williams, I think, up and over might have been Coito. She was trying to get back to Isambard.
Yeah.
I think she was.
She was going to give it about as good as she got, and unfortunately ended up poorly for her.
There was some payback coming there, and a bunch of drivers off the racetrack. You can see the contact there. That is really shaking things up because we got 4 drivers up front, then a huge gaggle for the next 2. One driver's deep off. He's going to go into the barriers at the end of the straightaway.
Oh, man, that's one of the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republics, one of the Australians that has made their way over in the Tom Williamson Motorsport camp. They're in the wall. Let's look. Vincenzo Saraceno.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Saraceno up 17 positions, up to 5th. Nick Piercing in 6th. Front 4 drivers are fine. Vindice, Pereiro, Conker, and Isambard. They've got 3.2 seconds up. But it's Saraceno, Persing, Ming, and Julius Bernhardt. Annie Rule up 14 spots. She's into 9th as well. Annie Rule in the hunt.
What a story would it be for Saraceno to make it back into the show after being one of the most popular shifter drivers for all the wrong reasons in the other session before.
Can we call it spin and win?
Oh, let's go.
Whatever you want to call it, I think he'll be happy to be a part of Super Sunday. And right now he's looking good because they are battling behind him. Saraceno is 5th, pulling away. Nick Persing, full-on low-line fest to try and keep Calvin Ming away. While he did that, Andy Rule picked up another one.
I'll tell you this, the way the action is right now, we're going to call it unofficial because there could be a couple of pushbacks. These guys are drilling each other.
And there's passing under yellow, all this stuff. There's a bunch of yellow flags going on. They were side by side going into the yellow zone. Here's Rule ahead of She got around Calvin Ming.
That was crossed halfway flags that time by, folks. 5 to go. It'll be 4 to go when they get back around. Top 4, actually 5 drivers are pretty much stretched away. Let's give you the top 5, and then we'll grab 6. Across the line, Vin Dice is going to be P1. Pereiro, Conker, Isambard. And then it's Saraceno, I believe, in the 5th spot. And who is up into 6th right now, the final transfer? It's Nick Piercing, but Annie Rule is right there.
And she's quicker than him. She's hunting him down. Look at the size difference. Nick Persing, one of the tallest drivers around. Annie Rule, one of the shortest drivers on the grid, if not the shortest. Again, we've talked about it, over 100 pounds of lead on that go-kart just to make minimum weight.
She's not going to have a bigger toe than she's ever had right now. With that tall Nick
true.
Persing right there, it's going to be huge.
It's like driving behind a transport truck on the highway right now, folks. You just tuck right in. Annie Rule trying to see if she can't put her machine into the show on Super Sunday. Laps winding down here right now.
Cowie.
We'll put 6 in the books.
I think that's Cowie with a bumper on that Rule going through turn number 9.
Yeah, Rule was close. We thought Rule was the hero. Christian Cowie from dead last. 25 spots gained for Christian Cowie.
No way.
He is on the way to Nick Persing, and Persing knows it. He'll go center track to 1. Rule right behind Cowie. So all this for the transfer spot. Long gone as low as Van Dice. He's way out in front and safe. Then it's again, we got Federico Pereiro, Josh Conker, Isambard, Saraceno. They're all good. This is the fight for the final ticket to the big dance, and it is going to get wild here. Nick Persing trying to hang on.
Indeed.
And you know Cowie is going
Oh, contact. Driver into the barriers hard. That might have been Rule. We got a driver off the racetrack into the barriers. Not quite sure who that was off the track.
Kart Republic.
That was Cowie.
That's Cowie. That's not Andy Rule. That's Cowie. So Cowie from the tail of the field gets into the barriers, coming on to the back straightaway. It is going to be a couple laps to go. 2 laps to go this time by. It is again Vin Dice, Pereiro, Conker, Isambard, Saraceno. It's Persing, Ming, and Rule now right there. Bernhardt as well.
Those barriers are still in the way as well, and that outside drivers will need to go around it.
And yellow flag flying in that corner, so you can't pass down into turn number 7 now either. So again, Vin Dice with a massive lead. Here come the top 4. 5th is clean as well. That's Saraceno. He looks good here in the 222, and it looks to me like the 249. Nick Piercing looking good right now. Calvin Ming trying to reel him in. But again, with all this action, 7th and 8th could still get in with a pushback.
There was so much contact earlier. Who knows who's got what?
You got to keep digging. Piercing, Nick Piercing in 6th, the final transfer spot. Final lap on the racetrack for Pro Shifter. This is it. Yellow flag still flying. They're going to hold that yellow. It's 7th.
There was a pass right there. That was for 2nd under the yellow conditions.
So there you go. They're going to be looking at this one. Race Control will have a deep look at this. Passing under some yellow flags potentially. Piercing around that chicane we have now on the back chute. That'll be the final transfer spot. They're coming through here now. Across the line. The win is going to go to Vin Dice. He'll take the victory. Over 1.5 seconds, I believe, from Pereiro. Conker 3rd. Isambard 4th. Saraceno 5th. Piercing with the final transfer. And Annie Rule doesn't even get to the checkered flag.
Oh, out over there at turn number 8, and just got word from our awesome producer, Kyle Cuthbertson. He had a look at it, and he is pretty convinced that Nick Persing has that bumper fully caved in and pushed back.
Wow.
If that's the case, Nick Persing's hard drive, it's going to come down. What's the margin? It's too small. Calvin Ming, if Nick Persing has that pushback bumper penalty, will be in. So we'll wait to find out about that. I know that down on the grid, we were trying to get some of the X30 Senior top finishers from the last chance qualifier with us. We've got some of them down on here. So let's go ahead and head it on trackside down to Caleb and Kendall.
Down here, Richmond Simmons, you started in the front row, but at one point you dropped out of the transfer position. What was going through your head when that happened?
Just to keep cool. You know, I was going to come back pretty strong and just need to look after the tyre for the final and yeah, just stay calm.
Now that you've made the show for tomorrow, what's kind of your strategy going into it?
Just use everything that I've got, just keep going forward and just keep improving.
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back to you guys.
Wow, I'll tell you, what a way to cap off the wheel-to-wheel action on the weekend. That unbelievable scrap we saw at the end there. Top 5 drivers, of course, stretching away. Vin Dice, Pereiro, Conker, Isambard, and Saraceno. He was by himself, P5. Xander, Nick Piercing pretty strong there in the 6th spot. Again, we'll see how it happens when it all plays out. More interviews to come. Let's send it back down again to Kendall.
Down here with Laurent Legault, one spot short of the transfer, but you gave it everything you had. What emotions are you feeling right now?
To be honest, I'm pretty disappointed because like in qualifying we were P12, we were fast the entire weekend, and we just got unlucky in the heats. And I think like coming one spot short was like the worst thing that could happen.
Was there anything that you would have done differently?
Maybe I could have been a bit more aggressive at the start, but I didn't want to risk crashing in like the first 2 laps. So I think that's pretty much the only thing I could have done different.
All right, well, thank you, Laurent.
Thank you.
Yeah, Xander, that's tough. You know, we don't know that the results are official yet, whether they've gone through everything at this point here, but to come one spot short, right? You know, if you're 5, 6, 7 spots back, yeah, well, I didn't make it. But, you know, that one spot short, especially when Laurent said so quick out of the gate.
Yeah, so quick, right? P12 in qualifying. You know, kudos to Laurent Legault for coming to chat with us. There's a lot of guys who would turn down an interview after one of the biggest heartbreaks that you can experience. He did not. Laurent Legault has earned my respect just off that alone. Take out, of course, the fact his heroic drive through that LCQ. And we talk about drives in that LCQ. The last man that we talked to, Diego Ramos, ended up coming away with the win. He's down as well.
Here with Diego Ramos. Diego, you made it into the show. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feel happy because we are like quick all the week, but we had like a bad luck in the second heat. I had a problem and I needed to stop in the race when I was 8. But I won the LCQ and I start in the back tomorrow in the main, and I will do 100% in me to try get like a good result for the team. And let's see, the race will be fun.
All right, well, sounds good, and congratulations, Diego.
Thank you.
Well, the Brazilian living in Orlando, Florida, will live to fight another day as he makes it out of the X30 Senior Last Chance qualifier from the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino. And, of course, a lot of track cleanup here to do. We've got the top drivers from the Pro Shifter Last Chance qualifier to chat with here. Once we find out who made it, who didn't, we know, obviously, Vincenzo Saraceno, his race looked pretty safe. And then up front, it kind of got hairy, but there was all kinds of contact all around. So we'll chat with everyone that we can after the break and, of course, give you guys a little bit more of a post-race debrief as well. Beautiful night here in Las Vegas. Stick with us. Post-race interview still coming your way.
Looking for a top-level team environment that fits your budget? Look no further than AMAX Racing. We cater to customers around the country who want driver coaching, tuning assistance, hospitality, track support, and a family race environment. Our race schedule is support available at all levels, from club and regional series across the Midwest to top-tier events such as the TKNA Grand Nationals, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the SKUSA Pro Tour. Whatever level you may be at or want to get to, AMAX Racing can get you there.
Has steadily made progress since its inception in October 2021. On top of servicing the Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana areas with products from Kart Chassis, Tillotson Karts and Engines, Miami, Briggs, Honda, and more, they're now promoting race events as well throughout the Mid and Coastal South region at NOLA Motorsports Park and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi. Races are already set for the fall of 2022. September 3rd, October 22nd, and November 12th at NOLA Motorsports Park, and 2 dates, September 10th and October 15th at Finish Line Performance Karting. Driver Line is set to finish this year strong.
How you doing? My name is Mike Doty from Mike Doty Racing from Orange County, New York. We're about an hour north of New York City. We're a full-service kart shop that we supply IAME, Rotax, and all rock engines. We sell OTK parts and all the tires for all the different series. We support USPKS, SKUSA, Rotax, which is the Stars and Stripes, and the Rock Winter Tour. What we do is we try to get the drivers better by data, driver coaching, and setup. We have a lot of good drivers that come through our program. We have a lot of experience. I've been doing it for almost 35 years, and we just try to translate that to all our customers.
For more info about Mike Doty Racing, you can contact us at MikeDotyRacing@gmail.com or call us at 845-551-0572.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to odenthalracing.com.
The 2023 season is just around the corner, and if you're looking to buy, sell, connect, or learn, make plans to attend the 37th annual OVK Go-Kart Swap Meet, February 4th, 2023. Register online at ovka.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Lucky Design USA, one of the most recognizable brand names in custom helmet painting. Lucky Design has been used by drivers from karting all the way to Formula One. Offering attractive pricing and 12 to 16-week completion times, Lucky Design is unmatched when comparing quality and speed. Lucky Design USA offers a variety of options for you to get a uniquely painted helmet that suits your style. Contact Adam at Lucky Design USA to get started.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality. Offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Well, we're back here at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino, and it looks like it's going to take us a little bit longer to kind of get through post-race scales and tech for the last chance qualifier. So we're going to wrap our show up here with a little bit of a debrief, EKN style, with the three of us here together. So in the booth, obviously, LCQ, put it in the books, Pro Shifter, the headline shifter class for the first time in a long time here at the SuperNationals, has the last chance qualifier. I don't think it disappointed there. I think that was mayhem all the way through.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with the way it rolled out. I was very surprised that the front row was able to get off and super clean. They came out the gate, and everybody kind of locked up behind them. They had Mike had a really good run out of the first couple of corners, and it was over at that point for the first and second place guys. Really was solid.
No, exactly. I mean, actually, Macy Williams was one of the drivers who was actually able to roll the outside and was sitting third after the first lap. So it looked pretty good out of the start. It started to go a little negative after that.
Right. We saw that, obviously, that moment there. Williams got underneath Alan Isambard. He got rooted out of the way by a different driver. I don't know if he got confused or if he was frustrated. Macy Williams banged against her once, hip-checked her again, then let her go, moved her out of the way, and then she tried to get back to him, and unfortunately, at least that's what it looked like. Yeah. We're not saying anything. That's what it looked like. Unfortunately, it ended up working out. She popped over someone's nose and nosed into the barriers there. We were hoping to get a word from both of them because love to hear their takes on it. At the end of the day, the headline class, lots of entertainment, lots of storylines in that one. The best part, though, all of our major players, we checked the grid. Obviously, we didn't see them on the LCQ lineup. Guys like Oliver Askew, AJ Myers, they're going to roll off around row 10. Danny Formel still in the top 10. He rolls off 5th, even with his bad issue there.
And that's big.
That's big. Yeah. Billy Musgrave's still going to be decent. So we've at least got one down here on the grid. So let's go ahead and we'll send it down to the interviews that we got. I thought we lost most of them, but hey, we got some. Kendall, Caleb, take it away.
We're down here on grid with Loic Vindicia. Now, you had almost a picture-perfect race going from the start. Test.
We can hear you, Caleb. I think the
Down here on
speakers are
grid
off
with
there.
Loic Vindicia, you had almost a picture-perfect race from the start all the way up until the finish. You almost led every single lap. What was the hardest part of that race?
Well, it was really hard on the beginning of the race because the tires were difficult to warm up. But then when I warmed the tire, it was much easier and I could do my race like I wanted to do. So objective was the final, and we reached it, so it's perfect for me.
Now, going from that race when you started on pole, ended up finishing in first two, how are you going to carry that momentum into the actual race tomorrow?
So yeah, that's good to have a race now because now I know that I will have a good pace for tomorrow, and to race from the back will not be a problem. I will try to do my best to go in front.
Now, are you worried at all with having those extra laps on your tires as opposed to everyone else tomorrow?
Well, it's just one race, so I think it will be difficult on the beginning, but then in the middle of the race, we will all have the same pace.
Well, best of odds to you, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Well, sitting here right now having a look at the official results on Race Hero, and Mike Smith pulled it up, and no on-track penalties for the last chance qualifier for Pro Shifter. So I guess it sounds like SKUSA kind of just saying, guys, gloves are off. All you guys can battle it out yourself. We all saw that.
Well, and a lot of it solved itself, right?
To a certain extent.
To an extent, maybe not all the way. I think the hip check in there by Alan Isambard, that probably is deserving of a DQ for unsportsmanlike conduct, as we were talking there before. Because he's already, he or she, in this case, Macy Williams, already alongside you. Like that's not a block. They're there. You can't scare them. You're literally doing the most dangerous thing you can do, wheeling these things that can hit 100 miles an hour.
Well, and maybe it just has to do with it being the LCQ. There's no points. There's no nothing. They're out anyways. If it was a transfer position, then maybe it's a different conversation.
Yeah.
So perhaps there's no on-track penalties, but maybe we go have a conversation with you about maybe doing this a little bit differently in the future.
I don't know. There's a bunch of contact out there that was, I don't just think, just regular contact.
I agree, but that would be the only scenario why I could see there not being a penalty.
No,
I agree.
That's all you can think about, right? Well, hey, how about one guy who ultimately is going to be the last one in? One thing there on the results we saw, Calvin Ming would be in with Nick Persing, but he had a pushback himself. It looks like he's still the first man out. Talon Yockel with no pushbacks, 21 spots gained, just missed everything in the 5th. And this guy right here, Vincenzo Saracino in the VTM Racing Engines Magic Kart, is the last man to get a ticket to Super Sunday. He is down on the grid with us.
Vincenzo Saraceno, you had a kind of a up and down weekend so far with the incident that happened with you, obviously spinning out of your kart. Started farther back in the grid, and you drove your way all the way up in the transfer. I think it's something like 17 spots. Walk us through the race and just the chaoticness of it.
Yeah, I mean, I knew the outside lane would be clear on the first corner, and I kind of went there and probably got three or four spots on the opening corner, and then there was a big pileup going into the chicane. I was luckily able to avoid it. Clipped the wall a little bit, but I think just based on the first lap, it was a real good opening lap, and then just picking people off one by one. I think lap 3 or 4, I got a little contact with push-down bumper, so we're going to see what the result is in tech. But, I mean, everybody had push-down bumper, so I don't know how the result is yet.
Now, if you are able to transfer in, if the bump down is cleared, if there's numbers correct, however it goes, you already have practice driving through the field once, so you can carry that over for tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I'll start, if I make it through, I'll start tail end of the field and just have a lot of fun with it. I mean, I passed whatever you said, 15, 16 today. Hopefully, if I make it in, do a little more tomorrow, maybe crack the top 20, 25 if possible.
All right, well, good luck to you, and hopefully contingency for congratulations on making it to the show for tomorrow.
Thank you, man, very much.
Yeah, having a look at it here, Mike, it looks like a 222 did get potentially a 6-second pushback bumper penalty, but I think he's probably far enough ahead
right.
that he's going to be okay, right? Yeah,
he just barely makes it, right?
And
again, it helped
so many other penalties.
Right, yeah. Ming had a pushback bumper penalty. Jay Irwin gets up 27 spots. Matt Jaskell was wrecked on the first corner. He gets back to 9th after all the pushback bumper penalties. Hate it for Matt, though. I mean, it again, just like we heard from Laurent Legault, the closer you are without making it almost hurts worse, right? I'd much rather probably just junk it turn 1 first lap and be like, all right, tried it, didn't make it, But you put all that effort in, all your blood, sweat, tears, hard work, heart, to go forward, which is what we saw in Laurent Legault all the way to the final turn, and you watch that guy a foot away from your front bumper. You could reach out and grab him, and you just can't.
Yeah, as you just mentioned, it was Saraceno. He had the 6-second, but Calvin Ming had the 3-second penalty. They each had one, different levels. The actual difference, only about 1 second at the end.
Hey, and fellow Canadian, Josh Conker getting in. That was good for Josh. He had some up and down heat races, started up front, had a good run, so great job for Josh.
Yeah, awesome stuff for Josh Conker. And then, of course, on the X30 Senior side, again, with that grouping, that one had just, honestly, not as much carnage as I think we expected, right? In other years with Laurent Legault's level of drive, that guy got in because they wrecked in the top 6. To their credit, they got close, right? We saw that a little bit there. It was getting a little bit dicey with Tyler Howard and that AM Racing Team X-Pre. He was kind of blocking and passing and up in second and for the lead, and we're like, hey, you're good. But ultimately that one, probably one of the more tame, I think, X30 Senior LCQs. Tame is normally not a word I'd put on that, but compared to the other X30 LCQs we've seen.
And the funny thing, the real commenter on that entire deal, not only us up in the booth, was Paul Bocuse down there like, what are we doing, guys? Come on.
Live commentary from the helmet.
Like right there. He's like, come on, we have this handled. Stop battling each other. So Paul, thankfully, able to get through as well. Donovan Bonilla as well. We talked about him quite a bit throughout the day. Nice to see him be able to get in there as well.
It's so amazing how many times this happens in the LCQ. I mean, in basically all the LCQs, we have 4 to 5 drivers that are clear. Like, literally, let's just all hold hands and get to the end.
Yep.
Or let's fight it out and bring a bunch of people into the game.
I don't understand it. It's not like anybody's – have you ever watched an LCQ before? Like, just get out there and just literally – consider yourself mini Swift drivers and do a 5-car train and pull away. Don't worry about it.
I'm getting ready to go down there and see if there's any LCQ trophies I forgot about.
Yeah. Especially for getting second or third instead of third or fourth.
Was there money for fourth?
I think but I think the biggest thing as to why it happens from the driver's point of view, right? It's to me, I would compare it to when they start low lining early in the race, right?
Yeah.
As soon as one guy starts blocking, you're like, oh, this is stupid. We're going to lose the leaders. You open up, and then you're either getting stuffed or you've got to block because now you got the guy behind.
And
so
that
as
was
soon as one guy, as soon as one guy does it, everybody's got to do it. So again, and we saw that where it didn't burn those guys in senior, but we go back to the morning, right? Austin Oles was Paul Bocuse in the morning. Every time he got past inside the top 6, he said, all right, go. All right, go. And before he knew it, unfortunately, outside the transfer zone, in the Hornet's nest, and then he misses the main.
Yeah, nice guys finished last in that one.
Yeah,
Right?
and it's almost like everybody had that mindset. The first time a guy does that low line, everybody's like, so that's what we're doing? Okay, that's what we're doing.
Exactly.
And everybody all of a sudden
Yes.
jumps on that bandwagon, right?
And
we're just going to race then.
And that's exactly what, like I said, that's what Ramos did. Ramos was actually hanging out, I want to say P3 or so, and then here comes the low line. I think it was Howard, right?
Tyler
Like,
Howard,
all right, we're going to go racing. Well, then forget it. Then I'll lead this train and forget about all this stuff, and I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, that was cool to see, right? Diego Ramos is a guy who is a really good example of a driver that kind of burst onto the scene a few years ago, maybe a little bit more kind of wild and out there, right, in his younger years. And to me, the experience he's gotten, he's been living over here, he's really adapted, and I think now he is really respected in terms of the racecraft that he's got on the scene for the most part, because, you know, you look at the way he's raced this year, I think there's a lot more thinking going on for Diego Ramos than where I would peg him maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago in senior.
I think in the same situation 3 years ago, that would have not happened. He was really methodical, right? Just working his way through, was very precise, realized the way the situation was happening, the kind of theme of that battle up front. Go to the front. I'm going to check out. I'm not going to battle with you guys
credit
anymore.
to the PSL karting guys, right?
Yeah.
I think a lot of that since he's joined the Red Army. So they've really just, again, kind of helped get him into their culture of how they want to do things. You see, we saw these guys racing each other, obviously Pro Shifter.
Yep.
No issues of, not being able to race, but at the same time not giving away. I mean, when Jake French, Marian Kremer, some of these guys going side by side, plenty of room, being smart about it. Like a lot of that being around those guys I think is helpful for him, and it was cool to see. Very cool to see.
All in all, guys, a fantastic day. Situation Saturday is done. Only one more day to go. It's Christmas Eve. You guys should have some good evenings, I hope, because I know you got lots of work to do still. Kart Chaser obviously kicking butt here this week. But tomorrow's Super Sunday, man, the 25th running of the SuperNationals. Super excited. I get a chance to drive a little bit tomorrow, too.
What are your feelings like right now? I mean, it's Christmas Eve differently.
This is way different. Yeah, this is you know what, Christmas Eve more as a parent, I think sometimes over the last maybe decade, because I've been so involved in it for the longest time. I wake up, we get to open some presents for everybody, right?
You ain't opened nothing tonight.
No, but tomorrow morning I'll be more nervous, of course. We have thankfully I'll do a warm up. The opening ceremonies will take my mind off it. The first race will take my mind off, and then I got to leave you guys, put a suit on, and try not to faint.
Yeah, I was going to say, right, obviously SuperNationals, with the Kutcher family, it's SKUSA's baby. It's also your baby. It turns 25 before I do. So just to get that last little dig in before we get off the air.
I'm okay with it. I'm 100% okay with it. I'm glad you guys are here, man. You can have it for the next 25, right?
Hey, we'll take it. We will absolutely take it. We got so much cool stuff. I am so excited. A huge thank you, as always, to the SuperKarts USA crew, for Rob Howden with EKN, for joining us, and the voice of the SuperNats, Mike Smith, here, obviously, is a part of our team. We've got such an amazing group of young guys and girls that are all making everything happen behind the scenes, and all of it to give you guys the best view of the action. So tomorrow we kick things off first thing in the morning with warm-ups. Myself, Mike Smith, Caleb Smock, Taylor Burris, Kendall Hedge, we'll all be on the pre-race show giving you all kinds of intel and updates. Then it's opening ceremonies with Rob. We'll hand the mic to him to help kick things off, and the Kutcher family with all the cool stuff that happens. And then we get into the main events all the way through the day. All of it free to watch. Thank you to Porsche North America for stepping up and partnering with us to be able to pull that off. Until then, we say good night, and we will see you tomorrow on Christmas Day. It'll be Super Sunday.